Okay. Good morning. Kamat Hojo Shroze, Steve Gotch, Chair, Yukon River Panel, Uchin, Trondek Luk Hule. It is an honor to introduce myself in the language of the Trondek Wichin, whose traditional ancestral lands the Yukon River Panel is visiting this week to hold its 2025 preseason meeting. My name is Steve Gotch, and it's my great pleasure to be serving as the Canadian chair for this week's proceedings here in beautiful Dawson City, Yukon, next to the banks of the mighty Yukon and Klondike rivers. I'd like to welcome panel members, advisors, elders, First Nation and tribal government representatives and guests who are joining us here both in person as well as online. To provide awareness, this week's public sessions are being recorded, and the video will be posted online on the Yukon River Panel's website following this meeting for those unable to join us here to view at a later date. The Yukon River Panel process serves as an important forum to bring people from across the Yukon and Alaska together to discuss salmon. This relationship remains strong. As neighbors and in many cases relatives, the inextricable ties between the people of the upper and the lower Yukon River will endure in the same manner as the inseparable connection between the salmon and the Yukon River. Before we begin, it's my great honor to invite Trondek Wichin Deputy Chief Aaron McQuaid and Councillor Kylie Van Every to provide us with some opening remarks and an opening prayer.
Kamat Hozo, Shojre, Councillor Kylie Van Every, and I'll just start us off with the opening prayer. Creator, guide us today through the teachings of our animal friends. Eagle, guide us with the vision from the sky to the land, an overall perspective from all directions. Bear, give us courage and strength in moving forward with the teachings and discussions we share here today. Beaver, guide us in working together towards determination for citizens and community. As balance is created on land with the animals, let balance guide us. The guidance from our ancestors is all around us. Let us be guided by the teachings from all directions. We are connected spiritually to the water. We pray for and acknowledge our connection. The spirit of water, we honor the pathways, the rivers, the tributaries, the creeks, the lakes, the oceans, and the rain. Water is life and provides a sacred space for our salmon. We pray for the future of water today and for generations to come. Masicho.
Kamat Hozo, good morning. I'd like to thank Councillor Van Every for opening us up in a good way with the prayer. Shojre Aaron McQuaig, Dawson City Huchin, Trondek Wichin Diche, Jur Diche, Trondek Wichin Deputy Chief Diche. On behalf of myself and Trondek Wichin Council, I would like to thank you all for taking time to participate in this week's Yukon River Panel. This is the first time we have hosted the Yukon River Panel here on Trondek Wichin territory, and we're so honored to welcome you all. It is uplifting to see so many of you here, focused and positive, with collaborative actions towards ensuring our future and the future of the Yukon River salmon. We recently agreed by resolution through the Council of Yukon First Nations, all governments of Yukon must work together to safeguard the future of the Yukon River corridor, including seeking designation of the Yukon River corridor as an interim special management area, supporting efforts by the Dawson Regional Planning Commission to develop a management plan for the entire Yukon River corridor, and considering a designation of personhood for the Yukon River with all affected First Nations. I hope that in our gathering this week, we can ensure these shared goals are championed beyond the Yukon territory, as it is only in working together as one group, committed to protecting the entirety of the Yukon River, that we can truly rise to overcome the tremendous challenges that lay ahead of us. We welcome everyone in this room to bring forward their spirit and determination to our circle. The story of the Yukon River is the story of my people. We are Trondakwachin, people of the river. Since time immemorial, the river and the salmon have been at the core of our existence. Each year, the salmon come home to us to spawn in the Klondike River and offer us sustenance. This return is so integral to our being that their spawning grounds are the heartland of our traditional territory. We have many stories, as well as extensive physical records that describe the returns year after year to Trochek, our fish camp at the confluence of the Yukon and Klondike rivers. The migration of the salmon is one of the organizing principles of life here, and we move through the world conscious of the great cycle of life of our salmon relations. In return for all that the salmon give us, we act as stewards of their habitat, ensuring our waterways are clean and the balance of life here is maintained. From our stories and traditions passed on through generations, we know that the spirit of the river and the spirit of the salmon and the spirit of our people have always known each other. We are inseparable. The health of the Yukon River is the health of my people. This is a gift bestowed on us by our ancestors, and our obligation is to pass our gifts on to generations to come. The health of the Yukon River and Yukon River salmon is vital to the survival of our culture and at the core of who we are. The diminishing population of Chinook and chum salmon in the Yukon River represents an existential threat to life as we know it, and we will act accordingly. As we have always done, we will continue to be fierce stewards of the river and the life it sustains. The voice of the Yukon River is the voice of my people. The land and animals speak to us, and we show that we have understood them with our actions. When we make decisions, we do so remembering our ancestral obligation to ask, what does the salmon say? What does the river say? It is only in making space for these voices that we can come forward in a good way that honors all our relations. As we have always done, we will do now. We will listen to our relations. The future of the Yukon River is the future of my people. We are here together because each of us recognizes that we must take decisive action to maintain the balance that has sustained us here for all known time. The sacrifices we are making today, withdrawing from subsistence harvesting along the full length of the river, from the headwater to the mouth, we make because we hold life in the Yukon River as sacred and essential. We recognize that even in the timelessness of our relationship to the river and salmon, this is a defining moment. As we have always done, we must do now. We will protect not just every salmon, but every egg from gravel to gravel, until balance is restored and a just future for all our relations is secured. I want to thank every one of you for showing up and offering your input on how we can accomplish our shared goals of protecting life on the Yukon River. As creeks and streams flow together to become the Yukon, so do our stories, traditional knowledge, research, and creativity all come together to form a vision for our future. There is demanding work ahead, but we are equipped to accomplish our goals by remembering to respect each other's viewpoints and make room for every voice, especially those that are not in this room. Masi Cho to all the Jijay Inn who worked to make this panel happen, and to those who traveled to be here, especially elders and youth. Those are the ones who carry with them our connection to our past and our future. I offer you all my own prayers for a productive and joyful meeting. I wish you the wisdom of our grandmothers and grandfathers, patience in your efforts to understand each other, and strength in your vision of our collective well-being and the well-being of the river. Kanacha.
I'll share a story. So, Kamahozo, good morning. Shojre, Councillor Kylie Van Every, Dawson City Huchin, Trondekwichin Diche, Jur Diche. My name is Councillor Kylie Van Every. I'm from Dawson City. I am Trondekwichin from the Wolf Clan. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Trondekwichin. We are people of this land. It has shaped us for generations. We have cared for the land and waterways as it has cared for us. Our animal relatives, especially salmon and caribou, are our teachers. Our ancestors were taught traditional law from Tsatwaje, Beaver Man. We have spiritual connection with the land, animals, and the water. Tsatwaje, the traveler, set things in order for animals and humans to live in peace and balance together. The traveler, a medicine being, brings knowledge and teachings to the people and animals, sharing stories on salmon and caribou with instructions about how people should live Trehude in a good way. I'll share Beaver Man, Tsatwaje makes the river. One time long ago, Beaver Man, he's traveling, a-traveling and a-traveling. The sun, he was real hot. And Beaver Man, he get thirsty, you know, real thirsty, like when you don't even have spit to swallow. He needs something to drink real bad. One man he's traveling with, he fall down dead, he's so thirsty. Beaver Man, pretty soon he say to himself, what am I going to do? And he start thinking, and pretty soon he say to people he's traveling with, I'm gonna make some water, so you better get ready to drink. The wolverines say, there's no water. How you gonna make some? And they all get mad at him, think he's crazy. Just want to make big show, especially Wolverine. He's real mad. Beaver Man, he take and cut willow stick, and he tie willow stick and his walking stick with a piece of, how you say that in English? That string you make with caribou? Then he go down in a little valley at the top end of it, and he say again, I'm gonna make you some water, so you better get ready to drink. Then he stick willow stick into ground. Pretty soon, lot of water coming out, lots and lots of water, good clean spring. All these people with Beaver Man, even Wolverine, they so happy, they put their whole head right in the water. After each time Beaver Man and his people, they get thirsty, he go up to top a little valley, stick willow stick in the water, and water or in the ground, and water come out. Lot of water. He done this many times. Each spring it makes a stream, and after long time, these streams, so many, it's big enough to make Yukon River. Masicho.
Thank you very much for the welcome and the opening remarks. Sincerely appreciated. Next, it is the Yukon River Panel's great pleasure to be joined by the Council of Yukon First Nations Grand Chief, Peter Johnston. Sincerely appreciate you joining us here this morning, taking time out of your extremely busy schedule.
Just want to say good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity to join you in the lands of the Trondakochin. I just really appreciate the opening prayer along with the story, because I think it's fundamental when we talk about salmon and the history that we have and the connection that we have as First Nation people. One thing I'd like to acknowledge, it's great to see so many people in the room concerned about one species that is obviously sitting on a fringement of almost extinction in some cases. A lot of people have unfortunately given up on salmon and the relationship, but there is a lot of hope at the same time when it comes now not only to reconnection, because when we talk about these relationships, very similar to the engagement between the Canada and the US, I think it's so important at this point not only to work together, but in these tough times, as we talk about togetherness and the partnership and relationships are fundamental not only for the success, but also for the future generations. The connections that we had through Together Today for Our Children Tomorrow, and the understanding that we did as nations, not only for the fundamental values that we want to bring forward, which is our traditional knowledge, a lot of the ancient teachings that we follow still today with the nations. We saw the importance of coming together not only for our future, but equally as important to take some of that jurisdiction back, that once we had traditionally had that relationship. And it wasn't about ownership, it was more about the fundamental values and the obligation and the responsibility that we have as human beings, not only to that connection that we have with the land, but also with the animals that we share this world with. And today, the more that we can bring those values together and teach our future generations and celebrate Fish Camp and celebrate that relationship once again, we'll be able to not only fundamentally grow from that, but equally as important, keep the tradition strong. And I always looked at Dawson as being one of the places where, the salmon connection was very strong, and the fact that we had some of the best commercial, and I know some cases that could be viewed as a negative, but some of the best commercial fisheries was here in Dawson, and the privileges and the pleasures that we had at the time, unfortunately now are just memories. But together today for Our Children Tomorrow is still very valued, and still the legacy will still carry on. And the more work that we can do together, as mentioned, in partnership, and I've been in a lot of formal political processes, but this has got to be one of the most formal processes that I've ever saw. And the fact that you sit here for almost a week deliberating, let alone sharing your experiences, but also strategically looking at the future, I think is one of the most powerful entities that we can support here. So it's an honor to be here, and I really appreciate the fact that I've had the opportunity over the course of 9 years to participate on many different fronts. And I just want to wish everyone well, and to the visitors that are joining us from just over the border, I just want to say hope your time here as well, and we say good luck to your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand Chief, for your words of wisdom. We have appreciated your addresses at these forums. It's also our honor to be joined by Yukon Minister of Environment, Nils Clark. He will be joining us virtually. I believe, Minister Clark, are you able to hear us this morning?
Yes, audio is good. Can you hear me?
Please proceed. Welcome.
Thanks so much, and good morning, everyone. And my face is rather large there. Thank you for the opportunity to provide brief remarks today. Today, I'm speaking on the traditional territory of the Kwalindun First Nation and the Trondakochin Council. Also, as everyone knows, on the banks of the beautiful Yukon River, closer to the headwaters. I wish I could join you all in person this morning, but as many of you know, we are currently in the middle of the 2025 spring sitting of the Yukon Legislative Assembly here in Whitehorse. It's what is it today? No one's counting, but day 20. It's day 20 of the sitting. I want to start by thanking all of you for your continued support to implement the Yukon River Salmon Agreement and work to revitalize salmon stocks in the Yukon River. Following years of advocacy on both sides of the border, Canada and Alaska signed an agreement in April of 2024 to increase Chinook numbers to at least 71,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon entering the Yukon from Alaska over the next 7 years. And we're in year 2 of this agreement. The agreement, which I am sure you know well, provides this panel with support and control over the development of a recovery plan. The agreement also suspends commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use of fisheries in the Yukon River and Canadian tributaries. These actions are necessary as Chinook and some chum salmon returns to the Yukon remain low in 2024. Last year, just over 24,000 Yukon River Chinook entered Canada, of which approximately 355 reached the Whitehorse Fish Ladder by early September. And as you know, in your deliberations this week, that represented an increase from just over 15,000. So early signs of progress being made. Of course, it is still early days in the agreement. Through our work together as communities, as neighbors, it is imperative to increase these numbers and to help us reach our shared goals of seeing salmon thrive on both sides of the border. This work includes developing the Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook rebuilding strategy, a joint recovery plan with Yukon First Nations, the Government of Yukon, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Department of Environment staff remain engaged in these discussions to support the development of this recovery plan. I want to acknowledge Alaska's recent announcement that it will be restricting Western Alaska king salmon fisheries to distribute conservation burdens more evenly across the region. These are the types of initiatives that we need to continue to take to ensure that salmon on both sides of the border can grow in population and once again be harvested. I did have the opportunity this morning to meet with Commissioner Vincent Lang here in Whitehorse, and was provided his perspectives and his support with respect to the Yukon River Panel's good work. And I certainly am, and I will continue to have those discussions with Commissioner Vincent Lang, either in person or remotely. This government is committed to continuing to work alongside Yukon First Nations, the Government of Canada, and the State of Alaska to conserve and protect salmon and their habitats. Wild salmon play a significant role in many northern communities and for people living along the Yukon River. As I have already heard this morning in very powerful comments, salmon are integral to the First Nations social and cultural ways of life, and continuing to make sacrifices due to the pressures that are causing decline in the Yukon River salmon. These are resilient fish, traveling thousands of miles from the Pacific Ocean to spawn in the headwaters of the Yukon River. I hope that through this agreement, we can help make their journey less difficult and support the survival of the species. Once again, thank you all for your incredible work and for the opportunity to speak with you today. And I wish you all the best in your ongoing deliberations in beautiful Dawson City and Trondheim territory. And I certainly look forward to attending in Dawson over the course of the spring and summer to meet with Chief and Council and officials. Masi Cho, Shonithan, Konelchis. Thank you so much.
Masi Cho, Minister Clark, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule as well, in particular the legislature sitting. Next, we will be joined by Mr. John Field from the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, who provides administrative services to the Yukon River Panel. Mr. Field, are you able to hear us this morning?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Good to see, as usual, another part of our commission family working so well together. I've always appreciated my time with the Yukon panel, and this morning is no different, even though I'm so far away here in Vancouver. Many of you might not know how big the Pacific Salmon Commission is, this institution that the Yukon River Panel is part of. It's a very big family. We have 5 regional panels within the commission, several scientific committees, hundreds of delegates from Canada and the United States participating every year in this regional cross-border exercise. We're also an aging family. The commission just marked our 40th anniversary last month. I'd say that's the latest milestone in more than 100 years of cross-border work between Canada and the United States to manage their shared salmon stocks. And of course, it's the latest milestone in thousands of years of Indigenous collaboration and stewardship in Alaska, the Yukon Territory, BC, and of course, the US Northwest down south. So within that big tent, within that big family of the Salmon Commission, I think many of you have heard me say it before, that the Yukon panel is unique among all of our regional panels. The annual operations of the panel are left to panel members to operate largely independently, not with oversight from the 16 commissioners appointed to the PSC. The panel writes its own bylaws. The panel has managed millions of dollars in restoration and enhancement grants over the years, and they make management recommendations directly to the operational agencies on each side of the border, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. It's really quite remarkable in an international treaty to have that sort of setup. And I think it's a mark of how much the countries trust this ground-up approach to managing salmon in the Yukon, such a remote watershed, and the countries have entrusted that sort of oversight to the Yukon panel. The panel also innovates. You've heard me talk about this in past meetings as well. You innovate and adapt as Yukon stocks struggle to rebuild, and ways of life are under threat. I've seen you meld traditional environmental knowledge and science. You meld native and non-native membership. You've reached across the Alaska-Yukon border time and time again without fail. And as we heard this morning, in today's troubled times across that border, it's even more special that the panel has maintained that relationship, has maintained that sense of collaboration, and not allowed venom from other parts of the continent to infect it. I'll wrap up, Mr. Chairman, by saying the Secretariat continues to be proud of the service that we can provide to the panel, even though it's thousands of kilometers away most of the time here in Vancouver. We do have staff there on site, and I know they're appreciative of the ability to be there and to help. And the Secretariat of the Commission, we continue to look forward to helping the panel forge ahead for another several decades in their important work. And we're grateful that we found a place in that cross-border family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I had to say this morning, and good luck this week.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Field. So we will take the opportunity to introduce panel members. So at the head table, we would like to begin our meeting off with a brief round of introductions. So if panel members could please state your name and the community that you're representing or that you're from. We'd very much appreciate that. And we will start with my friend at the head of the table.
Holy smoly. Mr. Chairman, my name is Ragnar Alstrom. I'm from the village of Aluknak, which is about 3 kilometers from the Bering Sea, the end of the river. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll stand up so you can see me. My name is James McDonald. I am Yukon River Panel member. I'm from Whitehorse, Yukon. Lived in Dawson for about 5-6 years. Seems like a lifetime ago. I'm happy to be back. It's good to see you all. I am a citizen of the Tonquichan Council.
Good morning. I'm Sebastian Jones. I'm a member of the Yukon River Panel. I'm a member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, appointed to that body by the Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board. So that's 3 hats. I am a resident of West Dawson, I have lived on the territory of the Trundle-Quichin, where I've had the privilege of being a salmon fisher since I was a teenager, so that's a while ago. And I'm really happy that we managed to have this Yukon River Panel meeting here this week. It's been a long time coming. I hope we can keep doing stuff like that, not least because it's a lot easier for me to get to the meeting. So welcome, everybody.
Hey everybody, I'm Elizabeth McDonald. I also live in Whitehorse, but I'm also a former resident of the Dawson area and not related to James, just in case there's any questions. And very happy to be here, having grown up hearing stories of my dad living in Pelly and the Chinook that he was fortunate enough to eat there, and then living here and seeing salmon come out of the river there and serving them in restaurants back when that was an option. And so I look forward to the days when those opportunities exist for people along the river again. Thank you.
For me? Yeah. Stan Julie Senior, Uptown Old Crow, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee member, and as a result of that, becoming a panel member and representing the Porcupine River, which is stems from the final agreements. Thank you. Good to see all the people.
Good morning. I'm Andy Bassich. I live about 200 kilometers downriver from you at a place called Calico Bluff on the Yukon River. It's a little bit north downriver from Eagle, Alaska. I've been on the panel since its inception, and I am the communications co-chair for the United States on this panel.
Kimia Sothan, everyone. Danki Netzania Uji Kachanki Kadrian Hamel. I am a member of the Yukon River Panel, appointed by my First Nation to the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. I am a member of the First Nation of Nacho and Yakdan. Merci.
One Queensy, everyone. My name is Pauline Frost. I am a chief of Funtaquichin First Nation. I'm here as a panel member appointed by the Yukon government. It's great to be here in Dawson and look forward to your testimonies today and tomorrow. Merci.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Charlie Wright. I'm from Rampart, Alaska. I'm an alternate panel member and co-chair to the Traditional Knowledge Committee. I'm so happy to be here. Really appreciate being invited to your beautiful country. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Danny Cresswell. I'm from Carcross, a member of the Carcross Tagish First Nation, from the headwaters, just above the dam a little ways. That dam. Anyway, yeah, I'm a panel member. I sit on the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board, and it's an honor to be here.
Good morning, I'm Virgil Umfenauer. I live in North Pole. I'm, well, I used to be a fish buyer, means we don't have no fish. There's no fish to buy anymore. But I've bought fish all the way from the mouth of the Yukon to Dawson in past years. I've been involved in this process since 1988, and I'm on the Technical Knowledge Committee. It's really good to be in Dawson. Only because normally we meet in Whitehorse. We did meet once in Teslin, but I don't ever remember meeting actually in Dawson. All I remember about Dawson is being at the airport on the way to Whitehorse. But it's good to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Merkel. I'm the manager of treaty implementation and Indigenous programming with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I'm also the Canadian alternate co-chair to the Yukon River Panel, and I support the Traditional Knowledge Committee, the Communications Committee, and the JTC.
Good morning, everyone. Danche, nice to see you. My name is Brandy Mays. I am a Yukon River Panel member. I'm appointed to the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee by the federal government. I'm also the co-chair of the Traditional Knowledge Committee. I come from the headwaters of the Yukon River, from Kwanlin. I'm a Tegish Kwan citizen. My crest is Daklawedi. My moti is wolf. My great-grandparents are from Marsh Lake, Julia and Johnny Joe. And I'm really happy to be here. And I am very pleased with the hospitality of Dawson and Trundek. And I really appreciate that you are hosting this here in this beautiful territory. Ganeshjis.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Brown. I am the Research Director for the Division of Subsistence at Fish and Game in Fairbanks. I'm also the alternate U.S. co-chair of the panel, and I help support the Traditional Knowledge Committee. This is my first time to Dawson on the homelands of the Trandjak-Wet'suwet'en, and I really love it. The hospitality has been amazing, and I thank you so much for that.
Good morning, I'm Rhonda Pick. I'm chief of the village of Beaver. I live in the interior of Alaska on the US side. I come from a village of about 70 people, so this morning I've already seen about 30 more people than I normally do. So I really appreciate the hospitality of Dawson. It's my first time here. It's a beautiful place. And thank you for turning on the good weather this week.
Good morning. My name is John Linderman with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim Regional Supervisor for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. I also serve as the U.S. co-chair to the Yukon River Panel. Thanks very much for the wonderful hospitality. And as Rhonda mentioned, whoever ordered the weather, great job. Very, very nice. Very much enjoyed all of the additional activities that the community has scheduled for us as well over the course of this week. It's very much appreciated. Enjoyed the salmon exhibit and the presentations last night at the Cultural Center. That was really great. So thank you so much for your hospitality and welcome. Much appreciated.
We have one additional alternate U.S. panel member hiding in the background, Mr. John Lamont.
Good morning. It's great to be in Dawson, my third time since the late 80s, and I think I had camped out here in the cold weather, and we had to wait for air north to temperature to warm up to 55 below before we can fly back to Fairbanks. But anyway, John Lamont, Lower Yukon alternate panel member. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introductions. And in addition to our panel members, I did want to acknowledge that we have a number of First Nation advisors to the panel joining us, as well as technical and scientific representatives and U.S. advisors. So we'd like to welcome everyone and acknowledge that we're very pleased to be here. Online. I apologize. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Co-Chair. We also have an additional panel member joining us online from the United States. Sven, can you hear us today?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Sven Pauken. I'm from the community of St. Mary's. My day job is the tribal administrator for the Alachik tribe. Also the mayor of the city of St. Mary's and the vice president for the St. Mary's Native Corporation. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you guys today, but I am there in spirit and I am listening with eager ears and tent ears. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven. And yes, we miss having you here in person, but do sincerely appreciate your participation online virtually. So with that, before we get our meetings underway, I just wanted to acknowledge that we will be receiving a number of presentations that will be providing and sharing information on Lukcho and Thay, otherwise known as Chinook and chum salmon. So we very much look forward to that. This evening, the Yukon River Panel will be holding a public reception that we invite you all to attend. It'll be hosted at Diamond Tooth Gertie's, and it'll be starting off at 6 p.m. So hope to see you all there. We will also have the opportunity to provide public testimony at the end of the day today, starting at 4:15, and again tomorrow at 4:15. And public testimony can be provided either virtually or in person. For virtual participants, please visit the Yukon River Panel's website to sign up for public testimony. Or by extension, contact the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. And for in-person participants, please reach out to our friends at the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat at the front of the room should you wish to sign up for public testimony. And again, that'll be 2 opportunities tomorrow afternoon at 4:15 and again on Thursday afternoon at 4:15. In light of time, Mr. Chair, I'd like to perhaps quickly review our agenda for the next 2-day session. Hoping that it's possible to bring that up on screen. And I won't necessarily walk through it in tremendous detail, but rather focus in on a number of blocks of sessions that we have scheduled over the course of the next 2 days. So if we could move down to page 2, please. This morning, the panel will start off by receiving presentations from its committees. So we have 3 committees, and we'll start with the panel's Traditional Knowledge Committee report. We'll take a brief break from 10:30 to 10:45, and then dive into presentations on the development of the Yukon River Panel's restoration plan, rebuilding plan for Chinook salmon. And then we'll start to walk through our presentations on outlooks and expectations for salmon returns to the Yukon River in 2025, starting with Chinook salmon before lunch, and after lunch presentations on mainstem chum and porcupine river chum. At the end of the day, we will be next page, please. At the end of the day, we'll receive a presentation on Bering Sea pollock fisheries and specifically measures to manage and control bycatch of Pacific salmon. So I know there's been many questions around that topic, so very hopeful that you're able to join us for that session. And again, at the end of the day, the opportunity for public testimony and commentary starting at 4:15, public reception at 6 p.m., Diamond Tooth Gertie's. Tomorrow morning, we will be starting the meeting promptly at 9 a.m., and we have a series of scientific and technical presentations on a variety of topics related to Yukon River salmon and in particular Chinook salmon. So for those that have been asking the perennial question of what's happening to salmon, what's driving the low numbers of salmon, we really hope that you'll join us for those sessions starting at 9, and we'll be receiving presentations all the way through noon on a variety of topics, looking at starting to answer some of the questions of what can we do to start to rebuild Yukon River salmon stocks. We'll also be receiving a presentation on traditional knowledge in fisheries management prior to the lunch break, so very hopeful you can join us for that. In the afternoon, we will start off our session with a youth-centered presentation on salmon in the classroom programs in Yukon Territory, and then round that out with a few very specific presentations on research happening on the Yukon River over the course of the last few years, looking at Chinook salmon migration and survival. At the end of the day, we will provide reporting out on the Yukon River Restoration and Enhancement Fund and be confirming our 12-month look ahead for 2025 postseason meetings and 2026 preseason meetings, which will be hosted in Canada and Alaska respectively. And again, opportunity to have public testimony tomorrow afternoon starting at 4 p.m., looking to conclude our sessions around 5 p.m. Thursday afternoon. Any questions or additions, Mr. Co-Chair, that you'd like to add with respect to our agenda?
No, Mr. Chair, I think you covered it in summary quite well. Thank you for that review.
And finally, just from an administrative perspective, the Yukon River Panel had quite a long list of action items and decisions it took at the January 2025 session, around 24 action items. Rather than going through each of those here, I will confirm that all of the action items that required presentation of topics or sharing of information at this particular session have been built into our agenda here. So, Mr. Chair, anything to add on action items or decisions? We're satisfied to proceed with presentations.
No, Mr. Chair, nothing to add. Satisfied with proceeding with presentations. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, it's my great pleasure to first welcome our Traditional Knowledge Committee co-chairs to provide presentation on activities being undertaken by the Traditional Knowledge Committee, as well as your plans for activities for the coming year. We certainly value the knowledge and information and support that you provide to this Yukon River Panel process. So with that, Traditional Knowledge Committee chairs, the floor is yours.
Good morning again. Doesn't seem very loud, does it? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. As introduced earlier, Brandy Mays. I am the co-chair for the Traditional Knowledge Committee.
Charlie Wright, Alaska Side Co-Chair.
Maybe some people are not aware. I'd just like to go back into the history of the Traditional Knowledge Committee. Over the years being at the River Panel, we realized that we were missing something. We were missing the inclusion of our Indigenous knowledge in this process. We were missing the observations from along the river and how that could influence this process. It was being said in testimony, it was being said at the table, but it wasn't official in this process of management and how we look at the Yukon River and its tributaries in this process. So some of us, if you remember the late Roger Alford, this was he really wanted this. He wanted to have traditional knowledge being included in this process and recognize that it was very important. He would tell us stories about his observations, and the science would say the same thing later on in the years. Through these observations is what kept, see, I knew there was something wrong. Is what kept this process, our ways of knowing and being from the Yukon River and being passed down through generations. So I just really want to recognize the late Roger Alford and put my hands up to him for pushing this to come forward and make it part of this process. And all the other Indigenous knowledge holders and our elders and ancestors of the past who passed down the history and the knowledge to us to go forward in this process in a good way. Ganesh Cheese. So I just wanted to put another one here. Indigenous people who have close relationships with the land and water are keen observers of the natural environment due to their reliance on it for economic, cultural, social, and subsistence ways of life. Passing information and hunting and fishing-based skills from one generation to the next provides a partial picture of the past, rarely provided by comprehensive scientific monitoring programs. Traditional monitoring methods may be qualitative, but they complement science-based approaches because they are founded on observations over long periods of time, incorporate large sample sizes, are inexpensive, invite the participation of harvesters and researchers, and they act as checks for scientifically observed resource and ecosystem change. So I just want to go into the next slide. This is awkward. We should do it up the front.
Yeah, we're okay. We'll take it.
All right. So when we look at this, I already gave a better explanation, but when we look at two ways of knowing and being, and it was said by others here today in the opening remarks about ethical space, about two ways of knowing and being, and that ethical space is to respect others' points of view, knowledge systems, and ways of knowing and being. Next slide. I just wanted to, we always like to put a quote in here. Ralph James from Carcross Tagish First Nation. This is a quote from him. When I think of salmon, it's not just the salmon. They are all part of the land, the water, and the animals. To me, they interlock so tightly. We need them to survive for generations. In the past, we've always had enough.
Our mission and responsibilities to make recommendations to Yukon River Panel regarding the management of Canadian origin Yukon River salmon based on laws of share, care, respect, and teaching using traditional and local knowledge, laws, and principles. Review stewardship and restoration proposals under the RNE process, and undertake other assignments as may be requested from time to time by the panel.
And I would like to get some of our committee members to stand up when I say this. Myself, I'm the co-chair. We have Carly Knight. She's the alternate co-chair. Right here. I'm doing this. We have Jillian Rourke from the Teslin Tlingit Council. And we have Stan Jutley from Vundut First Nation. Alan Skook, I'm sorry, he's not here. Is he online? I believe he's online, but anyway. And then we have Jennifer Herkes from Carcross Tagish First Nation. We have Kathy Merkel as our facilitator from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We do have 2 vacancies. We have put a letter out to Middle River nations to see if they have, such as Pelly, or Selkirk and Vundut, not Vundut, or not Done, sorry, looking to get another member from the Middle River. Also looking at White River, Kawani area that we would like to fill that position.
On the Alaska side, myself, of course, co-chair, Charlie Wright. We have Brooke Woods from Rampart as our alternate co-chair for the Alaska side. And in the room, we have Serena Fitka over here. Alstrom, excuse me, I apologize for that. Things have changed. No disrespect intended, of course. Then we have Sven Pukin from Mountain Village.
No, St. Mary's.
Oh, that's a typo, okay. Sorry, St. Mary's, sorry, Sven. Then we have John Linderman from ADF&G, and we have Virgil Umpenhauer in the room right here. And Caroline Brown as ADF&G facilitator. We have 2 vacancies, and we want to see equal representation from the river, so we're missing, have a gap in the upper part of the Yukon below Andy, and middle, Unit 4, Gash area, we call it, is lacking representation also, so we'd like to see those places filled if possible.
Yeah, and then here's our map of like the areas. If you look on there, there's the vacancy in the Middle River on both sides of the border. So if you have anybody that you could think of that would be interested in joining us and sharing your knowledge and experience, it would be wonderful. Thank you.
Our activities going forward, February 25. Oh, okay. Okay, USTKC members scheduled a meeting to finalize scoring of the 24 RNE proposals. We had a meeting, a virtual JTC, TKC, and PST on March 25. The TK co-chairs and facilitators met with the JTC and PSCT to discuss streamlining the RNE call for proposal process. April meeting in person, bilateral. TK members reviewed scoring of 25 RNE stewardships and restoration project proposals and forwarded recommendations to the PSC. We have completed our work plan.
Work plan for 25, 26. We do it with the medicine wheel, so we look at how we would summer, fall, winter, and spring. So our summer, there we go, thank you. Our summer work plan for this year, work on any activities identified by the Yukon River Panel. We're taking all of our documents, and now we have the Yukon River Panel Traditional Knowledge SharePoint site. Review the RNE proposal process and guidance documents, make streamlined recommendations where possible. With these changing times, we're looking to update the guidelines for RNE calls for proposals. Fall is meeting potentially in person if there is another special session, and or virtually bilaterally meeting with the Joint Technical Committee. Winter, the Traditional Knowledge Committee, the Joint Technical Committee, bilateral, virtual, in-person. We'll review the proposals that are submitted, create questions for proponents if necessary, in-person meeting at the Yukon River postseason meeting, and we'll do a presentation to the Yukon River Panel. Spring, we will review the RNE proponent responses to questions, finalize recommendations for the RNE proposals, support or not support, develop work plan for the 26-27 year, and then in-person meeting at the Yukon River Panel preseason meeting, and of course, a presentation to the Yukon River Panel. We have when we look at our budget, the budget we are asking for $4,000 US. This is just for room rentals, catering, miscellaneous for in-person meetings 2 to 3 times per year. And a couple others looking at in-person travel for the bilateral meetings. And then I don't think we need to get into that. And then the TKC would like to support the U.S. section in submitting a proposal through the RNE Fund to secure funding for the joint in-person meeting between the Traditional Knowledge Committee and the Joint Technical Committee, and URDFA will likely lead the submission as the funding would primarily support travel for U.S. Traditional Knowledge Committee members. This would be an out-of-cycle proposal submitted in January 2026 for a March joint meeting. Another one, while the Joint Technical Committee provides an escapement forecast annually, the Traditional Knowledge Committee expressed interest in contributing a similar forecast from traditional knowledge perspective, incorporating environmental observations and an ecosystem-based approach. And we welcome these stories from these observations. And we're going to just look at some kind of guideline on how we can get people to submit these stories, what's happening. That could be based on past knowledge, current knowledge, and of course, think what you're witnessing on the river and along the river, such as climate change and environmental impacts. We have a request to the panel to consider updating the bylaws to formally include the Traditional Knowledge Committee's role in the Yukon River Panel. Ganesh Cheese. Any last words?
Thank you very much to the Traditional Knowledge Committee co-chairs for your report and for the extensive work and effort that's been put in by the committee, which is the Yukon River Panel's newest committee. And so I applaud you for your efforts in getting the committee up and running and your path forward as far as planned activities and contributions to the panel process. I'll open the floor to any questions from panel members on the Traditional Knowledge Committee's report. Canadian panel member Elizabeth McDonald, go ahead, please.
Sorry, Mike Jenga over here. Yeah, thanks. I really like the new addition of looking at indicators of run strength coming back. That would be great. And a great other source of information as well to consider for everyone. And I was also thinking of another task, if you're willing to take it on, but I hear all the time from people along the river indications of when salmon are going to come and when they should put out their nets, or when they know there will be a lot of salmon, whether it's because there's lots of butterflies or the flowers are coming out. And it would be great to have that on maybe for the Yurtva calls and hear what indicators people are seeing along the river, to have another source of information in addition to the science that we have as well, to know if it'll be a good year or a poor year, and as they come up the river to know, oh, they should be here soon, right? It would be a great addition.
I like to say that's very wonderful, because those indicators don't lie when you're taught by grandma. All my life when I was growing up, I was taught an indicator for my area, and it never lied ever. I caught salmon before the 2 or 3 villages before me most of my life because I followed my grandma's indicator. And if you can't find your indicator in your area, when you first catch a salmon or see a salmon in your area, you look at what's going on, what the birds and the animals and the plants are doing at that time. Then from then on, you have your own indicator. So if you can't find them, you can create them. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Elizabeth. I agree. I was always told by my elders and my great grandparents said, when there's lots of hornets, it's going to be the fish are going to come. And I remember when I was young that the time when there was more fish, and we always have a really bad hornet year. And I actually remember coming up here in Moosehide, the walls were covered in hornets, and everybody was getting bit at Moosehide. And that's what they said, it was a really good run. And then this year we had an increase in hornets, and we haven't had them. And I said, my grandpa said it was going to be a good time. We're going to have fish, and we did have fish this year, more than we've had in the past few years. So that, those are our indicators, and I really I do follow that, and I think that's really important that we could pass that message down the river. If people can share that knowledge with us, that would be greatly appreciated, and we could put that in this report. Thank you.
I'd like to add my indicator for my area. My grandma taught me when down near the water's edge in the morning, we always go to check the level of the river down in front of the house, and we see in the mud, yellow butterflies will start to sitting there on the mud, and their wings going like this. And when you see 2 or 3, that's not really enough to burn gas for, to go out and try to fish. Or maybe you're checking the net for nothing for a few days, but then when you see 10 to 20 of them in a cluster, and that's enough to waste the gas on, or burn the gas to go out and put a net in, and you'll always catch fish when you get that cluster. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Additional questions or comments from panel members? Not seeing any. I have one additional question or comment to the co-chairs. That is, the Yukon River Panel has a strong commitment to ensuring the success of the Traditional Knowledge Committee and the associated process. Is there anything that we could or should be doing to assist you along in order to ensure that success?
So everything takes money. So as you pile things to do onto us, then you got to expect to pay more money for time. That's the only thing I see that's in the way of this process is funding. Thank you.
Currently, the process does not help the U.S. Be able to travel as per these special meetings or different times. So looking at some way that we can fund it, and that's why we're proposing that we will put in a proposal in January, out of season proposal for a March in-person meeting to help with development of this process. The money that we have for the $4,000 is just for meeting space and when we're able to at the preseason and postseasons meetings. So, but to have those special meetings to join up with the Joint Technical Committee would be appreciated, to have that extra money so we can have the U.S. members be a part of that. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that.
I just wanted to say one more thing, and I meant to do this, and feel really bad that I didn't. So part of this process and what we do in the headwaters and most people, we always have a seat at the table for our species or the animals that we have because they're sitting in the room with us. So we have this salmon that we had commissioned by Lumel Studios in Whitehorse to build this beautiful glass salmon. Originally, the salmon was built for the Carcross Tagish, TKC, and Kwanlundan to celebrate and honor our Connecting the Broken Salmon Trail plan. But it's been following us around to most places, and so we always have this salmon to recognize that we are here for the salmon and to remember that's why we're here, this discussion, to put salmon first and to realize that that is why we do the work that we do. Cheese.
Thank you.
I like being part of the Traditional Knowledge Committee. When I ride the river in my area and I see all the brushed over camps, it hurts me. And I know that's our wellness, that's our well-being. It's physical and mental and spiritual to all our people. So I continue this work and do the best we can at trying to make sure that the brush gets cleared and there's smoking, all the smokers again. Thank you.
Okay, question or comment from U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. I had maybe a comment or a question. In our area of the river on the coast there, we're seeing tremendous signs of climate change. The tundra is getting grassy. You see all the brush, alders and willows moving into areas that our elders hadn't seen before, bringing along with them animals that weren't there in great numbers, beaver and so on. There's a reason there's no fish camps hard on the coast. You're seeing fall flooding now. The storms are more intense, causing this flooding on the coast. And you have a structure on the coast, it's gonna wash away. So I guess my question is there a way you can use traditional knowledge compared to what's going on out there, at least in my area of the river, as a beacon, or saying there's something going on out there and it's affecting at least our areas on the coast as a cry for help, I guess. In those villages, Alaknak, I'll speak of my village, or Nunamikwa, down for hard on the coast there. And yet, there's got those folks, we have to think of alternatives now. Do we move? You see villages down along the coast between the Yukon and Kuskokwim, Nuktak, actually moving. But using traditional knowledge as I'm not sure how to state it, but as a way of saying there's change going on. We're seeing it at the coast and using that traditional knowledge as a basis for what's going on. Mr. Chairman.
If I may, I think that's really important because we're seeing things like that in the interior now too. The gorging of all the valleys and the turbidity in the water and the creeks and the spawning grounds. Things are definitely changing. We're seeing it, and we're hearing reports of that from all of our areas in the interior. That's a huge area that I live in. There's 43 tribes there along the river, so we're here and I hear you, and we'll think about that and talk about it, and we appreciate you.
U.S. panel member Caroline Brown, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's a really great point, Ragnar, that, and one of the things that in some of the work with elders and other fishers along the U.S. or along the Alaska part of the river, a lot of that, I mean, as you know, a lot of that has been noted for actually decades at this point, that some of the indicators no longer hold true. or they don't have the same predictive power that they once did. But what I also think is really important, and that I've learned from people, is that as this continues, their ability to adapt to that and their desire to adapt to that and to understand new indicators, or as Charlie just mentioned, new indicators, or just to understand how the land is changing, is an incredible knowledge base and knowledge source.
Thank you. Okay, well, we commend the work of the Traditional Knowledge Committee members, and wish you all the best in securing the additional members that you're searching for out of the Middle River in Alaska and Yukon. And so look forward to receiving future reports at upcoming Yukon River Panel sessions. So thank you very much. With that, I'd like to next welcome the Communications Committee chairs who will be providing their report to the Yukon River Panel. And if you could, again, introduce yourselves for the benefit of our audience. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. We wanted to stand up here because we hate turning our backs on anybody in the room. So really appreciate having this podium up here for everyone. My name is Andy Bassich. I introduced myself a little bit earlier. I am the Alaska co-chair of the Communications Committee.
And my name is Hannah Turner. I am an advisor to the Canadian side of the Yukon River Panel for Carcross-Tagish First Nation, and the Canadian co-chair of the Communications Committee.
Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to have a fairly brief talk here, but we're just going to talk a little bit about our membership. We're going to give you an overview of the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee activities from 2024 and 2025. We'll give you an update on our educational exchange, which is one of the longest running R&E projects that the panel has. And then we'll also be giving you a rundown on our meeting plan. Next slide. So I'm going to introduce the Alaska side. I'll let Hannah introduce the Canadian side. Again, my name's Andy Bassich. And if panel members could either stand up or wave when I identify you so people in the room know who you are, that'd be great. John Lamont is a Yukon River Panel member from the Lower River. Serena Ahlstrom is an alternate now, I believe. We're an advisor. And then she is the executive director of YRTFA. And YRTFA is the entity on the United States side that does a lot of the work in communications and outreach. So she is our go-to workhorse on the Alaska side. We also have Holly Carroll. She's not with us today. She represents the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and she is also the federal manager for the Yukon River on the Alaska side. And then we also have an advisor, Caroline Brown, who you met. And Caroline is extremely knowledgeable in all aspects of the Yukon River on the Alaska side, especially focused on the subsistence aspects of the Alaska side.
Thank you, Andy. And on the Canadian side, we have myself, Hannah Turner, Elizabeth McDonald, member of the Yukon River Panel. We have Taylor Bradley, the executive director of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee in the back there. Sebastian Jones, member of the Yukon River Panel. Kathy Merkel as our advisor with Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Dennis Zimmerman, I am filling in for him right now as the acting co-chair. He is on leave. And we also receive a lot of support from these three lovely folks up here at the Pacific Salmon Commission, Sasha, Amy, and Victor.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention, as this meeting over the next few days goes on, I would strongly encourage public members to reach out to anybody on the Communications Committee with any thoughts you have from your region or even outside your region. We're here to serve the panel, and we're here to serve the public. And our job is to kind of bridge the gap between the technical aspects of what the Yukon River Panel does and disseminate that and then try and get that out to you, the public. So it's really important to hear from you. It's also really important to hear suggestions on how we can best communicate those messages in your regions. So please find us, talk to us. That's what we're looking for, feedback. Next slide, please. So you want to take that?
Okay, so just as a fairly brief rundown of the things that we got up to in 2024 and 2025, we had our regular committee meetings, so one in November, one in December, and one in January. We rediscussed the 2024 educational exchange. We got a recap on that. We had a couple of changes to our membership, so that was a discussion point. We reviewed the 2025 Communications Restoration and Enhancement Fund proposals, as well as a big chunk of work going towards the development of a new communication strategy for the Yukon River Panel. So we had a couple of extra meetings that entailed, as well as some interviews with communications committee members and others, as well as a survey and a workshop in March of 2025. So that was a fair bit of work. The 2024 Educational Exchange was hosted by the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee in the Yukon, and we had 4 participants from Alaska make the trip over to the Yukon, where they visited Whitehorse, Dawson, and Old Crow, and participated in a lot of really neat activities while they were here. Next slide.
Yeah, I can take it. So in 2026, we have decided that we would like to postpone the educational exchange for 1 year. The reason for this postponement is we really want to take a lot of time to refocus the educational exchange, to build a little bit of, put some energy into it, try and get more participation in it, redesign it. There's a lot going on with our salmon rebuilding plans you'll be hearing more about. But we really want to take the time to do the best possible job we can. And we feel that if we can take a little bit of time, get a lot of public outreach, we can build the memberships for future educational exchanges. So we will be standing down for 1 year, but we will be coming back to you in a year from now with a very good plan. And hopefully some of you in the audience here will be able to attend those educational exchange. Next slide.
Okay. So for 2025 and 2026, we've got our meeting plan. And as is laid out in our terms of reference, we meet 4 times per year. 2 are in alignment with the pre and post-season Yukon River Panel meetings, and then 2 happen virtually in between those. So we'll have a meeting in the fall, 2 in the winter, and 1 in the spring, where we'll talk about of course, the Restoration Enhancement Fund proposals, as well as those outreach activities that Andy was just talking about around the 2026 educational exchange, and any additional projects that we identify that the Communications Committee will be overseeing for the next year. And then going into the next couple of meetings after that initial one, we'll be mostly following, we'll be having discussions around plans for the educational exchange, plans for those additional communications committee. We'll be finalizing those plans. And then we will also be having 2 additional meetings to facilitate our continued work on the communication strategy that I mentioned before. So those will happen in the spring and the fall of 2025.
So one of the biggest projects that we've been working on throughout the year, we've met quite a number of times, both virtually and face-to-face. Most of the time our face-to-face meetings we do at our regularly scheduled panel meetings. But we spent a great deal of time meeting virtually to begin to develop a strategic plan for the Communications Committee. As the rebuilding plan starts to formulate, it's going to be very, very important for us to be able to get that information out to the public. And the communications strategic plan is very encompassing. It's very, very broad right now. It is in a draft stage, and we will be working on that over the course of this summer and next fall. We hope to have a finalized plan to present to the Yukon River Panel at the winter meeting for review. And I guess I would sum it up as saying the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee is expanding. The need for it to expand is happening very quickly here. So next slide, please. And I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who's come. Again, reach out and talk to us, and we're happy to take any questions. And I'm not sure if you allow the public to ask questions or not, but anyway, if you want to reach out to Hannah or I, grab us in the hallway, grab us if you see us out at lunch. We'd really like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our co-chairs for the report. Questions from panel members on communication committee activities. I know we've received quite a lot of detail and had the opportunity for discussion around proposed initiatives. And so we do very much appreciate the work and efforts of all of our committee members leading up to this meeting and moving forward, in particular with preparing the education exchange for 2026. So not seeing any questions or comments at this point. Thank you very much, Andy and Hannah. And for members of the public if you'd like to reach out to Andy and Hannah, they'll also be at our public reception this evening at 6 o'clock. So please take advantage of the opportunity to do so. Next, we will move on to our biennial report from the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee. So providing us an update on committee activities as well as plans for the coming months. So with that, I'd like to invite our Joint Technical Committee co-chairs for your presentation.
Okay, hello everyone, good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Jacqueline Kendall, and I am the acting Yukon River Operations Manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And I'm also the interim Canadian co-chair for the Joint Technical Committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zach Lower. I'm a research coordinator with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, based in Anchorage, Alaska. I work for the Division of Commercial Fisheries, representing the Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim region, and with that comes the responsibility of the U.S. JTC co-chair.
Okay, so Zach and I will be presenting together on the Joint Technical Committee's report to the Yukon River Panel. Okay, so the presentation itself will cover three main topics. First introduced will be the summary of the 2024 and 2025 JTC activities, followed by a brief overview of the 2025 Spring JTC meeting, and commencing with a presentation of the 2025-2026 JTC work plan. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So some of the activities that the JTC embarked on for 2024 and 2025 were our annual meetings, which were held in November of 2024 and March 2025, respectively. At the November meeting in Fairbanks, we had the pleasure of holding a coordinated meeting with the Traditional Knowledge Committee, so that was great. The JTC also completed their restoration and enhancement proposal reviews in January, and in March published the annual report. That was March 18th this year. The Chinook and Chum Salmon subcommittees completed the 2025 run forecasts, and the Fall Chum Spawning Objective Review Committee met in April, early April. So the JTC also provided input on Yukon River Panel action items, which included options to improve restoration and enhancement data transparency, options to streamline the 2026 Restoration and Enhancement Fund call for proposal documents, also recommendations pertaining to the restoration and enhancement sampling mortality and low run thresholds, and also input on administrative agreements to address Joint Technical Committee admin support needs. Next slide, please. The pre-season joint technical committee was held mostly virtual this year, with some joining in person, which was nice. And the meeting ran from March 18th to March 20th. And next slide. So among the United States and Canadian members of the JTC listed on this slide that attended the meeting, we also had several guest attendees from the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and Environmental Dynamics Incorporated. And they attended to provide presentations on some of the topics within the agenda. Many members of the JTC don't travel to these meetings, so aren't present, but I did want to acknowledge the list here and acknowledge the great amount of work that goes into being a JTC member. I think at this point, I'll be handing it over to Zach.
Yeah, thanks for that lead-in. So I'm going to walk us through a very brief summary of our most recent meeting that was held in March. So much like what's happening right now, a lot of what the JTC does is through subcommittees. And so a good portion of our meeting was focused on subcommittee reports and confirming that we have completed the tasks that fall to the JTC. One of the most prominent tasks that we undertake on an annual basis is publication of an annual report. And I'm happy to say that we did complete that report. It is publicly available on the Yukon River Panel's website. And there's also some printed copies in the back of the room if folks are interested. We also heard from our Restoration and Enhancement Fund subcommittee and confirmed that we'll actually work together to review the proposal responses to the panel's questions that you guys submitted back in January, and produced a summary of our technical review of those products and reported that back to the panel. We also confirmed and approved the 2025 run forecast for Canadian origin Chinook, main stem, and fishing branch fall chum, and you'll see some presentations on that here shortly. We also had a few presentations regarding research and management updates specific to some ongoing tagging studies, fish health studies, and some water temperature monitoring. And we also saw presentations about preseason management strategies, and those preseason management strategies will be reported to the panel here shortly. And we also had discussion about Yukon River Panel action items, review of 2025 escapement goals, and JTC Rebuilding Plan Workshop number 1. And we will talk a little bit more about that here in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. So at the Yukon River Panel's January meeting, there was a series of action items that requested assistance by the JTC. And so we spent a fair amount of time working together to try to develop some recommendations back to you to assist in your deliberation on these action items. One of the first ones was a request for the JTC to provide input on the administrative agreement between the panel and the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. So we had some discussion on that and confirmed that everything that is currently covered in the agreement more than meets the JTC's needs for administrative support. And I think this is probably a good time to thank the panel for that administrative support and the Secretariat for the assistance that you guys provide to the JTC. It's much appreciated. The JTC also worked with the Secretariat and a few members of the Traditional Knowledge Committee to review aspects of the Restoration and Enhancement Fund call for proposal documents and made some recommendations on how to improve and streamline those products to make it easier for folks to apply for those funds. We also had some discussion about the Restoration Enhancement Fund mortality and low run threshold recommendations, and those have been shared with the panel during closed session so that you guys can factor those into your deliberations. Next slide, please. The JTC is tasked on an annual basis with making recommendations to the panel regarding escapement goals. And at our meeting, we always have a standard placeholder to at least discuss that internally and determine if we have any updates for this panel at this meeting. in recognition that this panel and the domestic management agencies have already made some decisions regarding the 2025 escapement goals. The JTC was not tasked with providing any recommendations this year. The 7-year agreement between the Department of Fish and Game and Fisheries and Oceans Canada has already established a 71,000 border passage objective for the 2025 season. And the Yukon River Panel has already agreed to the interim management escapement goals for Canadian origin mainstem fall chum and fishing branch fall chum through the 2025 season. Next slide, please. The JTC spent a full day, the better part of a full day, discussing restoration options in anticipation that this body is working through a restoration plan process for Chinook salmon. We wanted to take the time to educate ourselves on past, present, and future salmon stock restoration plans and various restoration options in the anticipation that you may ask the JTC for some technical advice. So we heard 2 presentations. One presentation at our meeting was focused on in-stream egg incubation techniques and the work that has been done throughout the Yukon on that particular restoration strategy, the pros and cons and where it might be applicable. And that presentation was provided to us by EDI. And then we also heard from staff at Department of Fisheries and Oceans on the Yukon River Chinook rebuilding plan that is occurring domestically within Canada. And that was a version of a presentation that's already been provided to the panel. Next slide. And with regards to our 2025 and 2026 work plan, as we normally do, we are planning to meet twice over the next year. We are planning for 1 virtual meeting and 1 in-person meeting. We've established our fall meeting dates as December 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And then we're anticipating that our spring meeting will be in March of 2026. We are offering an invitation again to the Traditional Knowledge Committee to meet with us at our fall meeting is our proposal. Of course, we would like to work with the Traditional Knowledge Committee to determine if that's the best time to meet. But we would like to meet again. And then we'd like to continue focusing on exploring rebuilding plan options and educating ourselves in that arena so that we can assist the panel process. We also have an outline of tasks related to technical and administrative products, most of which are prescribed within the Yukon River Salmon Agreement. We will be conducting and completing an R&E review for Restoration Enhancement Fund proposals. We'll also be producing an annual report. We'll be preparing and delivering run forecasts, and we are looking to do a review of a draft of the JTC bylaws to look to see if there's any reasons to update that particular document. And then finally, one of the large work tasks that's on our plate is the review of the Canadian Origin Fall Chum Interim Management Escapement Goal. We did present a timeline to the panel at your January meeting, which you guys approved. So according with that timeline, major tasks over the coming year is to complete a comprehensive data review and develop draft models. And then also begin the process of initiating peer review through the Canadian Science Advisory Secretariat. Next slide, please. And with that, we'd happily take any questions.
Thank you very much to our Joint Technical Committee co-chairs for the presentation, and obviously by extension to committee members for all of your work to support the panel. Questions from panel members on the Joint Technical Committee's report or proposed activities for the coming months? Go ahead, U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Liller, Zachlin, can't remember the last name. So in the Joint Technical Committee's work to educate themselves on various salmon stock rebuilding plans, you're hearing from various entities, and I believe you'll continue to do so. Some of these entities, and I'll just talk about on the U.S. side, may have, when they present to you, have restrictions as to the certain types of rebuilding plans. Maybe you hear from an entity in the United States that has a restriction on hatcheries or hatchery development or the scale of them. Are you looking at all options, or are you looking at just looking at options that aren't restricted in as far as salmon rebuilding in either country? I don't know if I stated that right. Are you looking at all options, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think at this point, the JTC is wanting to educate ourselves on the full range of options that exist for rebuilding and the full range of existing and developing restoration plans that are occurring in both countries. Again, at this point, it's information gathering, trying to make sure that we have the knowledge and background to support you guys when or if you ask for it.
Great, thank you for the response. Okay, not seeing any further questions or comments from panel members. Thank you to our joint technical committee chairs for the work and for your presentation. We will take a scheduled break, a little bit shorter than planned, 10 minutes, and we will resume with the Yukon Rivers panel's report on the Chinook salmon rebuilding plan activities. So resume at 10:45. Thank you.
Specifically requires the development of a rebuilding plan. And just to point out, this plan will incorporate traditional and local ecological knowledge as well as scientific evaluation. We heard earlier that the panel is responsible for developing its own plan here today, and we've been hired to support and facilitate that plan. So I mentioned my name's Jason. We work for Ecofish. We're a Trinity Consultant Water and Ecology team, a multidisciplinary environmental consultant team. We're based in British Columbia. I live in Terrace, home of the Shimsham people on the Skeena River. We have experience developing Chinook salmon rebuilding plans. We're currently working on a rebuilding plan for the Upper Fraser Chinook population in BC. Most of the work we do is providing complex problem-solving and decision-making support for government, Indigenous groups, nonprofits, and others.
Okay, next slide, please. So I'm just going to give a little update on some of our progress to date. So kind of rewinding back into history to about a year ago right now, when before our time on the project, when the panel had initial discussions about the rebuilding plan at the pre-season meeting in April 2024. Jason and I, the Ecofish facilitation team, was hired in October of that same year. And then the special session number 1 was in Fairbanks. So that was our introduction to the panel and the members, the panel members and the advisors. That special session in Fairbanks was our sort of opportunity to meet all the panel members and hear their stories, their background, their perspectives. And the panel members were very generous in sharing all of that information with us to help ground us as newcomers to the process in the gravity and the importance of this work. So at that first special session, we did a sort of facilitator-led activity and really just preliminary discussions to get us oriented on, okay, what do we need to do first? Next slide, please. Our second in-person meeting was held at the panel meeting in Anchorage in January. That was when we started with a presentation on the draft framework. So those were some documents talking about what tasks need to happen for the plan itself. We had a facilitated discussion to get panel member feedback on that framework document. And we got endorsement of what we had done so far. That led into, next slide, please. A lot of homework for Jason and I between the January meeting and yesterday's meeting. So the work that we completed between the January special session and this meeting was updating our framework documents, developing an implementation concept. So we're calling it an implementation concept, but it's really okay, if we're gonna create a rebuilding plan, we gotta figure out who is gonna do what and when. So that was a big task to try to wrestle that together into a way that we could communicate that effectively. Jason's gonna go into more details on that in a few slides, but that was one of our big tasks between meetings. We also had the opportunity as a facilitation team to meet with members of the JTC, the Communications Committee, and the Traditional Knowledge Committee. You folks heard a lot more about those committees earlier this morning, and we really appreciate the time of all of those committee members and others to support us in just trying to get a better understanding of the work that's already happening, the framework that supports this panel process, and how we can try and harmonize what already exists with what needs to come next. We also had the opportunity to meet with some folks that were involved in the Canadian Domestic Rebuilding Plan. And we got to attend the presentation that the domestic plan did for the JTC as well. So that was another opportunity for us to get a better understanding of what's already happening and how can we harmonize that work with what needs to happen here in an effort to try to work as efficiently as possible, leverage the work that's already been done by so many, and really just trying to avoid reinventing any wheels or duplications of efforts. Next slide, please. Okay, so that brings us to yesterday. So we had special session number 3. Yesterday was our 3rd meeting on the rebuilding plan. This meeting provided us with an opportunity to finalize the framework documents. Again, Jason's going to go into some more detail on that. We went through the who's doing what when implementation concept. And we had a session with breakout groups to talk about some foundational objectives and values to guide our rebuilding plan. So those 3 bullet points, Jason's going to go into a little bit more detail in the following slides. But before he does that, I'm just really pleased to report that we did achieve all of our objectives of special session number 3 yesterday. So we even finished in record time. So I just wanted to say a very heartfelt thanks to the tenacity and engagement of all the people involved yesterday to kind of slog through that hard work. We could not have done that without the engagement of everybody, and there was some, what I thought was really great collaboration and folks working together. Next slide. So this is where I'm going to hand over to Jason. He's going to give you a little bit more insight onto some of the background technical work that was done.
Yeah, so following some standard approaches for rebuilding plans, we've suggested a framework approach, whereas there's this process framework, overarching. Kirsten mentioned, who does what when, also some things like values and general approaches to how we would do it. And it's supported by what we're calling the social cultural framework and the technical framework. Social cultural framework describes how do we incorporate traditional knowledge, local ecological knowledge, how do we keep the people connected to salmon along the way. A lot of the concerns that the group here has discussed many times. The technical framework is sort of the how do we assess the status of salmon, what the pressures are, and most importantly, what are the actions that we can do to improve that. Kirsten mentioned that we had opportunity yesterday to talk about the framework plans. We made a number of revisions from the previous meeting. Those revisions included some structural changes based on feedback we heard from the panel, changes to the table of contents. One of the things we heard at previous meetings is words are really important, and words can be interpreted and meant differently by different people. So we had great feedback on some of the key words that we needed to use there. We also included annotations that would describe the type of content that we would dive into as we did this work so that folks had a better understanding of the process itself, the questions we were going to ask, the tasks that we were going to need to do. Next slide. So give you a quick summary of some of the revisions that happened between the previous meeting and yesterday. Again, these are based on feedback from the panel. We provided clear explanations of the structure of the plan, a closer alignment of the technical and the social cultural tasks. So initially we had kind of, we're scientists, we kind of laid out the technical piece. It's pretty simple. You ask 3 questions. What's the status of salmon? What are the pressures on salmon? What can we do about it? But there was a real interest to do 2 things. One, to incorporate traditional and local ecological knowledge in those questions, but also to think about how do those questions apply to the other components of the social cultural plan, to keeping people connected with the salmon, to things like cultural camps that we heard about earlier. So we did a lot of work to align those two plans. I mentioned traditional knowledge. We also heard and have incorporated a way to think about economical impacts as well as social cultural. And as Kirsten mentioned earlier, some better recognition and some thoughts on how we can work with the rebuilding plan work that's going on already. How can we be more efficient incorporating work from, for example, the Canadian rebuilding plan, some of the work that's been done in Alaska. And in also, what happens after we have this rebuilding plan? So we've given a little more thought to what implementation might look like. Next slide. So where are we now? We've got the framework documents, Kirsten said earlier, we've got endorsement on that. How we're going to do that, we're calling implementation. Kirsten explained it well. It's who's going to do what when to build the rebuilding plans. But those two things together give us a roadmap that's going to lead us to a rebuilding plan. Next slide. So there's three components of the how are we going to get this rebuilding plan done. There's timelines, there's who's doing what, the org chart, and then there's a list of the actual tasks that we need to do. So here's where we are, April 2025. As Kirsten mentioned, we started back in November. Really, we're looking forward to about November of 2026, where we think we can have a rebuilding plan. To get there, there's a lot of work to do, and one of the things I want to acknowledge is the panel's very interested in action while planning. So there'll be a number of things that get done along the way. We don't need to wait till we have a final plan to actually implement some actions. There's a number of steps in the middle. I'm not going to go into too much detail now. I'll talk a little bit about sort of the structure to do that over the next couple slides. So the panel is organized. There's the panel. We've already heard about the Joint Technical Committee, the Communications Committee, the Traditional Knowledge Committee. We're here as facilitators in the left-hand box, but we heard pretty clearly from the panel, we want to get this plan done quickly. We want action between meetings, between these two meetings a year. These meetings are very busy, though. It's hard to get a lot of work done at the meetings, new work, and panel members are really busy. So we put forward a process using a steering committee, so a subgroup of the panel, to provide support to ourselves and any other support we may need. We have a team behind us at our firm, but maybe others might be involved as well. So the idea is this steering committee would be a new component. And we'll go to the next slide. So the steering committee, what are they going to do? Primarily, they're going to provide oversight of the rebuilding plan work on behalf of the main panel. This allows us to keep working as we go and maintain project timelines, but still have oversight and connection. So panel members would represent their constituencies and the broader panel interests. They'd serve as a sounding board for those of us doing the technical work. If we have questions, if we want to know if we're getting something right, perhaps to help review some of the interim documents that we have along the way. And importantly, to make decisions such as potentially approving and asking committees to do work to help us. We heard JTC, I think we heard the Traditional Committee and the Communications Committee all talk about collaboration towards a rebuilding plan. So the steering committee can help accomplish that. Next slide. We've given some thought on what do we need to do next with the steering committee. So we mentioned, and we've heard here before today about, how do we incorporate traditional knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge into the framework, into the technical tasks. That'll be one of the first things that we need to work on with the steering committee. How do we integrate the Canadian domestic plan and other great work that's going on? Help us review background information, make sure that we have the information we need to do the work. Talk about data gaps. We may find that there's data gaps in some of the scientific work. Do we need to do more work to address those, or are there other ways? We're going to work through that, but the steering committee is going to play a really important role in helping to make those decisions. We talked earlier about helping enabling panel committees to help us, and perhaps just as importantly, advise on these, what can we do while we're planning, action while planning. Kirsten also mentioned the third objective of our meeting yesterday was to have a discussion around objectives, values, and guiding principles. So we had a really good discussion, a breakout, a facilitated discussion with 5 different groups talking about what are their objectives, their values, their guiding principles in this process. It's a really good brainstorming exercise. It's a really important piece to do. It sets the foundation for the rebuilding plan. It tells us where we want to be, and it is going to help us when we get to the point of thinking about actions and focusing the actions on the objectives and what we really want to achieve. Next slide. You do this one? Want me to do this one?
Slide, back one slide.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did look up there for sure. So we heard today about the interest about communication. We've given a lot of thought in the concept of rebuilding plans. Communicating with the public and broadly is really important. Sure like to see engagement and buy-in and support for the work. We don't want there to be any surprises, but also there could be a lot of good information coming. So we've talked yesterday about how can we engage the public. Clearly we heard the interest from the communications committee to work on that. We know it's going to be a joint effort. We've talked about some potential options on how to do that, things like information updates, websites, media streams. We're just starting to think about this, but I think the important message here is we know that we need to communicate the work we're doing. We're going to use the existing tools with the panel, communication committee, and others. We've already had other people come to us and say, hey, you know, we're doing this piece of work. What information can you give us that we can share? So it's a really exciting piece, a really important piece. Over to you.
Sure. So that brings us to what comes next. Obviously, there's a lot of work to do between now and our next panel meeting. So at a high level, our next steps for the process include implementing the steering committee. So not only did we get endorsement on the concept of the steering committee yesterday, we actually had a number of people sign up with a really great diversity of different perspectives. We've got folks from both the Yukon and Alaska represented on that steering committee, so we're really looking forward to digging into some work with those folks. We are going to refine the objectives, values, and principles. So yesterday was an awesome brainstorming session. We've got our posters from all the different breakout groups. So we got to take that information and synthesize it and try to put it into some, you know, a smaller group of sort of umbrella items that make sense and make sure that that gets reflected back to the panel to make sure that we've got it right. We also want to implement the tasks outlined in the sociocultural and technical framework document. So that's things like the status report and the threats assessment. This is where we really, like, the rubber hits the road with the work. Like, this is, we built the car, now we're gonna turn the key on the engine and hopefully start driving. So this is a really exciting time for this process. And then we'll plan for additional special sessions, meetings with the co-chairs so that we can continue to make progress on this very, very important and exciting initiative. I believe that is the end of our presentation. So thank you very much.
Very much appreciate the update. Thank you very much, Jason and Kristen. So questions from panel members in respect of the rebuilding plan update or any additional comments that you'd like to offer up? U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, a pretty ambitious timescale, year and a half. At some point, it would seem, maybe I'm wrong, that there's going to be general discussion of you know, rebuilding plan of I'll speak of the U.S. side, of management advice or advice to managers of the resource in regards to the rebuilding of the salmon stock. When or how is that going to occur? I know you're doing a lot of early framework and stuff, but I think, you know, that's going to be very important as at least to me. What does that mean to my managers both Fish and Wildlife and ADF&G, Mr. Chairman?
So a couple components to that. One, you mentioned earlier about communication. So we agree communicating along the way is going to be important. At some point, we're likely going to want to engage domestic agencies to talk about the work that we're doing. I don't know what and when that looks like yet, but in our minds, clearly it's a very important piece. We've heard from Andy and the Communications Committee that's on their mind about how we engage externally. So I think there's the along the way piece, but then I think there's also a second piece. Once the rebuilding plan is complete, clearly there'll be a number of actions that the panel will want to implement themselves, that nations and tribes and others might want to implement. But a piece is going to be recommendations to the domestic agencies, so there'll have to be a communication engagement piece about that as well. My recommendation at this point, I don't want to jump to conclusions, we're just starting, but probably want to have that conversation along the way, so it's not starting from scratch on what might be really challenging decisions by domestic agencies.
Yeah, follow-up question, Regner Alstrom, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and maybe I misunderstood this, so there'll be a rebuilding plan and then those recommendations go to the management entities in both countries, or are you engaging with the managers in the next year and a half to get input?
I think both, Ragnar. We'll be getting input, clearly some are at this panel, some aren't. We'll be getting input along the way. We'll be sharing information. Again, one of the things we identified is actions while planning. If we identify actions while planning that we think are important to agencies, I think we should be communicating those as we see them.
U.S. panel member Andy Bassich, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm putting on my communications committee hat right now. My head's kind of reeling. This is a really big job for the communications committee, and I'm hoping that as we progress through this, you can offer some insights as to your previous experiences. I understand you do a lot of work in the southern regions. It's a little bit different up here because of the geographic expanses and much more rural aspects of it. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that because I think as we develop outreach for the people, like the people in the audience here, that needs to be taken in consideration. And I also would encourage, as a part of the rebuilding plan, maybe to seek a little bit of expertise, maybe outside. We're pretty good at understanding our people, but maybe some outside advice on communication strategies for this type of work, rebuilding plans. Noting that I think where we're going to have the hardest time, from my perspective, is addressing what Ragnar was talking about, the management entities at the much higher levels in government. That's going to probably be our biggest challenge, and we don't have a lot of experience with that. So anything you can bring to us to help us with that's going to be really important moving down the line. That's probably more of a statement than a question, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Yes, that's our expertise. Our mantra of doing work is bring the right people to do the work. So, we have the technical knowledge, but I think, one of the really important, philosophies I like to work with on these types of projects is accessible information. So that means that it has to get to the people and it has to be messaged for the people. And that's not one message fits all. So, Andy, to your point, I think we are going to have to think very closely about what is the strategy, what is the message, how do we deliver that? And yeah, we're going to need some support in doing that, both from the communications committee, but I suspect from others as well.
U.S. panel member Andy Bassich is up next. Go ahead, please, Andy. Oh, I apologize, Sebastian. We're getting out of queue here. Apologize for that, Andy. Canadian panel member Sebastian, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is another rebuilding plan underway in Canada as a result of the move to list Yukon River Chinook salmon under the Species at Risk Act. A requirement is that a rebuilding plan be developed. And so this is taking place in parallel with this international rebuilding plan. The domestic Canadian rebuilding plan is probably about 6 months ahead of this international one. I wonder if you could comment on how you see these two plans complementing each other, even if integrating them isn't necessarily possible. But They absolutely need to both be pulling in the same direction, as I think you mentioned. But I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit. Primarily for people in the room here who have yet to hear about both of these two processes taking place.
Yeah, good question, Sebastian. So, clearly we want to make this efficient. We want to get this done quickly. We want it to be as good as it can be. There's great work being done specifically with the Canadian rebuilding plan. There's also work being done on the Alaska side towards rebuilding. We don't have a complete roadmap for that, I'll be honest right now, but we know we need to. I can give some examples. So for example, one of the first steps that we recommended, and in fact the Canadian rebuilding plan is doing, is a risk assessment. So we're certainly not going to propose redoing the risk assessment on the Canadian side. We'll take the lessons learned most likely from the Canadian side, apply it to the Alaska side, integrate that information where we can. We've had one meeting so far with the folks working on the Canadian domestic rebuilding plan. We'll certainly be meeting with them again, and that'll be key topic is where are the opportunities? The scopes of the two plans are slightly different. The purposes and mandates are slightly different. So, full integration probably doesn't work, but yeah, we want to have them complement each other. We certainly don't want to duplicate work, whether it's technical work. The other thing that we're very aware of, when we go to the community to share messages, we don't want to have conflicting messages. We don't want that to be confusing. If, for example, as part of the integration of traditional knowledge, if we would do elder interviews, for example, we don't want to have to do those twice. It's not fair to the folks that we're talking to, and it's not very good use of effort. So we're going to make sure that we do our best job to be efficient, to integrate where we can. And one of the first steps that we'll be doing, working with the steering committee, is to think a lot more about that, talk to the Canadian domestic team, and figure out the best way to do that.
Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Pauline Frost. Go ahead, please.
Once again, thank you for your work. I think as maybe a panel member highlighted, it is ambitious, the timeline. So I have a few questions with respect to the work. Knowing that we have two domestic responsibilities, Canada has a responsibility, as does the US. And just for the benefit of the public, I think it's important to note that the table, Yukon River Panel, committed to doing this work to look at, a strategy over this 7-year period and to come up with a plan that perhaps would work towards producing more fish on the spawning grounds. And in light of that, it's important to note also that as we look at domestic responsibilities, we look at incorporation of local traditional knowledge from each one of the communities that are affected. And so it's important to communicate that or link that to the Communications Committee and the Local Traditional Knowledge Committee, as they are, they've done all the work already. So I'm just curious if that, to make sure that that happens. But you spoke earlier about the steering committee, and you're structured with the steering committee of advisors. Does that committee is only committee members from the Yukon River Panel, or is there an opportunity for experts from outside of the Yukon River Panel? Can they participate if we have maybe someone with some special expertise that would lend value to that discussion? I can think of a few folks like Don Taves, for an example, or others that have had a lot of experience. And just one second here. With regards to the rebuilding plans, each one of the communities have a lot of our communities have designed our own management plans in the Yukon, and one of the things under our self-government agreement that Yukon is, never to consider any disruptions to the wild stock. There's no way that we would ever go to farm fishing, for an example. So that is not even a conversation I would think that the First Nations would want to have in Canada. So we think about the alternatives and, what alternatives are there besides farm fishing. And I think it's going to be really important to keep the lines of communication open with the public. So I just wanted to make those notes for reference and ask the question about the committee. Are you only structured with the members of the Yukon River Panel? Masi.
I can go. Thanks, Pauline. There was a lot in there. I had to take some notes. One of the things I want to touch on first before I answer your question was the timeline and the domestic rebuilding plan, and it kind of ties back to Sebastian's question. The timeline that we presented, if you look, it's very aggressive, and part of that, like the confidence in that aggression, is because we are starting to scratch the surface of the incredible amount of work that the Canadian domestic rebuilding team has already done. So that timeline is sort of dependent upon being able to harmonize that work with the work that needs to happen here. So I just wanted to state that. As far as the steering committee membership goes, that is completely not my decision, nor is it Jason's. And I think that is a really important conversation that we should have so that we can provide clarity for potential for additional membership outside of just panel members. So I'm going to write that down as something for us to talk about further.
I'll maybe add to that just briefly. So again, at the core intent of the steering committee is to provide oversight on behalf of the panel at large. So it's to facilitate work happening between panel meetings. To do that effectively, we're proposing virtual meetings, not in person. And we'd like to suggest that the size of that steering committee is, 8 to 10 people. Our experience, that tends to be fairly efficient to move through. But we acknowledge that ourselves and that steering committee isn't going to have all the expertise, knowledge, and experience that we need to advance this. So if folks remember on the org chart that we showed, there's 2 boxes that said others. So we are definitely envisioning opportunity and, in fact, the need for others' support. And now that might be in the steering committee component of it. It might be on a certain technical aspect, whether that's sort of the scientific technical aspect or traditional knowledge aspect. But Pauline, we know we need that support. What the actual steering committee looks like, as Kirsten said, we had folks from the panel yesterday's volunteers say they'd like to be part of that. There's certainly room for more. My recommendation is we probably don't want that to be 20 people. The intent is for this to be streamlined so that we can make progress, but where we need expertise, support, where we need to go to the communities to get direction or endorsement, that's what we want to do.
Great. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead.
To go along with what Pauline just spoke about a little bit, and something I've been thinking about, and I should have said more about this yesterday, but the Traditional Knowledge Committee is basically also the History Committee. And I don't know how many people in this room are aware of this, but in 1919 and 1920, there was a gigantic failure of salmon on the Yukon River, just like what we had 100 years later in 2020. And that resulted in the Archdeacon of the Episcopal Church, Hudson Stuck, leading a big campaign, causing the Department of Commerce, because the fisheries were controlled by the United States Department of Commerce at that time. And so leading Congressman White, who was the chair of that committee from Ohio, to hold hearings in Washington, D.C. Hudson Stuck went back there. There's a book about that's a transcript of that's been published. It's about 135 pages, but that tells exactly what happened and how they rebuilt the salmon runs in the Yukon River 100 years ago. But those kind of things are super important. And I just wanted to point that out because we can learn by history. We don't want to repeat. We don't want to fail by not learning from history. Thank you.
Well,
I guess just to comment on that, thanks, Virgil. We heard that yesterday from the panel as well. We need to look back to understand what's happened in order to not make those mistakes, to learn from the successes and apply those looking forward. We agree.
Okay, so we'll try to get a little bit caught up with our agenda here. quick comment from Canadian panel member Brandy Mays, and then we'll need to move on to our next presentation. Thank you.
I think I missed it. Pauline put a question forward about the salmon, the different salmon management plans that are being put out by the different nations in Canada. I didn't hear an answer to that, if you guys are reviewing those plans and how they can fit into this process. That's my first question. The second question I have is, we're looking at outside sources out of the panel process, but there are many people here that are part of the Intertribal Fish Commission and also with the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, and they are doing rebuilding plans or looking at components of rebuilding plans as well as collecting traditional knowledge. They also, Yurtva has a young man here that is actually looking to interview some people about traditional knowledge and their experience on the Yukon River right now. So I'm just wondering how, if you got, I know we've talked about this a little bit, but for the public's sake, how you're going to include those plans and in this process, or how we're going to address it. Thank you.
I'm going to just, my initial thoughts. Thanks, Brandy, and thank you for linking back to what Pauline had said earlier. I feel like those comments right there really highlight the importance of having that steering committee. There's so much information out there that is so important that we need to have those perspectives, and the people that are living and breathing this work on a regular basis being able to bring that to the process in a very efficient manner. So in my perspective, that could be something that's immediately added to a steering committee task list. We kind of speak to it a bit. There was a task of looking at background documents that need to be reviewed immediately and incorporated. So I think the management plans would fall under that umbrella. But yeah, this just highlights the importance of having that steering committee to have the more detailed conversations at this point.
And I guess I would add to that, like the scope that the panel has agreed to is gravel to gravel. Everything is in. So, we want to be efficient. We highlighted the Canadian domestic rebuilding plan, but certainly plans that the nations are having, tribes are having, other agencies, nonprofits. We want to bring all that information. This is going to be one plan for the Yukon River with a very broad mandate. And so we will be seeking that information. We've got that as some of the tasks in the technical work plan. And yeah, as Kirsten said, working with the steering committee is going to be really important to make sure we've captured all that's out there.
And just one final thought, sorry. I just want to echo, I think Zach said it really well earlier, the same as the JTC, like Jason and I work to serve you folks. So we will really be taking direction from the panel on where you want to go with that. And we're here as support to you. We are not driving this bus. We are very much on it in support of you folks. So thank you for your comments.
Great, and thank you very much for the presentation and the update on the Yukon River Panel's efforts to develop a rebuilding plan for Canadian origin Chinook salmon. So with that, we will move on to our next presentation, and I know there's certainly a lot of interest in the next topic, and a number of us locally are very much hoping for Trundek Luk Cho Hole. So with that, I'd like to invite Fred West from Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Adam Odell to present the bilateral Chinook salmon forecast, so the outlook for Luk Cho for the coming season.
Yeah, sure. All right, yeah, thank you. I'll just do a quick introduction. It's a relatively brief presentation in terms of slide number. However, just to remain continuous with it and a little less disjointed, I'll defer to Fred to present the majority of it here. But I'll just introduce myself. I'm Adam Odell. I'm a senior fisheries biologist with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse. Thank you.
I'm Fred West with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and I'm the summer season research biologist. So, I I guess to kind of provide the, what we expect to come in for Chinook salmon for the 2025 season. Consistent with last year, we were starting out with a table of the actual forecast values before going into how the forecast was developed, and wrap up with a few summary slides. We also want to reiterate that this presentation is focused on the JTC's efforts to forecast Canadian origin Chinook salmon run abundance in 2025. Consistent to last year, the JTC will be presenting our forecast of the total run abundance that we anticipate will return to the mouth of the Yukon River, in addition to providing our expectation of the international border passage in consideration of that natural mortality between the mouth of the river and the international border may occur in 2025, similar to recent years. This attempt to account for natural mortality in the preseason forecast process was at the request of the panel at the fall 2024 meeting. The approach taken by the JTC to address en route mortality preseason may be different than how en route mortality will be addressed during in-season assessment. Okay, I guess. The Canadian total run forecast is the number of fish expected at the mouth of the river based on standard forecast methods approved by the JTC. The point estimate is 30,000 with an 80% credible interval range of 24,000 to 37,000. Consistent with 2024, we are also providing a border passage prediction, which is the expected number of fish at the border based on total run forecasts and anticipated natural en route mortality that has been observed in the recent 5 years, which is informed by the observed differences in the abundance estimates between Pilot Station and the Eagle sonar, including harvest below the Eagle sonar. The expected number of fish at the border is a point estimate of 18,000 with a range of 12,000 to 32,000. Next slide. So we want to remind everyone that the methods are the same as previous years by using an integrated Bayesian framework to combine the individual models and produce a combined probability-based forecast to best account for uncertainty. Since this method has been the standard approach and presented for the last several years, we are slimming down the methods section and just providing any updates or changes to the model. So the JTC uses 4 models to forecast the run size of Canadian origin Chinook salmon. Each of these models provides unique but complementary information about the likely run size next year. The first model is the stock production model, a Ricker model, and it's a long-term average data set. The juvenile abundance model is basically the relationship between juveniles to adults returning, and that data is from data collected 3 years ago. The age class or sibling relationship model uses the prior years or the prior siblings to predict what the return will be the next year. And the lag1 model is basically using the previous year's run size to estimate what we expect will happen the current year. Each of the 4 model predictions about next year's run size is combined and weighted by our level of trust, which is based on how closely each model would have predicted prior year run sizes. And this method has worked well in recent years to predict the number of fish we expect at the mouth of the river. Next slide. The forecast represents the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon that are expected to return to the mouth of the river in 2025. The forecast considers a range of complementary information to provide the best possible preseason information about total run size. Over the past 5 years, the JTC forecast has aligned well with the total run size estimated near the mouth of the Yukon River. This provides a measure of confidence in the 2025 forecast. Next slide. So at the panel's request, the JT is also providing a border passage prediction that acknowledges the potential for natural animal mortality. The JTC uses the 2020 to 24 observed differences in abundance estimates between the Pilot Station and Eagle sonars as a proxy for the range of natural or mortality that may occur in 2025. This information was used to extend the JTC total run forecast and provide the panel with additional information about the potential size of the 2025 border passage in absence of harvest. Next slide. So in summary, there's no expectation of harvest opportunity given the low 2025 protected run size and the 7-year agreement between the parties of a 71,000 fish border passage goal. The expected 2025 total run of 24,000 to 37,000 is similar to recent record low abundances. Natural or mortality is possible in 2025, and the border passage could be substantially less than the number of fish at the mouth of the river, with an expected range of 12,000 to 32,000. Additional information about the actual 2025 run size will become available as in-season data are collected. And next slide. And with that, we'll take questions, but just acknowledge the different subcommittee members and especially Curry Cunningham with the UAF, as he's the person that developed the forecast model.
Thank you very much for the presentation and a lot of information there for panel members to consider with respect to 2025 Canadian origin Chinook salmon outlook. So we will open the floor to any questions or comments on the forecasts and outlooks from panel members. We'll start with U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, based on your point estimates at the between the mouth of the River and Eagle, you're showing in route mortality of 40%. Do you have any, are we going to get any presentations on why such a large in route mortalities are occurring, Mr. Chairman?
So perhaps it's a question looking ahead to the telemetry presentation that'll be provided tomorrow, I believe, during the public session. Can you confirm, Mr. Odell?
Yeah, so specifically that presentation tomorrow discussing, I mean, the past 2 years, but even looking into the future and plans on the radio telemetry tracking project of Chinook salmon, that will discuss some preliminary results on mortality. It won't get into significant detail in terms of factors that, well, I mean, it might speculate on factors that could be contributing to that, but it's not going to be addressing them specifically to that extent.
I guess one thing I'll note is that we just had completed our, I guess, ichthyphonis monitoring project, and so that information will be available in the future, and that might help also explain some of the differences.
We'll go to Mr. Co-Chair first. Go ahead.
Just to provide some additional information on Member Ahlstrom's question. So there's a range of different programs and research programs that fall under the category of fish health. Ichthyophonis, heat stress, other factors affecting Chinook salmon specifically within the Yukon River drainage in that regard. So there's a multitude of different programs that combined are trying to address the question that's being posed. So yes, we do expect additional presentations and results of those ongoing projects once we are able to get to the point where there's some significant conclusions and results to present to the panel.
Follow-up question, U.S. Member Ahlstrom.
Chairman, and thank you for that. Maybe this is a question more for tomorrow, but do the results of the radio telemetry, radio taken study, do they mirror the 40% mortality of those fish that were tagged? Maybe this is a question for tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, there'll be more results tomorrow, but in just this last year, we didn't see that same level of, I guess, mortality in the tagged fish. All the fish that were tagged that were of Canadian origin made it up to the border, with the exception of, I think, one that was harvested incidentally, and I think there may have been one other that was unaccounted for. So essentially, this past year, we didn't see any documented mortality in the tagging project itself.
Thank you for that. So more information to come on that topic tomorrow. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please, Andy.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. If you could pull up the slide, the title of it is Forecast Modelings. It's the one with the four different circles on it. If it's possible to pull that up. Thank you. The question I'd like to ask is, which one of these modeling sets would best, yeah, thank you, that one. Which one of these modeling assessments would be where you would put in your marine fatalities and or any effect from the marine environment, if they in fact do, or is this only in-river data that's being used? So I guess I'm posing two questions. Which one of these would be the one that you would use to take into account marine life stage mortalities? That's the first question. And then the second one is, is there plans in the future to start looking at food competition issues in the marine environment, and some of the other things that have been identified as potential mortality or impacts to growth of salmon in the marine environment? And is it possible to put that into your forecast to account for some of those impacts to Canadian origin Chinook salmon? So it's kind of a two-part question. I'm not sure if you can answer that or not.
I can take a stab at it. So with a juvenile abundance model, that's one place that I guess marine mortality could be in play. There's generally a really good relationship between the juveniles that have spent their first year in the ocean, and then so if there's any mortality that's happening, it's usually prior to that first year in the ocean, because generally there's a pretty good relationship between the number of first-year juveniles and the relationship with adults that are coming back. But if there was mortality after the fact, then we would start seeing that relationship fall apart, and so that is a potential spot for the marine work to come into play. Do you have any other ideas?
I mean, I think it, very broadly and generally speaking, I think it could be captured potentially in all of these components as well, just based on the relationships that are established with previous cohorts, or, you know, whether it's age relationships. It might not be perhaps specific to the current year and the conditions that they specifically might be experiencing. However, more broadly speaking, those conditions would have been felt in previous returns, which are feeding, and those data are feeding into these models. So it might capture it to some extent, however, not explicitly.
Got lots of hands coming up. Sorry, response, Mr. Co-Chair, go ahead.
Just to build on at least your specific question on the adults, when the juvenile, that's a very focused portion of their life cycle. It's from out-migration until the end of their first summer in the ocean, which has been identified as a very significant source of mortality for all salmon, including Chinook in that regard. So it's a very focused assessment of mortality as they transition from freshwater to saltwater, different predators, different food sources. So that's a high mortality component of their overall life cycle. So that juvenile work is very focused on that component of it. Thank you.
Follow-up, Mr. Co-Chair? Yeah, I guess I would ask then, John, maybe you could speak to if there are any intentions to try and ascertain some of the impacts to marine competitions and/or I know there's a lot of work being done on trying to provide conservation corridors because we do know that there's some interception that takes place of adult fish. Those are very high value fish because they've made it through that dangerous life cycle. So I'm wondering if there isn't, or if the JTC has looked at that, and in regards to the rebuilding plan that we're moving towards, it's going to be very, very important to try and start to ascertain what some of those, I guess the term would be risks, are to Canadian origin Chinook salmon in the marine environment through those life stages. So I think it's going to be really important to try and incorporate that so that we can use that possibly, potentially in the forecasting, but also identifying other areas that we may need to address in a gravel-to-gravel approach. So.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair, with a response.
It's a great question, Andy. And I think the first thing, yes, there's various efforts to try and look at that information, but just off the top of my head, I think the first thing you need to differentiate is that, especially leading up to adult return migration, or at any time over the course of their marine life cycle, is differentiating between human-induced sources of mortality and natural mortality. Fish or salmon, all salmon species are going to die. Some of them are not going to live to return as adults, just naturally from natural causes in some form. So trying to, the challenge of the question that you're posing is differentiating between what things might be human influenced or caused and what is just normal natural mortality to begin with. So it's a challenging area of research, but yes, there's quite a bit of work that's starting to look into that.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I just want to highlight a dead fish is a dead fish. And so that's going to be really crucial in our rebuilding effort, is to identify all those mortalities. Some of them we're going to have some control over, some of them we're not. And we need to differentiate that and try and account for that in a comprehensive rebuilding plan, in my view. Thank you. Appreciate those comments, John.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Canadian panel member James McDonald. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I wanted to ask about slide number 2. And I was just reading through the Joint Technical Committee report for the 2024 season. And in that report, there was discussion relating to incidental catch for Yukon River Chinook of Canadian origin. In the Alaskan fisheries, there was incidental catches, just lower than 1,900 salmon caught. I think that includes both Canadian and Alaskan origin species, not species, but Chinook. So my question then is, with the border passage prediction on the screen, does that include like all mortality, or is it exclusive to natural mortality that doesn't include the incidental catch? And if it doesn't include the incidental catch, on a go-forward basis, can that be accounted for and contemplated going forward?
I guess it's maybe not directly incorporated. It's within, I guess, the amount of uncertainty within the range of the forecast. It's kind of, I guess, essentially it's part of the range. So it's encompassed within the uncertainty is the number of the amount of harvest.
I'm not sure I understand the answer. Can you like explain it in a different way?
Well, here, I think if you go to slide 5, I think it's slide 5, that might help, I believe. Yeah, okay, so, oh, there we are. So the The estimate of mortality, or sorry, the estimate of border passage is based on these years of mortality that is assumed to be experienced between the two, between pilot and eagle, but it's eagle plus harvest, right? So it is being accounted for in that sense. So the mortality rate is really supposed to be outside the reported harvest. I believe is what you're asking, right? So it isn't, it's accounting for it, but the mortality of harvest is outside of that already. So this is presumed to be mortality experienced outside of harvest.
Thank you. Next question, U.S. panel member Charlie Wright. Go ahead, please.
For time's sakes, I'll pass. I'll ask the question later when I catch him.
I think for panel member benefit, just given our timing, we do have time for questions here. We will be shifting the management presentations to after the lunch break. We wouldn't be able to work through the management presentations in the next 15 minutes. So we do have time for additional panel member questions or comments. And while panel members are reflecting on questions, I have perhaps a question, but more of a comment. And this builds on the comment that we heard earlier from Andy and others. And I know we have our friend Richard Dewhurst, who's joining us today, that would remind us of the importance of learning from the past in order to inform our understanding of the future. And so on slide number 5 in the presentation, in respect of the preseason forecast for 2025, I see that we have a bar graph showing us 5 years of information, which is identifying basically a comparison of estimated abundance between eagle and, between pilot station at the mouth and eagle sonar. And when looking at this bar graph, it kind of makes the shape of a bit of a U. So it kind of suggests that 5 years ago, the numbers were higher, they dipped down in 2022, and now we're seeing an upward trend in 2024. And I just wanted to perhaps caution, as I have in prior years, to not lose sight of the big picture and the historical context. And that is that when we reflect on the 2025 Canadian origin Chinook salmon forecast, this is the second lowest abundance forecast that's been generated since 2000, so in the last 25 years. So it's very important to not lose sight of that, and I appreciate that for sake of comparison, this graph showing 5 years of information is intended to provide some insight on some of the work that the joint technical committees and committee and agencies are doing to look at comparative estimates of abundance between eagle or pilot and eagle sonar sites. But again, I think the context is very important. And in the sake of the last 5 years, just drawing from the Joint Technical Committee's report, with the exception of 2024, the preseason forecasts have consistently overestimated the actual run size. So again, just a bit of a reminder and setting expectations for the coming season. I appreciate that the Joint Technical Committee has built in some improvements to account for en route mortality and to help with setting expectations in the preseason in respect of actual numbers of Chinook salmon that may arrive into Canadian waters. But I did not want to be remiss in pointing out the continued seriousness of the situation that we face with Canadian origin Yukon River salmon stocks. And so perhaps in future presentations of the outlooks, if we could receive at least one slide that depicts the trend over time information, so forecast compared against actual abundance to enable for a visual depiction of what that trend looks like over time. And I understand that certainly looking at the Joint Technical Committee report, we have at least 25 years of information on that. So seeing that in a visual format, I think would be helpful. And I see you nodding, so I think it's possible, yes?
Yeah, we do have a slide, but it's hidden, I guess. But of the last 5 years, comparing forecasts to the numbers of fish that have entered the river based on genetics at Pilot Station, and that has fallen, has matched pretty well with the exception of 2022. So I guess what I was trying to explain earlier is that we have done, in the recent 5 years, we've done a pretty good job of predicting what's the number of fish going to enter the mouth of the river at Pilot Station, essentially. But with this new recent factor of the fish not showing up at the border, that's where this issue of discrepancies have come into play. So.
Great. No, I appreciate that. And just so for sake of comparison, in the Joint Technical Committee's report on Table 12, which is found on page 65, in 2023, the low end of the forecast was 26,000 Canadian origin fish, and the actual count was 15,000. In 2022, the low end of the forecast was 41,000. The actual count was 13,000. In 2021, the low end of the forecast was 42,000. The actual count was 32,000. In 2020, the low end of the forecast was 59,000. The actual count was 45,000. And so that was the information that I was referring to in respect of the preseason outlooks, overestimating the actual postseason run size. So if that information isn't correct, or if there's more up-to-date information that you can provide at future meeting sessions, that would be extremely helpful, just in providing the context around expectations and actual observations. So additional comments, questions from panel members on forecasts and outlooks? Go ahead, US panel member Andy Bassage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I can remember many years ago making the same requests as you have, that in any reports that we have, any areas where we have long data sets, they're incredibly invaluable to me to look at those long-term trends. And so I guess maybe I would just reiterate, not only in a presentation like this, but in any presentation on any topic, anytime there's long-term data sets, at least one slide showing us those trends would be very much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Great, thank you for that. Additional comments, questions from panel members on the 2025 outlook, or any of the information presented for Chinook salmon, Lukcho for 2025? Okay, not seeing any. I'd like to thank our presenters and very much appreciate both the information that you provided here today, but I would say equally as importantly, the considerable work that you and by extension the teams undertake to generate forecasts and outlooks. I know that it's an extremely challenging undertaking, and your commitment to providing us with the best available information is second to none. I know it's a difficult job, so don't want to take away from those important efforts, and you do provide very essential information to inform the panel and more broadly agency decision-making processes in the coming year. So thank you for that. So with that, Mr. Co-Chair, we are scheduled to receive presentations on United States and Canadian management strategies. Those presentations will take longer than 6 minutes to complete. And so what I would recommend with your concurrence is that we would break for lunch. However, before we do so, I do want to take a few minutes just to provide some information. We've been asked to clarify how members who may be watching the proceedings virtually, how they may be able to provide testimony or how to sign up for testimony. And so if I could perhaps pass the floor over Ms. Sasha Bent from the Pacific Salmon Commission that will walk through for those viewing online the instructions for signing up for public testimony for either today or tomorrow's session. Ms. Bent, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. For those participants online, you are able to view the meeting on the Yukon River Panel's YouTube page. That website is yukonriverpanel.com. And on the top of the page, there is a tab that is titled Meetings. You can just click on there, and that will bring up information for the current 2025 pre-season meeting. There is the agenda, meeting guide for observers, and then there is also a meeting guide for providing public testimony. In that document, there is an email address, and I would ask that anyone that is interested in providing online or telephone testimony to please email us. There are some times indicated on that document, but please do ignore them. You can email us as we are here and ready to accept any online or telephone testimonies. And once we receive that email, we will provide the link and/or telephone number for people to provide that testimony.
Great, thank you for that. So again, we've lost the screen. For those that are looking for instructions, you'll need to either preview or download the document number 4, YRP 2025 preseason meeting guide for providing. It actually says providing testimony, so we'll look to maybe fix that and make it a bit more obvious to participants in the future. So you'll need to click on either download or preview. It will then give you the email address for how to submit your interest in providing testimony. Oh, thank you very much. So this is what it looks like. We do have 2 opportunities for public testimony. As a reminder, 4:30 Yukon time, which is 3:30 Alaska time today. And then again, 4 o'clock Yukon time tomorrow, 3 o'clock Alaska time tomorrow. What I would ask is for individuals that are hoping to provide testimony today, please sign up as soon as possible. I'll do a quick check-in with Ms. Bent. How's our schedule of individuals providing testimony? Is it getting quite full, or how are we looking?
We currently have 6 testimonies signed up for today, so there are a few spots available for today still.
Okay, great. So with that, for individuals that would like to provide testimony, I'd recommend signing up for the session this afternoon. We do have a few spots available. And for tomorrow, we will be limiting public testimony to, I believe, did we say 16 or so individuals? So it is possible that we may run out of spots for tomorrow. So I do encourage you, if you'd like to provide testimony, to sign up for the session this afternoon. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd suggest that we break for lunch. We will be resuming at 1:30 Yukon time, 12:30 Alaska time sharp. And we will start with presentation of U.S. management strategies for Chinook salmon for 2025. Mr. Co-Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I concur. We'll break for lunch and we'll see everybody at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're a few minutes past the hour, so very conscious of our meeting schedule and time for this afternoon. You're joining the second half of the first day of the Yukon River Panel's 2025 preseason meeting public session. For those of us that are joining for the first time this afternoon, either in person or online, I'd like to confirm that we did not make it through our full agenda this morning. We did receive the 2025 Chinook salmon forecast for Canadian origin stocks. And so we will be moving into the US management strategy, followed by the Canadian management strategy for Chinook salmon, Yukon River Chinook salmon. So that'll be then followed by chum salmon outlooks and management strategies for both the main stem as well as porcupine river systems. And at the end of the day, we'll be receiving a presentation on bycatch information from the Bering Sea pollock fisheries and specific management measures in place to protect and conserve Western Alaska salmon stocks and Yukon River stocks. So, Mr. Co-Chair, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Mr. Co-Chair. Thanks for the review.
Great. Thank you for that. So with that, I would like to invite Dina Jallin from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, flanked by Mr. Fred West, also from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So welcome.
Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch. As mentioned, I'm Dina Jallin with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm up here with Fred West. I am the Yukon River Summer Season Manager, and Fred West is the research biologist. And we do have the Fish and Wildlife Service logo up there because we do collaborate very closely with our colleagues in the Fish and Wildlife Service, including Holly and Shane. All right. So next slide, please. So it's actually kind of nice. We had lunch, so just to kind of reiterate, why do we have forecasts? Why are we talking about this? So forecasts do help to tell us what run sizes to expect this year and give an idea of how to prepare for the season. And run forecasts are based on previous year's information and trends. And transitioning from the forecast to in-season run size is based on information collected at assessment projects and observations from throughout the river. So observations might be the sort of thing like run timing if the runs are late, or things like water levels or water temperatures, or potentially fish health indicators like ichthyophonus disease levels. And then the information about the actual run size is refined as the run develops and is used to guide our management actions in season. So next slide, please. So just to recap, it's nice we had that break. So the 2025 Chinook salmon outlook, the forecast is based on the JTC method that combines the Bering Sea Trawl Survey, sibling, Ricker, and Lag1 models within a Bayesian framework, and all the numbers that I've got here are rounded. So the 2025 forecast for Canadian origin Chinook salmon is for 24,000 to 37,000 fish with a median of about 30,000. And the projected border passage expectation is for 12 to 32,000 fish. So this 2025 forecast is below the border passage objective of 71,000 fish. So we don't expect to have any fishing opportunity for Chinook salmon this year. And the drainage-wide Chinook salmon outlook is based on an average of 42% Canadian origin at pilot station sonar, and that is a range between 58,000 to 88,000 fish with a median of 72,000 fish. And this is definitely a low run projection, and at runs, we tend to not meet goals in Alaska as well. Therefore, we don't expect to anticipate any fishing for Alaskan stocks. The run last year in 2024 was about 64,000 fish, and we did not meet any escapement goals on the Alaska side either. So next slide, please. This is, I think, the one slide I've got about summer chum salmon, and just to remind why we do talk about summer chum is they do come in with the Chinook salmon run, and the management of summer chum salmon has been very heavily affected by the Chinook salmon run sizes in recent years. So our forecast this year is for a run of 550,000 to 1.8 million fish, with a point estimate of 1.1 million fish. And the parent years of this run are from 2020 and 2021. So we do have a lot of uncertainty in this run size, and a lot of that's based on those very low parent years, some of the lowest summer chum runs that we've seen. In 2024, the escapement of summer chum was about 750,000 fish, and that was within our drainage-wide escapement goal of 500,000 to 1.2 million. And so this year, we do anticipate that the run is likely to have a harvestable surplus for subsistence fishing. So we do anticipate it being within that drainage-wide goal and to provide for a subsistence harvest. And as I did mention, the harvest of summer chum is anticipated to be low because we're not fishing for summer chum salmon as we normally would in a better year. So next slide, please. So as we go into the season, we'll be doing a lot of management planning for the upcoming year. So our management strategies will be discussed and shared this spring at AC meetings, at US Fish and Wildlife Service tribal consultation meetings, and other stakeholder meetings. We'll also be presenting at the YRDFA and Yukon River Intertribal Fishery Commission meetings in late April and getting hopefully some good outreach and feedback from stakeholders. And then that'll kind of all culminate in a flyer that we'll send out to households in mid-May, and we usually send that out to about 3,000 households. So it'll have the run size, forecasts, and anticipated management strategies, and give folks a heads up for this year, and have information about how they can get more information about in-season run and how it progresses as we proceed through the season. We have a lot of different ways that you can get information in season, like teleconferences and phone numbers and news releases and that sort of thing. That all gets laid out in that document. And then we do anticipate for our management planning that each district will start with closures based on the expected arrival date of early Chinook salmon. So for the last couple of years, that's meant that fishing in the lower river has started to close around June 2nd or June 1st in the last couple of years. So that's even before we would normally see Chinook salmon based on historic run timing. So that'll be salmon fishing closures. And then we do anticipate opening for summer chum salmon subsistence opportunity with selective gear types when we start to see that, if we see that run is projected to exceed 550,000 fish. So with selective gear types, Chinook salmon will be required to be released alive. And so it'd be with gear like dip nets and beach seines and manned fish wheels. And then these openings may start after the quarter point of the summer chum salmon run to give us time to assess that run and see how it's coming in. We do want to be kind of cautious and aware of the low parent years of this run. And then also pink and sockeye salmon may be retained from selective gear types, but 2025 is an odd year, so we do expect that the pink salmon run will be small. But if folks do get a sockeye or a pink salmon in their selective gear, we do definitely hope that they keep it and make use of it. Next slide. And so a lot of what we've been talking about lately in terms of planning our fishing activities for the summer is actually kind of focused on non-salmon. We've closed salmon fishing for Chinook salmon, so we definitely have also started kind of seeing those actions bleed over into how it affects the opportunities for non-salmon. So as I mentioned, when we do start those closures based on run timing of early Chinook salmon, we also start restricting non-salmon gear. So starting on June 1, most likely, non-salmon gill nets will be restricted to 4-inch or smaller mesh set nets up to 60 feet in length. And we encourage fishermen to operate those gill nets close to shore as shore-based set nets. And then if fishermen are out with other gear types such as hook and line, we do require that they release Chinook salmon alive. And so we're always encouraging fishermen to fish for non-salmon and to set their nets in locations using their traditional knowledge where they will avoid Chinook salmon migrating to their spawning grounds. And then also for non-salmon, other gear types, including long line, jigging gear, hand lines, beach seines, fyke net, spear, or leads may be used. And we encourage fishermen to release all Chinook salmon alive or to avoid targeting Chinook salmon with those gears. And then we may also consider additional restrictions for non-salmon gear in the season to reduce incidental harvest of salmon. So next slide, please. So I think folks may have also seen this slide at the postseason meeting, but just to remind folks that this is kind of what we've seen for harvest for non-salmon. This chart goes back to '97. And non-salmon species are very important traditional and subsistence resources. And salmon closures have been affecting non-salmon harvests as well. We often hear from fishermen that, oh, well, we would expect that with salmon closed, that harvest of non-salmon would greatly increase to make up for that, and that's not what we've seen. We've seen that with closures to salmon fishing, that takes a lot of gear out of the water. It makes it a lot less feasible for fishermen to go out to fish camp and also get non-salmon when they're harvesting salmon when they can't go out and get salmon. And these estimates are from the postseason harvest survey, and only a few species are included here, just whitefish, grayling, pike, burbot, and sheefish. So it doesn't include all the other species such as tomcod or lamprey or any of the other like trout or anything like that. What we've seen in recent years is that the greatest reduction in harvest has been of whitefish species. Taking all the gear out of the water and also restricting non-salmon gill nets has definitely driven down and restricted the harvest of non-salmon, which is a very important traditional food source. And that helps with both traditional fishing activities and keeping household traditions alive, and also with just basic general food security for folks along the river. So next slide, please. And then Fred will take the last 3 slides before we wrap up the presentation.
All right, so this covers basically the research and monitoring we're continuing to do on the Yukon on the Alaska side. And we're continuing to do radiotelemetry, which you'll hear about tomorrow, and also fish health studies to monitor for evidence of large-scale, undocumented, and delayed mortality. so the fishing effort that's based out of Amonic will focus on the radiotelemetry project. We used to have the test fishery for Chinook for other reasons, but now that has been transferred to the radiotelemetry project, and all those Chinook salmon will be live released. We're also continuing to monitor for ichthyophonus, paralytic shellfish poisoning, PSP, and heat stress at the pilot station sonar. So that project is with any of the essentially the test fish mortalities that that are part of the test fishery will be tested for all these different fish health characteristics. And we're also going to be assessing for evidence of thiamine deficiency and also in eggs and in muscle tissues, and also assessing overall egg quality. And those will be taking place at the pilot station sonar. They're also collecting samples from carcass surveys in the Lotto, Chena, and Salcha, and also trying to obtain some samples from the white horse hatchery. We'll also continue to collect biological samples like age, sex, length from to monitor basically run or size of salmon and fish health characteristics, and with all these different regular tower and sonar projects, we'll also be continuing to collect water levels and temperatures at these different projects. Next slide. All right, so this shows a map of all the assessment projects that we're planning on for the 2025 season. The Lower River test fish will only operate for summer chum, and the Chinook test fishing will be transferred to radio tagging. And as I mentioned before, that you'll hear more about that project tomorrow. And for pilot station, the plan is to start counting on June 1. And as I mentioned, this will also be the platform to collect the various fish health samples. One thing to note is that the Andreevsky weir is being decommissioned this year, so unfortunately we won't be able to operate that project this year, but we will plan to continue to collect or to do aerial surveys. So we'll still be getting indexes of passage into that drainage. The Anvik sonar typically starts around June 15th, and that focuses on the summer chum escapement. And one thing to note is the Fish and Wildlife Service is looking to do a site evaluation to consider a sonar on the lower Koyukuk River, and that will lessen the need for the weirs that have in the past have been on the Gasasa and the Henshaw. But that's just they're doing a feasibility to see if a sonar can be placed in that area. They're also, TCC is continuing the Mid-River sonar feasibility project to see if that can be operated. And for the Chena, that project is planned to be operated. The Salcha tower, I guess we're switching from, they used to have both a tower and a sonar, but funding, now there's only operating the tower. And for the Eagle project, that plans to start July 1. And that should be it. Next slide. And just as a reminder, as part of the 7-year agreement, the take of Chinook for scientific research purposes shall be minimized, and non-lethal sampling methods shall be used where possible. And all projects operating in 2025 are critical for in-season escapement and fish health assessment. The Chinook salmon fishing effort based out of Monic will focus on radio tagging and live release. And we're also sharing data broadly between different agencies to coordinate research projects and minimize the number of samples being taken. Just one thing to note is that the Ichthyophonus project, we are no longer collecting samples up at Rapids or at Fort Yukon. So now we're just taking fish from pilot from the test fish. So that mortality will be much reduced. Next slide.
Thanks. That's the last slide. Sorry.
Okay.
Just contact information.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So we'll open the floor to panel member questions or comments on the U.S. management strategies, and we'll start with Canadian panel member Sebastian Jones. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this presentation. Maybe I didn't quite catch it, but how many Chinook salmon were harvested last year, and how many do you anticipate being harvested this year? I appreciate that there isn't a targeted fishery for Chinook.
Present that at the postseason meeting. The harvest for the last few years have been under 2,000 Chinook salmon a year, and a significant portion of that is from the test fish projects. Last year, we saw the harvest go up a little bit from the previous year, but that's because the run was larger. So I think this year, because we've got forecasts that are a little bit larger than last year, but fishing is closed. I anticipate that we'd still see harvest kind of around or below that 2,000 range for Chinook salmon. The harvest has been very low.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassage.
Yeah, thank you for that. On slide 8 in your research and monitoring, you could pull that up real quick. This might be more of a question to the co-chairs, but I think it's really important that that at Pilot Station we start utilizing what Virgil calls the fat meters. I don't know if there's a specific term for that instrument, but for the public, that's an instrument that you can rub along the fish, and it will, once it's calibrated, it can monitor the amount of fat content in a fish, which is an indicator of how healthy that fish is for a long journey. I would really like to see that put on as a near-term priority. We're not on that topic, but I'd like to have the co-chairs footnote that. I think that's really important information. Additionally, at Pilot Station, where there are mortalities in the Ichthyophonus studies, I would really like to recommend to the panel and to the co-chairs and to the respective agencies that they also collect girth and weight at those sites. The Yukon River Panel 2, maybe 3 years of studies through the R&E back in, I want to say, 2012, maybe a little earlier than that, where we were trying to assess the health of the fish and the changing phenotypic, the phenotypic changes that were taking place in fish in regards to productivity. And girth and weight, as fish were getting longer and skinnier, would affect the ability for retention of eggs or fecundity. So I think it's really important. It's a really important check on the additional changes that have happened over the last 10 to 15 years. And I think it's something that should be done so that we can assess some of the phenotypic changes, as well as some of the effects to potential productivity declines of Chinook salmon. And the final thing that I'd really like to recommend along with that is during the Ichthyophonus studies, if fish are killed and you're checking thiamine of eggs, I think it would be really important to also do some egg counts in relationship to the size, length, weight, and girth of those fish to also see if there have been any changes from earlier data sets that we had a few years ago. So that's kind of a long list in a way. I hope that's clear. But I hope when we get to the topic of near-term priorities, I would like our panel to have some discussions on that. I think those are really important health factors in fish that we need to do some checks on. I think that's it, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, Fred West? Offer up some responses.
Yeah, I guess I would just like to note that I know maybe you're just referencing that you would like that to make that a near-term priority, but just for your sake, those are all being included as part of the current monitoring. So we do have a fat meter for Chinook, so we're collecting that data, and we're also doing the Cunninty or A counts on any of the fish, and then on any of the females in that case. And what was the other thing? Yeah, girth and weight. And we're also collecting girth and weight from the samples at Pilot.
Yes, follow-up question from Mr. Andy Bassich.
Thank you. I guess that's news to me, which is really good news, and I would request some presentations on that at our next panel meeting if we could. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. It's the first time I've heard that, and I've been asking about that, so I'm educated now. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go to U.S. panel member Virgil Oppenhauer. Go ahead, Virgil.
Thank you. Could you put slide 9 up, which is the map showing the projects? Okay, we had a good discussion about the mid-river sonar at Tanana project that might take place, but we didn't have anything about who is going to do the projects or do the testing for the mid-river sonar at possibly Galena or Ruby, or the one on the Koyukuk River. Who's going to be doing that actual feasibility and how it's going to operate? So is there any information we can get on that?
I can jump in. So the Koyukuk, they're not planning on doing any kind of test fishing this year. I think they're just looking at site location to see if they can find a possible location to put a sonar. So I think they're just looking at sites at this point. And it's being operated, or yeah, the Fish and Wildlife Service are the folks that are heading that up.
What about Galena and Ruby?
That's being put in by, or that I guess the TCC is looking at that feasibility project, and they, as far as I know, they did some test netting last year, but they reported that they didn't have any mortalities from any the test fishing that they did.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Charlie Wright. Go ahead, please.
I can tell you about it. This will be our third year with the feasibility study for TCC. The first year we done, as the Fish and Game is doing this year, just looking for the sites. And we done 8 of them the first year. Then last year we done a little test fishing that you heard there was no mortality in. And the Ruby Galena spot is another spot that's we've been asked to check to see if it's a good spot. So they'll be going down just to shoot it this year with the sonar to see if the bottom is right for a good spot for a sonar.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions, comments? We'll go to Canadian panel member Elizabeth McDonald. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Just looking towards the next year with these numbers, and acknowledging that, again, as Steve pointed out, it was the second lowest forecast of the year. And last year, you got Alaskans introduced a new closure, and that was all nets out of the river for 2 weeks. And it did seem to have a big impact on the Chinook harvest last year. Just noting that the run came up quite substantially, but the harvest didn't come back up as high. And I'm hoping that something like that could be enacted again this year. But last year, despite your best efforts, I know it didn't line up with the peak of the run. And I'm hoping maybe if it was to be done again this year, that it could be maybe shifted in season as the salmon start to come in the river, when you know that that peak is going to be going by. I think that would be very helpful, just to make sure as many Chinook can reach the spawning grounds on both sides of the border, because both sides desperately need more Chinook on the spawning grounds. And also thank you for that, because that was a very nice addition this last season to try and increase that, the spawning. So thanks.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member James McDonald. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Slide 7, once you pull it up, out of curiosity, I wanted to ask about this slide in the sense of food security. And it seems to show the volume of fish being harvested on a long-term decline. And I wonder if you could speak to some general patterns around that. Is it because the abundance is on the decline? Fewer people are harvesting, or is it a combination of that? Or like, can you maybe provide a comment or some sort of description to kind of provide a context around this?
Yeah, I guess it seems like harvests have actually been kind of flat. When I look at it, I don't see a lot of kind of steady decline. But I'd maybe defer to Caroline if you've got anything to add about long-term trends of non-salmon harvest, if traditional patterns are changing, or I know certainly whitefish put up for dogs is probably changing quite a bit, or other non-salmon put up for dogs is changing.
Thank you, Dina. Yeah, I think that we've done some research on harvest and use patterns of non-salmon fish throughout the drainage on the U.S. side, on the Alaska side. And over time, we have seen declines in non-salmon harvest, especially as Dina mentioned, for things like whitefish species for dogs, as numbers of dogs and dog teams have declined in some of the communities along the Yukon River. Fishers are obviously not harvesting as many whitefish or pike or whatever for their dogs. Most recently, however, I think the decline that we see right there on the graph is really more a reflection of not so much abundance, and I would say the harvesting practices have never been a reflection of abundance that I'm aware of. In all the work we've done, we've never heard fishers talk about just not seeing those fish anymore. In fact, they probably see more of them. But I would say that most recently, I think what we're looking at is a reflection of fewer nets in the water during summer, because many of these non-salmon species can be caught all year round, so in the summer, in open water, and under the ice in winter. So it's kind of really reduces a lot of the harvest opportunity to under the ice nets, which is a more specialized form of non-salmon fishing than during the summertime. So I hope that answers the question. I'd be happy to. Okay.
Thank you for that. Any final questions before we move to the U.S., or excuse me, to the Canadian management presentation? So we'll go to Canadian panel member Brandy Mays. Go ahead, please.
Thanks for that, Caroline, and thanks for the Dina and for that report. As per what Caroline said, so it's been reduced for the subsistence fishery of non-salmon, but there's still what is it? Would you guys have just under 2,000? Does that include 2,000 incidental caught? Is it in this fisheries or is it in the summer chum run? And also, how many were caught in the test fishery?
I don't have those numbers right in front of me. I did present those at the postseason meeting.
But we're here, this one. I would like, yeah,
I think it was about like 1,200 incidental and 600 or 700 from test fish, I think, something like that. I don't have the number in front of me, unfortunately. But we've seen that, definitely in the recent years, because our harvest of kings have been, or Chinook has been under 2,000. And so it's kind of that same kind of split, where it's split between test fish and incidental harvest. And so those incidental harvests, again, we're working with very small numbers of fish. This is spread out through 33 communities, plus the permit communities along the drainage. And so these are all very much estimates. They're all based on reports from fishermen. So some of these kings may have been caught very early in the season, very late in the season, perhaps incidental in non-salmon gear, perhaps incidental if they were out targeting other species. So it is very small numbers, and subsistence fishing for salmon has been closed. So that's just kind of where we've gone to.
That not for a question for you, but this might be for the chairs, Mr. Co-chairs. Might I make a recommendation on the incidental harvest in the last, is it the 4 years that it's been closed? It's 2 for this last 2 years. I'd like to see if we can get the incidental catches and the test fisheries report numbers for the future with these reports, if possible. Thank you.
We did have those at the postseason.
I guess with the question to the chairs, yes, those reports are provided to the panel each year and will continue to be provided.
Great. Follow-up question, Brandy Mays, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-chair. What I mean is it's like each report, if we could have that, because there's a different audience each time, and just as a reminder as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions on the U.S. management presentation? Not seeing any. We'll extend our thanks and appreciation to Dina and Fred and to your respective teams for your work in preparing for the 2025 season. With that, we will move into a presentation on the Canadian management strategy for Chinook salmon, and this will be presented by Jacqueline Kendall from Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We're actually going to have Adam Odell join me as well to introduce just a bit of assessment and project information for 2025. And then I will follow in after with the salmon management plans. So Adam, please start. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Reminder, Adam Odell, Fish Bio with TFO. We can go to the next slide here. So I just have a quick review of the assessment projects and some other projects in these 2 slides I'm going to be sharing. This one here is showing a bunch of the assessment projects that are providing more in-season information throughout the drainage. Now, we've heard discussion already regarding Pilot Station, which is one of the main projects as the fish are entering the river on the left side of the map here, as well as Eagle Sonar, which is maybe more central with the cluster on the right. So these are 2 main projects in Alaska that are used for in-season management of Chinook as well as chum salmon. Now, once into Canada, we have a series of assessment projects that are taking place, and I'm just going to do just a quick recap here of them, nothing too in-depth. So on the north end here, we have Porcupine Sonar. This is a project that Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Vuntagwitchin First Nation partner with. This is looking at Chinook as well as chum salmon and trying to get estimates of passage into the Canadian porcupine drainage. And going down now in the main stem Yukon River, there's Klondike Sonar. This is run by Vuntagwitchin First Nation, obviously just right out in town here. And moving further down, there's Pelly Sonar. This is a Selkirk First Nation project looking at passage into the Pelly drainage. And then further down, there's Tatchin Creek Weir. This project is run by Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation. And next, there's Big Salmon Sonar. This is run by a consultant out of Whitehorse. And next, we have Takini Sonar. This is a Kwanlin Dunn First Nation project looking at Chinook passage into the Takini drainage. And then there's the Whitehorse Fishway, which is essentially just the fish ladder past the dam in Whitehorse. A pretty long data set there since the fish ladder was installed. And last but not least, there's Nisutland Sonar, which has been running for a couple of years now, a Teslin Tlingit Council project in the Teslin drainage. So we can go to the next slide. Okay, thanks. This is not the last point there. I'm going to emphasize that. It's not an exhaustive list. So for the purposes here, these are projects that are additionally going on in Canada. So there's some of these are assessment projects, some of them are others. But this is just a quick overview of what is actually taking place. There's a lot of work going on in Canada. So at the start here, there's aerial surveys. Trundagwitchin First Nation, they're planning for aerial surveys as well as juvenile and spawning surveys in the Klondike and some other lower Canadian Yukon River tributaries. There's Teslin Tlingit Council is also continuing aerial surveys on the Nisutland, Wolf, 100-mile rivers as well as Morley River. There's Tonquechon Council is continuing the work on juvenile Chinook salmon assessment of Lake Labarge. Kwanlin Dun First Nation is planning to continue quite a long-term monitoring of adult and juvenile salmon as well as habitat work on Mitchie Creek. In addition to carcass surveys or carcass sampling on the Yukon and Teslin rivers. And Kwanlin Dun First Nation, along with Carcross Tagish and Tonquechon, are continuing their work and the participation in the renewal of the dam relicensing. And also there's the First Nation of Nutchinag Dun are also working on a dam relicensing project on the Mayo River. And just one final touch here, there's a DFO as well as various Yukon First Nation project, which is a fairly extensive one looking at assessing overwintering habitat for juvenile Chinook salmon. So as I said, this is really just a brief overview. I mean, there's many individuals in this room that are participating in numerous projects, and there's a lot of people elsewhere who aren't even here. So just to give you a bit of a snapshot and a bit of a maybe appreciation to the amount of work that is taking place. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, so hello again, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Kendall, and just to recap, I'm the Acting Operations Manager with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And I'm going to take over from here, just giving a brief introduction to Canadian management for 2025-26. So we're on the right slide, that's great. So in this slide, I'm just going to briefly describe the annual Canadian management process. It has several factors or obligations that need to be met. So international obligations stem from the Pacific Salmon Treaty principles, specifically Chapter 8, as well as any Yukon River Panel recommendations. We also look now to the Canadian origin Yukon River Salmon Agreement, which was signed in 2024 between the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Fisheries and Oceans Canada. On the domestic side, we engage early with Yukon First Nation governments and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee to discuss the season outlooks and share assessment and management plans. So these meetings can help to shape any Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommendations to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans on salmon management for the season. And will also assist in the development of strategies that we incorporate into the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan, which covers July 1st to June 30th annually. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this slide, we're just going to look at the 2025 Canadian origin outlook in comparison to the rebuilding target of 71,000, which is identified in the agreement. We start out with the total Canadian origin outlook, which was introduced earlier, which is 24,000 to 37,000 Chinook, with that most likely point estimate of about 30,000. So when we account for the possible en route mortality that was introduced earlier as well, we get a border passage estimate of just 12 to 32,000, and looking at 18,000 as being that most likely point estimate. So as we can see, that number falls well below the rebuilding target and does not leave room for any harvest. Next slide, please. Great. So in these next two slides, we'll look at the management actions for 2025 that align with the low outlook we just saw and the Yukon River Chinook Salmon Agreement. So first on the list is the suspension of directed Chinook commercial, sport, domestic, and personal use fisheries for that 7-year period, regardless of expected outlook. So in response to this, DFO will close the public angling fishery all the way through to 2030. And the long-term closure that was implemented in 2021 for the commercial and domestic fisheries will remain in effect. And, oh, thank you, great. So the next piece we're going to go over is the closure of any directed subsistence fishing, except when the international border passage is expected to exceed that 71,000 rebuilding target. So in Canada, as we've heard, conservation is a top priority in that we want to allow as many salmon as possible to get back to the spawning grounds to meet that rebuilding target. And then after conservation, the priority is for First Nation subsistence harvest fishery needs to be met. But based on the low expected outlook for 2025, being so below the rebuilding target, the First Nation subsistence fishery will be closed, and the individual Canadian Yukon First Nation governments will manage those closures. And next slide, please. And that's it.
Thank you, Jacqueline and Adam. Questions on the proposed Canadian management strategy for Chinook salmon for 2025? Okay, not seeing any question. No questions or comments at this time. Relatively straightforward, just given the relatively poor outlooks and obvious necessary management actions that will need to be implemented for the coming season. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
With respect to the Yukon River Panel's management recommendations for the 2025 season, in conferring with Mr. Co-Chair, at this time, we had not envisioned putting forward any specific recommendations beyond those that are outlined within the 7-year agreement between Canada and Alaska for the 2025 season.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, in reference to the expectation for full closure on Chinook salmon in both countries, there's no additional management recommendations to bring forward for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. With that, we will move on in our agenda to our next presentation, which will be outlooks for main stem chum salmon outlooks. And on this particular topic, we will be focusing on Thay. And I'd like to invite Bonnie Borba from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and Adam Odell from Fisheries and Oceans Canada to provide this presentation to the panel. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Bonnie Borba. I am the fall season research biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Fairbanks, Division of Commercial Fisheries, and I'm going to present an overview of the 2025 drainage-wide fall chum salmon forecast, and followed by Adam Odell of DFO. He will present the Canadian origin outlooks for the main stem Yukon River stocks. Next slide, please. To start, here are the two forecasts this presentation will discuss. The 2025 forecasted fall chum salmon run is a range of 114,000 to 322,000 fall chum salmon. The point estimate is 218,000, and it represents a well below average run size, which is typically around 950,000 fall chum salmon. And the Canadian origin main stem forecast is 22,000 with a range of 8,000 to 48,000. In this presentation, Adam and I will present how these forecasts were developed. Next slide, please. So this map orientates us to where fall chum salmon spawning occurs, which is primarily in the Tanana River and upstream of its confluence in the upper portions of the Yukon River drainage. The drainage-wide forecast includes all of these spawning stock groups. The Canadian origin main stem is the stock within the largest circle in Canada on the far right of that slide that we'll be discussing here. Next slide, please. So discussions about the development of the 2025 forecast began this fall at the JTC meeting, followed by a meeting of the Fall Chum Salmon Forecast Subcommittee in October. We reviewed the forecast methods, and this year there was no major changes to the drainage-wide forecast. All harvest, escapement, genetic, and age composition data sets were updated to include 2024. Each year, the forecast is developed in two stages. First, we do the drainage-wide, which is based on a Rickard production model. And then we do the Canadian origin forecasts. They're based on a proportional contributions, which in 2025 included an adjustment since the low production from the main stem is setting new bounds. Next slide, please. Important to note is the parent year escapements contributing to this year's drainage-wide forecast. This graph shows the number of fish on the spawning grounds only back to year 2000. The yellow bars represent the estimated drainage-wide escapement of fall chum salmon, and the solid dashed and horizontal lines represent the historical escapement goals in the current range. The 4 age classes, 2019 through 2022, that will be contributing to this year's return are highlighted in the blue rectangle. And the 2 primary parent years, producing most of the run as age 4 and age 5 fish this year, are highlighted in the 2 gray bars, light bars on that chart. The returns from 2020 parent year was near 1 return per spawner, but note that both these parent years are the lowest on record that we've had. The Ricker is used to estimate production for the parent years 21 and 2022. In the next slide, I will show the numbers predicted for each of these parent years contributing to the 2025 run. Next slide, please. Oh, right there. Okay. This table shows the estimated number of fish in 2025 return by age class for the 4 parent years highlighted in the box that was shown in the previous slide. The primary parent years of age 4 and age 5 fish in the 2025 return are highlighted in the center 2 gray rows. The primary parent years normally make up the most of the return. On average, the age 4 contributes 72% and the age 5 contributes 24%. In the table, the age 4 fish are forecasted to contribute 73%, while age 5 are anticipated to contribute 21%. These contributions are close to average. Adding each of the numbers by age class in the rightmost column of the table provides the point estimate for the forecast. The return per spawners have increased over the last 4 years from 0.08 in 2017 to 0.91 in 2020. That's through the age 5 age classes. The Ricker is, however, predicting the age 4 to be above 2.0 return per spawner based on the past data. I'm going back to 74. As we are charting new territory with these consecutive low parent years, I suspect that the fall chum salmon run to be near the to be on the low end of the forecast. Next slide, please. So this graph depicts the historical preseason run forecast, and the line with the open circles, and it has error bars on it, is compared the observed total run size back to 1995. The 2025 forecast of 218,000 is below last year's forecast and is depicted as the last point on the far right of the chart. Ricker does not capture well either severe depressions like observed in the 1990s and the early 2000s and the recent downturns, and it also does not show very well the explosions of returns like what was observed in 2005 and 2017. Next slide, please. So summarizing the take home from the slides that were just presented, the drainage-wide forecast represents a below average fall chum salmon run size. And there's a fair amount of uncertainty since the primary parent years for the age 4 fish returning from 2021 are record low escapements. The return is expected to be lower than last year.
All right, thanks. So now focusing on the fall chum forecast for the Canadian main stem. This is where I'm going to step in here, but as Bonnie mentioned, we did adopt a change this year in this forecast. So it's developed simply by using the historical estimates of the ratio between the Canadian main stem return and comparing this to the drainage wide return. And historically, this aggregate has accounted for approximately 1/4 of the drainage wide return of all fall chum. Therefore, the forecast was 25% of all fall chum forecast to return to the Yukon River. Now, you may recall last year, I'm sure many of you don't, but you may recall that we reduced this value to 15% as we had seen a reduction in the run strength across the past few years. So looking at the table on the right here, you see the Canadian main stem contribution since 2022. And in 2024, this aggregate experienced the lowest run strength on record at only 7%. So due to this continued depression in performance, and for this coming season, we used the 3-year average of 10% for this year's forecast. So simply applying 10% to the midpoint of the drainage-wide forecast. Now then for the range, we applied 7% to the lower end and 15% to the upper end of the drainage-wide forecast. Those two values there being depicted by the lows and the highs shown on that table on the right. Next slide, please. So with this new proportion in mind, we provide the forecast for this year's Canadian main stem fall chum return. And based on the drainage-wide forecast that Bonnie shared with you all, this main stem forecast is for 22,000 and the range of 8 to 48,000. And just to reiterate, this is below the current intermanagement escapement goal, that goal being 70 to 104,000. Next slide, please. So as Bonnie showed for the drainage-wide forecast, here is the forecast performance comparing the observed run size to reconstructed run sizes. The forecasts prior to 2024 used that 25% proportional value. And, and last year, that 15%. So as you can see, you can see that in recent years, so about 2019 to 21, these proportions haven't resulted in forecasts shown in the dotted line that aligned with the observed runs, those observed runs in the bars, although we are seeing some improvements recently. So this year's forecast using that 10% proportion is slightly lower than last year's forecast. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary here. We did update the methods to use the best available data for this year's upcoming season's forecast. And we expect to see a below average run size in the main stem, Canadian main stem aggregate this year. And the forecast is for a run size that is similar to what was seen last year. And next slide, please. Overall summary, here's the forecast again. So considerations that go into the drainage-wide forecast include that age 4 survival is unknown, and in combination with that, the 2021 return was the lowest on record. There are concerns that the Canadian origin run strength will be below average, as has been observed the past few years. So the Canadian main stem forecast was based on 10% rather than 15% last year and 25% previous. And this change obviously being done just to improve the forecast accuracy. So the Canadian main stem forecast indicates the IMEG would not be achieved, and the drainage-wide forecast indicates a similar or run size similar to 2023. Now, discussions up to this point have been about the preseason forecast, which is used for initial management guidance and planning. However, in season, we do have another tool to use based on the relationship between the fall chum run size or the summer chum run size and fall chum run size. So we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so in season, the forecast will be replaced with the application of the summer to fall chum relationship, which becomes available mid-July. Now, this chart was initially described on slide 6 by Bonnie, and this compares the observed run with the preseason forecast. Now, when you add in, sorry, this version now predicts the summer to fall chum run size, that line being the black line and the black circles. So most years, the observed returns compare much better to the summer to fall chum regression rather than the preseason forecast. So the regression still doesn't predict does not predict large explosions in production, but it does do a better job indicating declines when compared to the Ricker model. So both the drainage-wide and the Canadian origin main stem forecast will also be adjusted based on this relationship and presented out in mid-July. And with that, I can go to the last slide to close it up and take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for sharing the forecast for Canadian origin Thay for the main stem Yukon River. Questions, comments, panel members? We'll start with U.S. panel member Andy Basich. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. I always enjoy watching the fall chum projections. The question that I have, I'm just noticing on a lot of these, the slide 13, which was the summer to fall relationship. Can you really briefly explain why there was such a large confidence interval in 2023? I noticed it on both that and the other forecast model, and I don't see that much of a confidence interval in any other year until we get back to the major crash of 99 and 2000. So what happened that year that they made that confidence interval so large?
Yeah, I don't recall all of the numbers, but what we did in 22 and 23 is we did adjustments on we didn't use the Ricker, we did an actual adjustment. And so the bounds around those are different, and that's why, you know, they're not, the other ones are based on the 80% confidence bounds around the forecast, but those 2 years weren't because we did other models on them. So so they came out a little different. And I'd have to look back on what, and we presented it that year when we were here, but I don't remember the particulars.
And then I guess my only other question was, and maybe this isn't for you, maybe it's for the co-chairs, but or the JTC, what work's being done in the Kalani area as far as the studying the loss of production in that area to fall chum? Or is there much work being done on that right now, given our concerns over fall chum? If you could update us, that would be really nice. Or if you have any information on that.
Yeah, I think you've asked that question previously, and I'm sure you recall my answer to some extent. We continue to monitor the habitat through temperature loggers. That's one of the components. I mean, we do complete aerial surveys in there each year as well. In addition, there's still the genetics program at Eagle too, that's giving some estimation to the White River stock grouping, I suppose. Now, on the ground, I know that Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance is proposing, along with Kalani First Nation, some potential restoration work. I think this is related around some of the lake spawning habitat around Silver City and trying to get some gravels in there. So those are, I mean, that's really the one on the ground project that is specifically targeting possible improvements to habitat. Beyond that, there really isn't, as far as I'm aware, anything focused. I know that this has been a discussion point in the Chum IMEG review process and a recent meeting that we had as well, trying to identify, kind of lapses in productivity that might exist. And this is obviously one large part of that. So I'm not sure what's going to come of that, but just further discussions, I suppose. There is an opportunity though, and if people want to continue to work in this drainage and put a little focus on chum salmon, I think there's a gap there definitely for others to try to target this, and I would definitely try to contribute my support there as possible.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you. I want to highlight, in my view, and I think in some others' views, the importance of these fall chum contributions for marine-derived nutrients. And it was stated earlier in the day how important that is for the rebuilding of the Chinook salmon. So I think, I'm really alarmed at the desperately low numbers right now for fall chum, for them as a specific stock, but I'm also really concerned on those low stock performances, those numbers being so low in any rebuilding effort that we have for Chinook salmon in the system. So I just want to kind of get that on the record and keep that as a focal point. Human food in a large portion of the Canadian districts because of how they decline in suitability, I guess I'll use a word, but they do, as part of the ecosystem, they're absolutely essential in my view. So I just want to keep encouraging that we continue to work on fall chum to the extent possible, because I think it has greater implications, not only for them, but for the Chinook salmon. So thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you for the presentations.
Great, thank you for that. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Sebastian Jones. Go ahead, please. Could you use the microphone so our participants online can hear? Thank you.
Yes, my apologies. You have the one slide about the difference in age classes and the different contributions to the stock. I'm wondering if there's been any change in those proportions over time. The reason I'm asking is because there has been a distinct change in those proportions over time with Chinook salmon as a result of selective fishing. So I would appreciate a comment on that, and then I have some follow-up questions.
Just trying to summarize them real quick in my head here from the table. They are included. The ages are part of the brood table that goes in there, and typically, like we said, the 4-year-olds are the dominant ones, and there's only been like 3 times in the past that the age 5s have been more than the age 4s, out of like all the way back to 74. So most of the time, they're dominated by these age 4s. And the most recent year that was super high on age 4s was 2021. We had 91% age 4s, which, that said we're going to have some 5s next year, and, but it doesn't work for the other two age, the 3s and 6s don't account for much, and you can't use them for any predictive information. Just mostly these 2 dominant ones are the ones that we're keeping an eye on.
Okay, thank you. So the short answer then is you have not observed any trends?
Nothing substantial. They're basically still, the 4-year-olds are still dominant, and the 5-year-olds are not.
Okay. The reason I'm harping on this is because I know that the age 6 class is very small. Only, in this table here for 2025 is only like 1% forecast. However, as these fish get older, they get bigger. And when they get bigger, the number of eggs per fish increases geometrically to their size, just like it does with Chinook salmon. And therefore, the assumption that I have is that the larger, older chum salmon are just as important to the salmon run as the larger, older Chinook salmon are to the Chinook run. I think that's a reasonable assumption. And this is why I'm asking this question, is because the context is that the proportion of this chum salmon run that is Canadian origin has been declining significantly from what used to be around 25% to sometimes below 10%. And this is a big problem. And it could indicate a reduction in productivity of Canadian origin chum, and a reduction in Canadian origin chum could be as a result of a change in the age class proportion, specifically if we're losing more of the older, larger fish, which is probably the smoking gun in a crash in Chinook stocks. So I appreciate your thoughts on this. No doubt you've been thinking about this over the years as well.
I'm lucky that chum salmon don't stay out in the ocean as long. Since they're dominated by the 4s and 5s, they're not as old as the king salmon and whatever's, affecting them. And plus you got the gear sizes in the fisheries are different. So they're not, the selective issues are different for kings than they are for chum. So most of our stuff is chum gear, set and drift, and fish wheels, and they pretty much catch both age classes together pretty well. Because they are, yes, 6-year-olds are generally larger or the 5s are generally bigger than the 4s, but not like they would be for kings, and not substantially. So right now, we're just keeping an eye. Right now, the proportions are similar right now in the Canadian origin and the drainage wide, as far as we know, of the 4s and 5s.
Okay, so the smoking gun for the Chinook is unlikely to be the same sort of gun as for the chum. Okay, I get that. Thank you. My other question is for Adam, and it relates to slide 10. You said that you characterized the recent years there's been an increase in numbers. When I look at those bars from 2020 to through 2024, those last 5 years, I really don't see any trend towards an increase.
Is that still going on? If that's what I said, I may have misspoke. I think what I was saying was that the forecast and the observed runs are aligning better in recent years. I hope that's what I said.
That makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, in terms for the difference in age data too, there has been a look at the fishing branch chum, and I know that's not part of the stock aggregate, but I mean, you could have some sort of inferences with that. And since that data set's going back 50 years, there has been shown to be a decline in the age of the fish over that time. It's not dramatic, or but it's definitely a reduction in size and age.
Interesting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So next we'll go to Canadian panel member Kadrian Hummel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm looking at slide 13. I was wondering if there was any investigation done on the explosion of performance about every 10 years.
Nobody can figure out, like, the 1 year, well, this isn't the return per spawner one, but 1 year we had a super high return per spawner, but that was off the scale compared to normal. So it's kind of a little bit different topic here, but it did produce some of these 2005. And summer chum were large runs those years as well. We don't know what causes them. We're just watching when they come back in and documenting it and getting the age structure of them. But nobody's been able to, we do look at the marine and see, but you don't really know if the harvest from those other fisheries, do they represent that there's a lot of fish out there? Like, they caught a lot of fish that year too, because there's a lot of fish, but they could have also just been on them. So you can't really, we weigh it and we look at it, and we also look at like what Kuskokwim's doing and Norton Sound's doing relative to us, and because Kuskokwim's a little bit before us. And if their chum are going up, it'll give us some kind of indication, but generally in season, we wouldn't be able to predict that here at a forecast, pretty much.
Okay, thank you for that. I know Virgil's been very patient, so we'll go to U.S. panel member Virgil Umpenhauer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Is there any difference in the Kluane Lake and what's happened there? Is that still about the same as far as being dewatered?
So as far as I'm aware, there isn't any change now compared to, approximately, say, 2017, 2016, when that glacier and the diversion of the Slims River happened. I'm sure that over time, there's going to be subtle differences, just as it is a fairly recent event. However, in terms of lake levels, I believe it's been fairly consistent since that point. And other factors, I can't really speak to it.
Okay, thank you. We had on our side of the border, and Ragnar maybe can remember when we did this better than me, but we had a marketing program for the Yukon, and it was kind of YRDFA involved. YRDFA was involved in it, and we had to be under this I can't even remember the name of the organization, except they made me mad. That is, we had this marketing thing, and they didn't win a market of fish unless it had a bright silver skin. So that eliminated all the fish that we do in the upper river. Even though when they went to the Boston Seafood Show, the only samples they had of smoked fish was stuff from between Tanana and the bridge. Fish that I had, maybe some of them his brothers caught. Anyway, and so one of the things we did as part of that marketing is we wanted to know what the oil content was. So I sent fish off to get analyzed, and they averaged 13% fat content, oil content, whatever you want to call it, the ones caught between the rapids and the bridge on the Yukon. These are fall chums. And so that leads me up to my question. Of course, the Canadian fish are swimming further, like the fishing branch, are some of the further swimming chums going up the Yukon River. And so the fish are smaller now. They used to average 8 pounds, right at 8 pounds. And they had 13% oil content caught up by the bridge. And so this is my question. If they're running out of gas because they didn't get enough oil content to propel them all the way to the spawning grounds, if they're smaller fish, because the fish are smaller now, would that, and of course this has to be hypothetical, I guess, but maybe you studied something somewhere along the line that would answer this question. If they're smaller, they're not going to have as much oil content, like a big king salmon has lots of high oil content normally. And so they might just die along the way, just might not make it because they don't have enough oil content. And does the size difference, you think, make a difference in that?
I'm sure it has some influence. It reasons that way. Now, I mean, in terms of whether the fish are dying on the way due to that, I mean, we can look at pilot and eagle estimates to give us a bit of an indication. And I think 2023 is maybe the 1 year where there was fewer fish at eagle than estimated at pilot with the confidence intervals. So generally speaking, I don't know that that's been observed to have fish dying on the way, but I mean, if there's smaller fish, they're probably going to be less equipped for the migration, and in addition to any other environmental factors that might be changing and causing additional stress. However, I don't know that there's been any indication of that actually happening or resulting in mortalities of the fish. But then again, you know, there isn't, once they pass the border, and I mean, this is forgetting the porcupine system as well in Canada, you know, there's no real indication to reference that to, or metric to reference that to, but once they pass the border, it's difficult to get an estimation of anything that might be happening within the Canadian drainage itself.
I know there's been swimming studies done on Ichthyophonus. Dr. Kosan did a bunch of that, I know, where he would have the fish infect fish, but he was using rainbow trout to test them, because that's what was available. Infect them with Ichthyophonus and vary the temperatures and vary the velocity of the water that they're swimming in. And he found out that when they're swimming in swifter water, the disease advances way faster than if it's not, the water's not as, the velocity's not as much, and if the temperature's not as high. I don't know if anyone's done any of that kind of research on salmon to determine if it makes a difference in the fecundity of the fish and their ability to successfully spawn and the males to successfully make it and fertilize eggs or not, but probably not, or maybe someone's heard about that, but have any of you guys heard about it?
No. I don't know that I can go into any more detail than that. I don't know, Bonnie. Yeah.
Okay, I know Mother Nature, only the fittest survive and breed. Moose kill each other, almost every animal kills each other. The males kill each other over the females. Even pike do it. That's why there's hardly any male pike over 30 inches. They kill each other. All the big ones are women. And so I don't know whether it makes a difference with salmon or not, but I think it's something that maybe people in the right scientific circumstances can test. I have no idea. It's an idea of mine, because we're looking at some of the grimmest thing on salmon in the Yukon River, both in Chinook and Chum both, in recorded history. I do know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we've got a long queue going. We'll go to U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to read a few things from a study on the fishing branch chum ASL, which goes to what Virgil is talking about, and also to some extent what Sebastian Jones is talking about. And in the results, it said this total spawner abundance has decreased significantly since 1970. The average fork length of female and males declined by 3.1% and 3.6% respectively. This is a significantly statistical decline in the average length and was associated with significant reduction in length at age. It also went on to say that the returns, let's see where it said that, age 3 females and age 6-year-old fish did not have significant declines, though they are much smaller components of the age structure, which that corresponds with this presentation. There are some indications that chum salmon are also maturing to spawn at earlier ages in this population, with an age 4 fish increasing in abundance. The average age of spawners have decreased from 4.6 to 4.3 years for male fish and 4.5 to 4.2 years for female fish. And this decline parallels other documented declines in body length and age of salmon in the North Pacific Ocean. And then it just went on to say that the hypothesis here is that there is some ocean competition for food sources, and that might be what's causing some of these changes in size and age at return. So just wanted to enter that in because I think it's pertinent to the discussion we're having now. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, Elizabeth McDonald, Canadian panel member. Still have, yes, question, comment?
Yeah, thanks. So first I'm going to put my glasses on just so I can see you. Wanted to acknowledge you, Bonnie, because I think this might be your last panel meeting. No, one more? Thank goodness, because we need you. For those who don't know, Bonnie's been a long-time JTC member and is quite passionate about chum salmon. And a lot of, I think, the efforts that have been done in the past are because of Bonnie and her tireless effort towards continuing the science on chum. So very appreciative of all that work, and I'm glad you're not going yet. So just wanted to point out that it's the second lowest preseason forecast since '95, I believe, and then for the last 7 years, the run has actually come in lower than the forecast. So if we're down near that 8,000 that's predicted, we're really in a bad spot for chum salmon. 8% would be, or 8,000, sorry, would be about 11% of what's needed on the main stem for spawning, that lower end of that 70,000 spawning goal. We all know this, we all feel it, but I don't know how to state it other than things are extremely dire for chum. And I think we need to keep that in mind when we go on to the management presentation about what we're going to do to make a change, to make sure every single salmon can make it back to spawn, because we really cannot have any coming into the river and not making it onto the spawning grounds, because we need them for future years. So thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Any additional questions, comments? Dan Najutli, Senior Canadian Panel Member, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just based on Virgil's comment, I think most of those female fish are up in Porcupine in a gauntlet between mouth of Bell and Johnson Creek. There's a lot of big pike in there and a lot of big burbot in that area. They all went up there, so they're in there, and they eat a lot of fish. They eat everything. So that's been there historically, and they're still there, you know, by elders who stated that based on traditional knowledge. So yeah, that's a lot of anything that goes through there got to make it through that whole area, and that's a 30-mile stretch that they got to make it through. I think just reiterate the point that that Elizabeth made is that yes, in terms of when we discuss management, you know, I think every fish got to make it up there. In terms of how we're going to look at this, now we're going to manage for that, for the chum, it's not good. So we're going to need to probably do our homework there. Yeah, I see Joe. Thanks for your presentation. That's great. And I think based on the fat content, like 2012, 2014, that area, when I was fishing for chum, that was probably the last years I was fishing, and there was a lot of oil in the chum, which I'd never seen before when I was drying them, hanging them up. And the water level was extremely high for that season in July and August and September. When they came up in the fall chum came up in the Porcupine River. They're in good shape. So those are the only years that I've seen them and really with a lot of fat content on them. But I think in terms of the research and looking at the research in terms of what the health is of the salmon, I think that's definitely, that research needs to be done in the river system, in the river, to look at what we're dealing with. Here we're going to manage a fish, we got to know what it is that we're managing. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we'll go to U.S. Panel Member Rhonda Pitka. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if there's like research or a literature review on the Kluane Lake, because it was 25% of the fall chum spawning grounds, and that event in 2016. I think when it happened, I was really concerned about it because that was a huge place of spawning, and so I've always been curious, and I, you know, maybe it's just from, you know, United States perspective that I never really got the impression that there was a lot of work going on in that area around that event. So I was just wondering, like, what kind of work has gone into that, and then we get some information on that. Maybe it doesn't need to be a presentation to the panel, but it could be on the website. Thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is going off the top of my head here. I think initially there had been some focused work with a group with Yukon government, oh boy, Environment Canada, I believe was involved, and DFO, I'm sure Kelowna First Nation would have been involved. And this was looking around, I mean, it did focus around groundwater inputs in the lake itself, but I think there was also monitoring as well. I mean, there's also, I mean, it's adjacent to the national park, Kelowna National Park, so that tends to get a bit more focus, although it happened outside, well, I guess the glacier's inside the park, right? But then the lake's outside, so it's right on the boundary. But there has been previous work on Slims River itself, the river that had lost the majority of the water. But in recent years, I think now I'm sure there's additional work that's going on there in relation to other aspects, whether it's even lake trout or other fish species, or even potentially hydrological issues or concerns there. I don't know any off the top of my head. Like ourselves, we do have ground and surface water loggers in there, and we have been continuing to deploy those every year. There's, oh boy.
I think maybe to help you out, Adam,
Yeah.
so there are a number of ongoing studies documenting the changes in water levels in the Slims and Kelowna River systems. Yes, we can certainly make those links available, and yes, happy to arrange for a future presentation to the panel as well. So, great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
Okay.
for that answer. I appreciate it. And thank you for not letting Adam flounder any longer.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from panel members on Mainstem Chum outlooks? I am cognizant of time, so perhaps, Mr. Co-Chair, let's try to take a 5-minute break at this point. I know that may be difficult, but 5-minute break, resume at 5 after, and we'll try to get our schedule back on track. So 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. So we will proceed with the remainder of our presentations. As a reminder, we will be starting public testimony at 4:15 this afternoon, so just over an hour. We will proceed with our next presentation, and that is proposed U.S. management strategies for Mainstem Chum salmon. And for this presentation, we're joined by Mr. Matt Olson, Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So welcome, Matt.
Thank you. And good afternoon. Again, my name is Matt Olson. I am currently the acting fall season manager for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Fairbanks, and I'll be presenting the fisheries management considerations and strategies for 2025. Next slide, please. So this is a map of the Yukon River drainage shown in gray. And the Alaskan escapement goals include the drainage-wide goal of 300,000 to 600,000. And then on the Tejinjik and the Delta River. And then Canadian treaty objectives include the fishing branch and then Mainstem Canada. Next slide, please. Below are 3 forms of fall chum salmon assessment used to inform management actions. So first, the forecast is going to be developed, or is developed in the spring based on parent recruits from about 51 years of data of Yukon River fall chum salmon. Also, the preseason projection developed in mid-July every year using the summer chum salmon data. And it's based on that summer to fall chum salmon run size relationship that was mentioned earlier. We then developed an in-season projection using the fish counts from assessment projects and genetics. We use biological indicators such as age classes, male-female ratios, to help assess run strength and timing, as well as local observations to help make management decisions. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the 2025 forecast for fall chum salmon. The drainage-wide forecast of 218,000 is well below the escapement goal. And then the Canadian main stem forecast of 22,000 is also well below its IMEG. Forecast will be revised in season based on that summer to fall chum salmon relationship. And again, it's mid-July. Next slide, please. This chart shows the preseason projections of prior years. Summer chum are on the horizontal axis and fall chum are on the vertical axis. Note that recent low runs from 2020 to 2024 are all near the bottom of the plot in orange. This projection is used to inform initial fall season management decisions. Next slide, please. Our management actions are guided by the fall chum salmon management plan. Note our drainage-wide escapement goal for fall chum salmon is again 300,000 to 600,000. For this upcoming season, we are forecasting a run below the goal in that red zone on the table, and U.S. escapement goals are unlikely to be met, similar to 2024. Subsistence salmon fishing for fall chum salmon will likely be closed. Fall chum salmon commercial, personal use, and sport fish will also be closed. Management decisions will be, again, based on that preseason projection to determine any subsistence fishing opportunities. Next slide, please. In 2025, the management approach in the early season will be based on that preseason projection for fall chum salmon, the summer to fall chum relationship, local observations, recommendations, summer chum and Chinook salmon run strengths, and then the evaluation of current escapements relative to those escapement goals. And then in the mid to late season decisions will be based on assessment project information, including fish counts, genetics, age classes, that male-female ratio, look observations and recommendations, in-season projections for fall chum and coho, and then that same evaluation of current escapement relative to the escapement goals. Next slide, please. So if the preseason projection indicates escapement goals won't be met in 2025, subsistence fall chum salmon fishing will be closed. Prior to the fall chum salmon run arriving in the lower river, if we're not seeing any relatively large numbers of probable fall chum salmon in LYTF or in pilot station genetics, there's a possibility of additional summer chum salmon opportunity with selective gear only. And any opportunity on that front would be based on in-season run abundance information for both summer and fall chum salmon runs. Selective gear will be open for non-salmon. This gear, includes dip nets, hook and line, beach seines, manned fish wheels. And if warranted, we would require the release of any specified salmon species. 4-inch or smaller mesh set gill nets for non-salmon only would be limited to a maximum length of 60 feet, with additional time and area closure approaches to limit the potential for the incidental harvest of salmon. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank our collaborators listed here that help with fall season fisheries assessment projects and communication in season. And thank you for listening, and with that, we'll take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and we'll start with Canadian panel member Sebastian Jones. Go ahead, please. Microphone. Thank you. Microphone.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe I just need to have it sitting here all the time and then I wouldn't forget it. Yeah. I think the management table needs drastic adjustment. Could you flip back to the management table, please? That's the one. Thank you very much. So the reason why this table needs a dramatic adjustment is because of the change in proportion of Canadian origin chum that are making it across the border. This table made sense when 25% of the fall chum were Canadian origin and could be expected to come into Canada. So consider that the minimum border obligation for Canadian fall chum into Canada is 72,000. As a proportion of 300,000, that's close to 25%, close enough. When we consider that we are now getting fewer than 10% fall chum, to reach a border escapement of 72,000, we would need to have at least 720,000 fall chum entering the Yukon River. Therefore, allowing any kind of fishing on fall chum at a number below 700,000 means that it's going to be directly affecting the number of, it's going to make it impossible for Canada, for the United States to meet the obligations to Canada. So this table needs a drastic change to reflect the change in proportions of Canadian and American origin chum salmon in recent years. The other thing that needs to change, again, reflecting the catastrophically low runs and reflecting, I've spent many years as a chum salmon fisherman, and I know how to catch chum salmon. I also know that 4-inch mesh nets absolutely will catch chum salmon. I could catch all the chum salmon I could possibly want with 4-inch nets. Therefore, 4-inch nets should not be allowed to be used, period, in years like this when we've got such a catastrophically low chum salmon run.
Thank you for your comments. Sebastian, next we'll go to Canadian panel member Elizabeth McDonald. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I also, sorry, microphone issues. Also had some comments about this chart, and I know we're going to talk about fishing branch after, but this is, the management here will affect fishing branch chum substantially too. And if I was a fisher in Alaska and we were in the green section, I would feel really comfortable about going out to fish because in green everything is being met, everything is good. But if that is 4% of fishing branch spawning goal, you're actually starting to fish into that goal if you open up fisheries at 550,000. So it's not all good. So the color scheme is a little misleading in that it seems like everything's good, we can go fish, we're not going to impact anything, we can be a responsible fisher. But at 550,000, that's still not true. It would have to be 550,000 plus whatever the harvest in the US is going to be on fishing branch chum before you're in the clear. And what I would equate to a green category being everything is good to go. And just wanted to speak to the importance of how important chum are to people. So First Nations recently hosted a workshop on a strategy for chum, a rebuilding strategy. And I hoped that we'll have that information out here soon. But even just here in town, I had a friend, I let him know about the meeting. Unfortunately, he couldn't come, but he spoke how his children call chum river chicken because they eat it 6 days a week when they could. So it is a very valuable food source. It's very valuable to people here. Yeah, so just it would be great, as Sebastian suggested, maybe redo the chart so that the colors do reflect kind of like, you know, red means no, you can't fish because you're in extinction levels. Orange is more, like, goals will be met and there might be a little bit of harvest over that, right? And green is like, okay, good, we can go and fish, we've got our goals met. And so I think shifting the color scheme or using different colors would really benefit as well, just to be more informative so Alaskans can make a good decision. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Stan Najutli. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the same concerns as Sebastian, you know, being a fisherman and fishing as a teenager, like Sebastian, probably 2 more years than him. Nevertheless, that 4-inch takes everything. It's lethal. Put 4-inch mesh in the river, and you could, in the vague terms, if you're saying that you're targeting freshwater fish, but nevertheless, in the area that you put it in, it's going to take everything out of the river. You know, it's going to take everything. The 4-inch mesh is whitefish net. It only lasted for 4 days. The salmon ripped the hell out of it in 4 days. They got 120 salmon a day. Chum salmon. And about 3 or 4 whitefish. It just doesn't work. So I think there's, if we're at this stage again, when the runs are really low, we definitely need to mitigate that use of that of the 4-inch mesh. So I just want to point that out and for consideration when we're talking about, especially like Elizabeth was saying, the low run on Porcupine River and trying to conserve those stocks on the Canadian side. And just want to make that point. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we'll go to U.S. panel member Charlie Wright. Go ahead, please.
I also agree that chum is just as important as kings on the upper river, where we only have chums and kings. And on the Alaskan side, during the salmon migration, there will be no fishing with 4-inch mesh while the salmon pass, especially the chums. Some of us choose not to. Some of us choose to keep our nets out of the water all the time when the salmon are in the water because we want to see salmon on the tables of our future generations and our grandchildren. So it's a kind of a personal, we can't stop everybody. We represent the whole river on the Fish Commission. And we can't tell people that they can't eat, but it's a personal choice whether you want to see salmon on your table again in your smokehouse. So right now, this is just an outlook and what can happen. So let's not get confused. There's not going to be no fishing with 4-inch this year on the Alaska side because of the outlook, unless something miracle happens and 1 million fish come in. But right now, we're in conservation. We're working on a rebuilding plan. We're in an agreement, and I think the salmon and the upper river are both equally as important, and we should worry about them both. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Additional comments, panel members, questions on the U.S. management strategy proposed for 2025? Elizabeth McDonald, follow-up question, go ahead.
Yeah, just following up on Charlie's comment. So last year there was a closure, an additional closure taken. So from Monday to Thursday it was closed. There were no nets in the river. And then Friday to Sunday nets were allowed in the river. And we didn't see the same effectiveness of that measure as we did for the Chinook, where there was no nets in the river for 2 weeks. And I think, particularly given the preseason forecast, that maybe a full net closure is going to be needed for fall chum on both sides of the border, right? Just to make sure they get back. But if it does come in as dire as that, I think there might not be another option if we're going to be responsible stewards of salmon. So just want to highlight that the measure last year was appreciated, but I think we might need to take it a step further this year.
That is one of the things that we are, that is under consideration. I think it's pretty safe to say that we are going to be more conservative than we were last year. So we're still gathering feedback from the different AC meetings, the RAC meetings that have happened over the course of the winter. This meeting, preseason YRTFA, to get that feedback on things that we can do and go forward with that. So thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Final question, Canadian panel member Brandy Mays, go ahead.
Thank the others for going ahead of me and asking the questions that I did not know exactly how to answer or ask. But I also want to know, did we have a record of the incidental catches for when the closures were on for fall chum last year?
Sorry?
When the closures happened and the nets were up for incidentals?
So I don't have it specifically for just when the closures were happening, but overall last year, there were about 3,600 fall chum harvested overall. About 1,600 of those were in test fish projects, and about 2,000 were incidental over the course of the fall season. So.
Just another follow-up, not a question. Mm-hmm. I just think that, for what's being said here, we need to really think about looking back at what has been done in previous management plans. The Chinook are a great example of that. We're not bouncing back from that. And just to, on the 4-inch mesh, we had observers of people that are fishermen sitting at this table and in this room that are also targeting Chinook. They do, especially when we look at the smaller sizes of Chinook now, they're not much bigger than the chum, especially the ones that go right to the very top of the headwaters. So it's something that we should think about, looking back at these management plans or management decisions that were made in the past and not make those same mistakes going forward in respecting our elders and our ancestors' words. We have to look 7 generations back and we have to look 7 generations ahead. So as we're going forward with some of these recommendations, I hope that the panel considers that and managers. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you guys for your presentation.
Great, thank you. U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, sometimes I feel like I need to get into a debate, so I'm trying to focus my question here. Will 4-inch gear targeting non-salmon, specifically Chinook and fall chum, be allowed for subsistence?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Mr. Chairman, will the for subsistence purposes targeting non-salmon species, you got to remember that in different areas of the river, with 4-inch gear, the chance of catching a Chinook are probably none. But these fish come in ocean bright. Will the use of 4-inch gear targeting non-salmon species be allowed?
We do anticipate 4-inch gear being allowed for non-salmon harvest. What is unclear as of this moment is to what extent. So that is what, like I mentioned before, the feedback that we're getting from the different meetings, and then internal discussions with both Fish and Game staff, Fish and Wildlife, and other groups.
Thank you for that. So what I'd propose is to thank our presenters. We'll move into the Canadian fall chum salmon main stem management presentation and proposed measures for 2025. And then we will move into the Porcupine River chum salmon presentation following. And what I'd like to propose is that for the Porcupine presentation, we run through the forecast and the management presentations, followed by questions on the collective presentations. That might be helpful in framing the topic and facilitating engagement with our presenters. So with that, I'd like to welcome Jacqueline Kendall and Adam Odell back from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello again, everyone. I'm going to be walking through the 2025 Canadian Origin Chum Salmon Management Outlook for the Yukon River. So next slide, please. Oh, we have no slides up yet. I'll hold for just a second. Getting ahead of myself. Next slide. Yep.
Good slide.
Great, thank you. Okay, so first off, we will cover the Yukon River Chum Salmon assessments planned for 2025. So along with pilot station sonar and Eagle sonar that will assess Yukon River chum and provide that in-season and post-season estimate. In Canada, we will also complete aerial surveys at 2 index locations. So the first one is the mid-main stem Yukon River, and that's near Carmacks. And the next one is Kluane River in southwest Yukon. So these 2 aerial surveys have been completed since about the 70s and 80s with a gap across much of the 2010s. So there is also going to be a Yukon First Nation-led project on the Teslin River planned for 2025 to assess adult spawning chum salmon and their habitat. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on here to management, and in this slide we're looking at the 2025 outlook that's been introduced and how that relates to any US or Canadian harvest shares and total allowable catch. So as introduced in the forecast presentation, the Canadian origin outlook is for 8,000 to 48,000 chum, with that most likely point estimate of about 22,000. So the spawning objective in Canada for Yukon River chum is 70,000 to 104,000. And with the outlook being so far below the minimum of the objective, there will be no opportunities again this year, which is of course concerning and unfortunate. We will watch how things go in season for any revisions based on the summer to fall chum relationship, but don't anticipate any management actions being able to change. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving into this slide, we're looking at how that outlook that we just talked about relates to management actions in Canada. So as there is no harvest share, the public angling fishery, which is our recreational fishery, will be closed. And the commercial and domestic fisheries will remain under the long-term closure implemented in 2021. There will be no harvest opportunities again in the First Nation subsistence fishery, and Canadian Yukon First Nation governments will manage that subsistence fishery accordingly. Next slide, please. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you. Fairly straightforward presentation given the outlooks for 2025. Any questions on the proposed Canadian management strategies for main stem chum salmon? We'll start with Canadian panel member Pauline Frost. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm just following up on the previous presentation and the question that was asked with respect to 4-inch mesh size and targeting other species. It indicated on your slide that there's no opportunities for fishing. So are you anticipating then to allow 4-inch mesh net use in Canada during the chum run? Pardon? Burbot. What? I don't know. I'm asking the question of the experts here. Are you anticipating the use of 4-inch mesh net size during that time? Because that's what we said last year. You would, and you left. It was up to the First Nations to manage and regulate themselves, right?
Yeah.
But it's an obligation of Canada. But as First Nations, we're left to regulate, but we don't have jurisdictional rights to regulate. So we're needing some support with respect to the use of gear. The specific gears that targeted. What we're hearing from Sebastian and others is that when you put the 4-inch mesh net in the river, you will target chum, you will target other species. And so I'm asking the question on what your recommendation would be other than no harvesting, but clearly there must be some indication of what your vision is around that.
Well, there are communications starting now in terms of setting up meetings for the coming season with Yukon First Nation governments, Yukon territorial government, and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in terms of compliance monitoring and what Yukon First Nation governments might want to see in terms of support and or collaborative monitoring. So those types of conversations are starting this year fairly early, I think probably in the next few weeks. So that's where we'll get an idea of the level of support that Yukon First Nation governments may be looking for.
Virgil Umpenhauer, U.S. panel member, go ahead, please.
Will there be angling opportunity for pike, burbot, and whitefish, or anything else that you could catch, like in a lake or somewhere where you're not going to catch a chum salmon? Because they're not going to bite on that stuff.
Short answer, I'll take that to assist Ms. Kendall. So short answer is yes, that there will be angling opportunities for freshwater species in locations and utilizing gear. Obviously, that's directed at those species. As far as angling in a manner which is likely to result in capture of salmon, be it chum or chinook, angling in that manner is prohibited. So anyone attempting to angle with gear designed or intended to catch salmon, be it chum or chinook, that would be prohibited in the Canadian portion of the watershed for the duration of the season.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Sorry, Virgil, I thought that was a comment to start, not a question, so apologies.
Further questions, comments on the Canadian management presentation? Not seeing any, so thank you very much for the presentation. And as I mentioned, we'll try to be efficient with our Porcupine River chum salmon outlook. So we'll be staying on the topic of Fay, and we'd like to start with the forecast for 2025, followed immediately by the U.S. management and Canadian management strategies, and then we'll take questions following. So for the forecast, I'd like to invite Adam Odell, Bonnie Borba to please proceed. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So we'll be touching on here the 2025 Canadian origin Fish and Branch River fall chum forecast. We can go to the next slide. So this year's forecasted run size, it's presented as a range of 114 to 322,000 drainage wide, of course, with a point estimate of 218,000, which represents a well below average run size. That average run size being about just under 1 million fish. And for more detail, I'm sure you can recall the presentation that was provided just moments ago. Next slide, please. So the Fish and Branch forecast, it's the standard method we've been using is similar to the main stem that I presented previously, in which we use a proportional contribution. And for Fish and Branch River, that proportion is 4%. So 4% of the drainage-wide forecast is what we anticipate to consist of fishing branch chum. So in this case, the forecast suggests a return higher than last year's escapement of about 6,000, but in the same ballpark. So 9,000 with a range of 5 to 15,000. And recall again that the inter-management escapement goal for this stock is 22,000 to 49,000. So well below that range. Next slide, please. So looking at the forecast versus run size performance for Fishing Branch Fall Chum, in 2024, we experienced a fairly large overestimation in the number of chum forecasted to reach Fishing Branch in relation to the number that were observed. Just that last bar on the right is the 2024 observed run size. So for the 2025 forecast, as was seen with the main stem, this forecast is less than last year, but similar to the previous few years. The value there in the forecasted range, again, in the dotted line on the far right. So of course, to remember here is that as with the main stem chum salmon, we're going to benefit greatly from in-season projections that are developed mid-July with the return of the summer chum salmon and the summer to fall chum salmon relationship. And we can go to the next slide. So it's a brief presentation, so I'm not sure that you need to have a summary necessarily. However, I'm going to provide it here. So the two forecasts are shown here just for your clarification. That drainage wide being 114 to 322,000 and Fishing Branch being 5% of that, equating to 5,000 to 13,000 chum salmon. So the Fishing Branch forecast, it is below the lower end of that interim management escapement goal, and that obviously is not expected to be achieved. So considerations that go into this forecast as well, similar to the drainage wide and the main stem, is that age 4 survival is unknown. And again, consideration about that 2021 year being the lowest return on record. So the forecast, as I said, does provide that starting point, but we will benefit again from that summer to fall chum relationship that is developed in mid-July. So we can go to the next slide, which is just to wrap it up, and if there's any questions or comments.
We'll go to questions at the end.
Sure.
So we'll follow the outlooks with the U.S. management, proposed management measures, Canadian management measures. So for the U.S. management strategy, we will welcome Matt back and appreciate Jacqueline joining us as well, who will be following immediately with the Canadian management strategy. So please proceed, Matt.
All right. Good afternoon. Name's Matt Olson, currently acting fall season manager for the Alaska Park Fish and Game Fairbanks, and we'll present the 2025 fisheries management strategies for the U.S. portion of the Porcupine River for fall chum salmon. Next slide, please. The 2025 Yukon River drainage-wide forecast is again for the 218,000 fall chum salmon. 4% is applied to the drainage-wide forecast estimate of the Canadian origin Fishing Branch River forecast. For 2025, we're estimating about 9,000 fall chum. Given this forecast, it is likely the interim management escapement goal will not be met. Next slide, please. During this season, we used the main stem Yukon River sonar near Pilot Station to assess the run in the lower river. And then we also used 2 projects in the upper Yukon River to guide management actions in the Porcupine. These include the Porcupine River sonar and the Fishing Branch River weir. We also rely on local observations and reports from fishermen along the river. Next slide, please. Based on this forecast, the 2025 management actions in the U.S. portion include subsistence salmon fishing closures, anticipated throughout the drainage. Closures anticipated for personal use, sport, and commercial fall chum salmon fishing. And then in the U.S. portion of the Porcupine, subsistence salmon fishing closures expected in the main stem or the main stem Porcupine River and 3 miles. Non-salmon selective gear open, requiring the release of specified salmon species, and 4-inch smaller mesh set gill nets for non-salmon only, limited to 60 feet in length, with additional time and area closure approaches to limit the potential for incidental harvest of salmon. Next slide, please. And thank you for listening.
Okay, and so transition somewhat seamlessly to then the Canadian management strategies, which will be followed by the opportunity for questions on any of the 3 presentations. So please proceed when you're ready, Ms. Kennel.
Perfect, thank you. So again, Jacqueline Kendall here, proceeding now with management for the Porcupine. And we'll go to the next slide once we get that back up. Great, thank you. So similar to the Chinook and Yukon River Chum presentations, we will start with a map and a brief overview of the assessment projects planned in the Canadian Porcupine drainage for 2025. So this year we will be operating the Porcupine sonar and the Fishing Branch River Weir sonar projects, both again in collaboration with Vuntut Gwitchin government. So the Porcupine sonar is located near the community of Old Crow and is intended to provide an estimate on the number of salmon entering the Canadian portion of the Porcupine River drainage. It has been in operation for just over 10 years, and as with recent years, and really due to the dramatic drop in chum returns, we will determine in season whether or not to proceed with test netting, for this program. The Fishing Branch Weir sonar site is located on the Fishing Branch River, approximately 40 kilometers west of the confluence with the Minor River in remote northern Yukon. This project has been in operation for over 50 years now and currently uses a combination of weir and sonar to enumerate chum salmon. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we're going to move into management for Fishing Branch chum. And so the 2025 preliminary preseason outlook range is just 5,000 to 13,000, which even at the higher end is well below the spawning objective of 22,000 to 49,000. So because of this, there is no harvest opportunities again for this year. The public angling fishery for chum salmon will be closed by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and we will communicate, again, the low preseason outlook during meetings so that the Vuntut Gwitchin First Nation representatives can manage their subsistence fishery and seek support wherever that's required. As with main stem chum, we will watch how things go in season and share any information on revisions. Next slide, please. And that's it.
Okay, really appreciate the quickness of the presentations, but relatively straightforward as far as forecasts and management measures go pertaining to Porcupine River chum salmon stocks. So similar to the situation with main stem Canadian origin stocks. But questions from panel members on either outlooks, U.S. or Canadian management measures proposed for 2025. We'll start with Canadian panel member Stan Najutli Sr. Go ahead, please.
What I would request more to firm up is that there be a test fishery. Just to look at the health. I think the priorities, like, we know numbers are low, but just to look at the health of the chum itself. We haven't done that for a number of years yet, the sonar, but never put a test fishery in there to look at the chum itself. And I would like to know what the health of the chum is, So to understand that for that purpose, is just to pull a few of them out of the river, have a look at them, throw them back in, away they go. And hopefully they're healthy as usual. And possibly, and do a weight on them and some of the measurements. I would suggest that. To proceed with that, what's the possibility of doing that?
Yeah, thanks, Stan. So Jacqueline did touch on that. It's going to be a decision we make in the season. However, there is a bit of a benefit, and I understand that sampling different locations in the river is going to shed a bit of maybe different conclusions. However, having the Fishing Branch Weir does allow us to collect some of that information. We're able to get scales to age them. We're able to get sex and length data as well. So considering that makes up, maybe 3/4 approximate of the run in the Porcupine, there is a good number of those. We're actually getting some sort of estimate on some of that information, but it's only marginally comparable to what you might see at Porcupine itself. However, we'll just have to see in season how things are looking and progress as may or may not be needed.
Additional questions on Porcupine chum salmon outlooks or proposed management strategies? think we've covered off most of the details. So thank you very much to our presenters. Appreciate all the effort that goes into developing the forecasts and outlooks. Even though they may be poor for the coming season, I know that it does warrant considerable time and effort by your team. So thank you very much for that. Next, we will move on to our final presentation of this afternoon prior to proceeding with public testimony. And this presentation will provide information on Bering Sea pollock fishery, salmon bycatch management measures in Alaska. And I'd like to welcome our co-chair, Mr. John Linderman from Alaska Department of Fish and Game, who will be providing this presentation to the panel this afternoon. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is John Linderman with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, currently also serving as the U.S. co-chair to the Yukon River Panel. A couple of, I guess, introductory comments, just for some clarification. This is a federally managed fishery out of Alaska in Bering Sea and Aleutian Island waters. So it's not exactly my subject matter area of expertise, but I will do my best to try and answer any questions and provide you some good information here about the fishery. What this report is intended to do is to be a PowerPoint version of an annual report that is provided to the Yukon River Panel and is also published in the annual JTC report. Next slide, please. So give you a little bit of an introduction to that report. And again, ways that both panel members or any members of the public could find this report themselves and read it in more detail. So the JTC report has historically always contained information about the bycatch from the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries. That has then evolved maybe about 5 or 6 years ago into an annual bycatch report to the Yukon River Panel. It's a 6-page report that includes several tables with both what's called impact information on Canadian origin Chinook salmon specifically, as well as the annual updated bycatch information from the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fishery. It's distributed to the Yukon River Panel as a standalone report, and that distribution occurs at this preseason meeting each year. The timing of that distribution, or when the report is finalized and provided to the Yukon River Panel, is after the end of each groundfish fishery season that follows the annual calendar, and needing additional months and weeks to compile and summarize and analyze all of that bycatch information to make it available in various reports, including the report to the Yukon panel. Report components include some background information about the nature of the fishery, the bycatch impacts on specifically about Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks, including Canadian origin stocks, current bycatch information from the most recent season, as well as historical, bycatch management and regulation information in that fishery, how the assessment and adult equivalent impact methodology is evaluated and determined, and then the annually updated bycatch tables that I referenced. Next slide, please. So what is this fishery that we're talking about? A lot of people have probably heard a lot about bycatch. A lot of people have probably heard a lot about pollock fisheries or groundfish fisheries in the Bering Sea. As I mentioned in my introduction, it's a federally managed U.S. fishery. It occurs from 3 to 200 miles offshore in what's called the Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ, of the eastern Bering Sea region, which is the purple shaded area here on this slide, and the North Aleutian Islands region, which is the pink shaded area on this slide. Most of the activity in this fishery occurs on what's called the shelf break. That shelf break is kind of the canyon delineation between the eastern Bering Sea shallower waters and the central Bering Sea deep waters. The primary species of focus in the groundfish fishery is walleye pollock. It's primarily a trawl net fishery, but there is some small portion of long lining that occurs in this groundfish fishery as well. And the bycatch of salmon in this fishery is what's called immature salmon. What that means is that these are not adult salmon. They would probably stay in the ocean for another 1 to 2 years before they would begin their migration from marine waters to their natal and home spawning streams. This is an annual fishery, as I mentioned, that follows the annual calendar. It's broken up into 2 seasons, the A season that occurs from January through June each year, and the B season that occurs from July through December. It's broken down into 2 primary sectors. There's the inshore sector, which is comprised predominantly of smaller vessels that fish closer to shore, and the offshore sector, which is comprised predominantly of larger vessels, including what's called catcher processors, large vessels that both catch and process the catch on the same vessel. And those larger vessels typically operate further from shore. Next slide, please. So this is the primary information that I think most people are always interested in this annual report. It's kind of broken down into 2 sections of the impacts on specifically Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook, and then the updated total bycatch, salmon bycatch from each year's groundfish fishery season. So for the impact on Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon, it's based on an adult equivalent analysis, or AEQ. I'll provide some additional information on generally how that is analyzed. And from 1994 to 2021, Canadian origin Chinook salmon taken as bycatch ranged from 320 to 2,300 fish. And the impact rate from that number of fish ranged from 0.37% to 2.81%, with a 1% on average from 1994 to 2021. And again, that's as applicable, that percentage is applicable to the bycatch compared to the total annual run of Canadian origin Chinook. In the most recent year, that final AEQ impact estimates are available, which was 2021. 493 fish of Canadian origin Chinook were harvested as bycatch, and of that 493 represented 1.47% impact rate onto the total Canadian origin Chinook run. The updated 2024 groundfish season bycatch information for Chinook salmon, the total bycatch, that's from all groundfish fisheries in these two districts, was 10,458. That's approximately 50% below the recent 5-year average bycatch for all Chinook salmon. Of that 10,000 figure, in the pollock fishery only, 8,046 Chinook salmon, which represents about 70% of that 10,000 fish figure, total figure. For chum salmon, which folks that might look into this more, it's referred to often as non-Chinook. What that means is that all salmon are grouped into this non-Chinook category, but in any given year, the vast majority of species comprising that non-Chinook bycatch is chum salmon. So chum bycatch, non-Chinook bycatch is essentially interchangeable. So in 2024, the total bycatch from all groundfish fisheries for non-Chinook or chum salmon was 39,386. That was an 87% reduction below the recent 5-year average, which is quite significant from 2024 compared to recent prior years. In the pollock fishery only, 35,130 of that 39,000 figure were taken in just the pollock fishery as bycatch, which represented 89% of that total figure. Next slide, please. So what's the regulatory and management structure of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands groundfish fishery? The management structure itself is governed by the Federal Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. It is managed by the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. You'll often see this acronym NPFMC referred to. That's referring to the council. It's regulated by the National Marine Fisheries Service, or NMFS, NMFS, another acronym you'll often see looking into this information. And it's managed under a Comprehensive Fishery Management Plan, or FMP. Just for a little more information on FMP, when you see additional or modified regulations being made concerning this fishery, those modifications will be added to or made in the FMP. Next slide, please. So specific for the salmon bycatch regulations within the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries. Historically, back to about the early 1990s, the bycatch was managed under time and area closures. It's also been referred to as roving or hotspots. So when there's areas within the fishing grounds that are seeing high rates of salmon bycatch of any species, Chinook in particular, then those areas would be closed, and then fisher vessels and fishermen would move to other areas with lower bycatch rates. But then beginning in about 2005, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council began evaluating additional Chinook bycatch reduction measures. The first amendment that came out of those evaluations was Amendment 91. It was focused specifically on Chinook, as in all Chinook bycatch in this fishery. It was implemented in 2011. It was comprised of an upper cap of 60,000 and a lower cap of 47,591. The reason that there's those two caps is that one is a performance cap that requires an incentive plan be submitted. So any vessel, group of vessels, or sector that submits an incentive plan on how they're going to go about various measures on how they're going about further reducing their Chinook salmon bycatch in their fishing activity. If that plan is approved by NMFS, then they would be under the 60,000 cap. They would be included under the 60,000 cap. Any of those same entities that did not submit or get an approved plan would be under the lower cap of 47,591. Amendment 91 also included the requirement for 100% observer coverage on all vessels participating in this fishery, so that each vessel was required to have an observer on board to not just assess the bycatch, but also to oversee the fishing activity of those vessels in general. The next action that was taken by the council to address bycatch was Amendment 110. This was focused on Chinook, but it was more narrowly focused on just Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim, or AYK Chinook salmon. This was implemented in 2016. It was intended to further reduce Chinook bycatch during low abundance years in that Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim area on the stocks, the Chinook stocks associated with AYK. It was based on, or it is based on, a three-river index. And what that three-river index is comprised of is essentially the sum of the annual Chinook runs in the Unalakleet River, which is in southern Norton Sound. It's just north and slightly east of the mouth of the Yukon River Delta, and Unalakleet, and that southeastern portion of Norton Sound. The Yukon River Canadian Origin Run, that's the Yukon input into that three-system index, is the Canadian Origin Run of Yukon River Chinook salmon. And then the Chinook salmon run in the Kuskokwim River. So the sum of those combined annual runs is what produces, or is that index is comprised of. So if that three-river index, the sum of those three systems, is below 250,000 threshold, then the effect is the caps of 60,000 and 47,000 and change are reduced to 60,000 to 45,000, and from 47,591 to 33,318. So that 250,000 threshold is intended to represent, if you're below that, that indicates a poor abundance of those three index stocks. So you would then have lower caps compared to what Amendment 91 outlined, And again, you'd still have the incentive plan structure with those entities or vessels that had an approved incentive plan would be under the 45,000 cap, and those that didn't would be under the 33,000 cap. So these lower caps under Amendment 110 have been in place continuously since 2020. There was a prior year, I believe it was 2018 or 19, when those lower caps were also in place, but it has been continuously in place since 2020. The North Pacific Fishery Management Council is also currently evaluating additional measures to reduce chum salmon bycatch. They are currently in the process of developing a draft EIS, or Environmental Impact Statement, that is a requirement of the Magnuson-Stevens Act that governs this fishery. And they are currently evaluating regulatory options to take final action on additional measures to reduce chum salmon or non-Chinook salmon bycatch. Next slide, please. So how is bycatch in this fishery, salmon bycatch in this fishery, assessed? It's kind of broken up into three general topics here. So first, the salmon bycatch data collection. Again, it's facilitated through the 100% observer coverage on each fishing vessel. The catch from those vessels is sorted to determine salmon bycatch by species. Genetic samples are taken from those bycaught salmon to analyze the stock of origin. Age-sex link samples are also taken to determine the age of the bycatch, salmon bycatch taken. And then further data compilation and analysis is conducted post-season to compile, summarize, and analyze all the data collected over the course of the fishery. There's some general considerations to keep in mind when it comes to how salmon bycatch is evaluated in this fishery. One of the first ones is that salmon bycatch is comprised of multiple stocks spread throughout the North Pacific. So it's not just AYK stocks or even Eastern Bering Sea stocks, it's Russian stocks, it's Japanese stocks or Asian stocks. It's Gulf of Alaska. It's for salmon stocks all throughout the North Pacific are comprised in that salmon bycatch. The salmon that are bycaught are immature, as I mentioned earlier. So because of that, the annual bycatch is not equal to the annual adult return. As I mentioned, because these are immature salmon that would not be returning as adults until 1 or 2 years after they would get caught as bycatch. So it doesn't directly equal your annual run sizes that you see in any systems. The bycatch must be then adjusted for the natural mortality to compare to adult returns. So if a fish that was taken as bycatch was going to live another 1 to 2 years, there's a chance it just might die in the ocean from natural mortality before it reaches adulthood to return to its spawning streams. And therefore, bycatch must be adjusted for that natural mortality, and that adjustment is referred to the adult equivalent, or AEQ, bycatch. So how is that AEQ bycatch analyzed and developed into estimates that, again, reported to you on the Canadian origin impacts and AEQ analysis earlier? So first, you need the total salmon bycatch. Then you need the genetic mixtures and stock identification of that bycatch. That's where the genetic samples come from. You need to determine that bycatch age composition. That's where the age, sex, length data collection comes from. And then you need to have assumptions associated with the salmon mortality in the marine habitats. I'm sorry, I skipped one here. The salmon maturity schedules. What that means is that given the age they were when they were taken as immature salmon as bycatch, you look at what the adult age composition is at adult returns in various systems, and that's what the schedule refers to, is how many more years would it take to achieve the age structures of the adult returns that we have considerable data on from various systems, including the Yukon. And then again, salmon mortality assumptions of how many fish would you expect to die of natural mortality before they would return as adults. The bycatch impact information, the percentage figures that I reported earlier, then compares that AEQ bycatch of a specific stock, such as Canadian origin, to that stock's annual adult return in a given year. Next slide, please. So final slide here on some additional resources. Just so folks know, there's a lot to see here. Don't expect you to write down the website links or anything, but all of these additional resources and links are contained in that annually published report to the Yukon River Panel that anyone can find on the panel's website in the JTC report. So do feel free to seek out some of that, the report itself for more information on this. So bycatch numbers are reported throughout the year by the National Marine Fisheries Service. It's available at the associated link. Bycatch updates are reported from the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, again at the associated link. There are references below here that one is from 2022 with an update on Chinook salmon mortality and impacts. That's where the AEQ updated through 2021 that I reported earlier came from. It's a part of that report. The next reference and link is the draft EIS that I referenced that is looking at options and further bycatch reduction measures for chum salmon. There is also draft information on Chinook salmon in that same EIS as well. What we expect to come once the council has finalized and approved that draft information on both Chinook and chum, then we will put the updated impact analysis for Chinook as well as the outcomes of chum salmon into the annual bycatch report to the panel. And then the two publications listed, the first one from Einellian and Stram in 2014, that's the AEQ methodology paper that was published when they first developed that AEQ analysis. The next one from Murphy et al. In 2017 is one of the first attempts to develop an AEQ methodology specific to chum salmon. And Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So we'll start with panel member questions. We have Canadian panel member James McDonald. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question, I think, on the first or second slide. I think it's the second slide. And two questions relating to that. I wonder if, Mr. Linderman, you can speak to what you mean by impact rate and sort of describe that in a little bit more detail. Is it run reconstruction or what is meant by that term? And then the second question relates to the chum bycatch, and the GTC reports do an excellent job of reporting out the annual Chinook bycatches of Canadian origin, and I'm just wondering if there's a comparable data set for Canadian origin chum.
Great questions, James. So maybe one of the better slides to address your first question on impact would be to go to slide 4 of the presentation. Could you bring up slide 4, Amy? So the impact rate is the percentage. Those percentages, the 3.7, so again, on the upper portion of this slide here about Canadian origin impact. So the 320 compared to the total run of Canadian origin Chinook that 320 year applies to translates to 0.37. The 2,300 number of fish taken as Canadian origin Chinook taken as bycatch relates to the 2.81%. So that's 2,300 compared to what the total run size was in that year. That's not in here. But so the difference between the rate is it's expressing the percentage of the total run that was taken as bycatch from that stock. Okay. And so your second question about chum salmon genetics, for Canadian origin fall chum salmon, what Alaska refers as fall chum because there's two runs, summer and fall chum in the Alaskan portion of the drainage. Fall chum in general from the Yukon are very genetically distinct. There's no doubt about it. They can be teased out of large mixtures of multiple stocks in things like bycatch in that regard. So yes, they can be genetically identifiable and distinguished from, say, summer chum in the Yukon, but also from summer chum throughout coastal western Alaska, what's referred to as CWAC. That means coastal western Alaska in that regard. Where it becomes a little more difficult to determine if the Canadian portion of the Yukon fall chum run can be identified as a scale question. They can absolutely be distinguished from US compared to Canadian genetically, but because we're talking about a massive scale of chum salmon stocks from all over the North Pacific, about 60% on average of the non-Chinook or chum salmon bycatch in this fishery is actually Asian origin chum salmon. So because compared to the huge number of all these other stocks, we're talking about a very small number of not just Yukon fall chum in total, both US and Canadian origin. The proportion of the Canadian origin is even smaller in that regard. So it really does depend on whether or not you happen to catch any Canadian origin genetically identifiable fall chum salmon in any given year's bycatch. If you don't get it, if you don't sample any of those in a given year, because it's not sampling every fish, it's subsampling and expanding out, then you would see zero in that regard. And so the probability of actually catching such a small portion of the total abundance of chum salmon that is a Canadian origin chum is really the question. But yes, they can be identified. Canadian origin chum salmon can be identified. It's a question of whether or not there's going to be enough of them in any given bycatch sampling program in a given year to actually see that.
Great. So next we will go to Canadian panel member Sebastian Jones. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this. I have a couple of rather basic questions. First one is, you described the pollock fishery and I guess the cod fishery as ground fish fisheries. Why? Why are they called ground fish fisheries? I know it sounds super basic, but I think it matters.
So it's, I guess one way to think of it is that it's distinguishing it from salmon. Or really any other, it's fish, it's multiple species that fall into the category that are determined as ground fish. A cod type fish or pollock type fish in this example have long been categorized as a ground fish. Even sablefish are considered, which is a cod species, fall into this category of ground fish. Lingcod are considered ground fish. There's multiple different species that fall into this general category of ground fish. That's what it's referring to.
So does it mean then that any fish that's not a salmon is a ground fish?
No, not by any means.
Does it mean that fish that tend to swim close to the ground are ground fish?
No. Some do, some don't, and they vary. Again, it's more of that category that's been, I guess, a standard label placed on specific species that do, in many cases, go very, very deep in any water or any ocean. And it's not unique to Alaska. We're talking about oceans throughout. The Atlantic Ocean is most likely where that terminology first came into play. And they can be very deep. It doesn't mean that they're always on the ground, though. It depends. It's somewhat seasonal, what they're seeking and what they're going after in the way of food and stuff like that. But no, they're not always close to the bottom.
Okay, that really didn't help me at all. I still don't know what ground fish means in practical terms. Okay, fair enough. I guess there's a lot of things in this on this planet that I don't really understand. I'll just add it to the list. I wonder if there is a map someplace that overlays the areas that are used by Yukon River Chinook and chum salmon and the areas that are used by trawlers?
That's a great question. And yes, but basically the only thing, it's not quite as broad as what you described. What there are very detailed maps from council staff, North Pacific council staff with National Marine Fisheries Service that show where the bycatch was taken of different species So they're kind of like heat maps that we are very familiar with climate, that the higher the catch, the redder it is compared to green and shading and white and so on and so forth. But it shows where the highest bycatch is being taken within this specific fishery. There's a lot of maps that show that, and it's very seasonal because the distribution of the fishery is very seasonal.
Okay, fair enough. But I think you have heard my concerns about habitat issues related to the trawls. And so what I'm really interested in would be actually heat maps that show the areas that are used more or less by salmon in the Bering Sea, and the areas that are used more or less by trawlers in the Bering Sea, and just to see how those compare. So heat maps would be an excellent way to illustrate that, in fact.
And yes, I hear you. I'd love to see that too.
Perhaps we can ask for them.
Well, it's not a matter of asking for it. What it comes down to is that you could maybe look at the bycatch from, say, the pollock fishery as a proxy or surrogate for distribution of salmon at different times of year. What we don't have tags on all these salmon that are going out from all over the North Pacific. To get the information you're seeking, which I would love to see too, you would need to have all those fish tagged to where they're going throughout the year in the Bering Sea. In that regard, that's what we don't have. So what I mean by proxy or surrogate does, and it's a question, do those heat maps of where they're encountering chum or Chinook or any salmon species as bycatch representative of their distribution during that time of year? That's a lingering question, but would that provide an accurate proxy or surrogate for the exact information you're interested in?
That's a fair response, and I appreciate it. I do understand how proxies work like that, sure, and also some of the issues with them. However, I also understood that there'd been some work done in the Bering Sea to try to tease out where, especially like recently unsmolted, I'm not sure what you'd call juvenile or immature Chinook salmon living in the ocean, recently migrated out from the delta. They finished their saltwater smalting. And my understanding from seeing a presentation, I think it was last year, was that they have a tendency to sort of hug the coast and travel north, I believe, from the Yukon River. And that doesn't particularly matter for this question, but what it does say is that there is some knowledge about where fish go, where cohorts of salmon tend to go. But we don't have it past that, or is there research underway to try to learn more about this?
So on the specific example that you just mentioned, it's called the Northern Bering Survey. The panel has seen many presentations about that research over the years in that regard. And so it's a specific portion of the life cycle that's looking at, and it's basically, they're considered juveniles at that life stage compared to immatures. That means the immatures are another year or two in their ocean life cycle before they're taken as bycatch in that regard. And yes, you could use that distribution of those juveniles at the time of the survey to see what their distribution is at the various stations where they're catching them in that regard. But that does not overlap with this fishery. There's not trawling for pollock in particular that's happening in that the northern portion and into Norton Sound and just offshore of Norton Sound. And it's happening specifically at the end of their first summer in the ocean in that regard. So there's not a lot of overlap between the data that you're interested in and that specific project. Now, where there could be the potential for where you're going with that, we the last couple of years have been initiating a southern Bering Sea survey that's taking place off the coast from Nunivak Island. Let me go back to the map here. Could you go to slide 3? So I know you can't see but look, the island that's just off the coast, the fairly large one, that's Nunivak. From there south into Bristol Bay, basically a little bit further to the right of that round circle, or the oval circle, into Bristol Bay. That's the Southern Bering Sea survey. That's duplicating the same methodology that from the Northern Bering survey in that area of the Eastern Bering Sea. There would be a little bit of overlap seasonally with some of the pollock fishing activity in the very southern, southwestern edge of where that survey grid is occurring for that Southern Bering Sea survey. So in time, with enough years of data collected from that Southern Bering Sea survey, that might get to the kind of overlap information between the fishery and the distribution of those juveniles that you're interested in.
Well, it's the immature ones that I think we're really interested in, because those are the ones that tend to get caught.
Yep.
And we still don't have information on where the immature fish, salmon go.
Not as pinpointed as you're interested in, no.
No.
Definitely
Okay. Thank you for that, and I apologize for taking up so much time with that question, but you know, like, we don't get this opportunity to ask these sorts of things very often, so appreciate it.
Thank you for that. I am cognizant of time. We're at 4:30, and we had scheduled to start our public testimony at 4:15. I know we had some questions from panel members, but perhaps what I would offer up to do is that we could continue the conversation on Bering Sea bycatch.
I don't know if I want to do that. Kidding. Yes, Mr. Chair, that'd be perfectly acceptable.
I meant merely at our postseason meeting. So kind of pause now and move to public session, or excuse me, to public testimony. We have, I'm estimating between 45 minutes to an hour of public testimony scheduled. So if that would be acceptable for panel members that had questions, that we would suspend those for now and proceed with public testimony. I'm seeing nods. Thank you for your patience and understanding, and thank you, Mr. Linderman, for the presentation.
If I may, if anybody does want to come up and ask questions, maybe this evening at the reception or something, feel free. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the offer. That would be welcome. Okay, so with that, maybe we'll check in with the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. I understand we have a number of individuals who have very patiently been waiting to provide testimony, and I believe our first representative individual will be Sylvia Frisch. Is that correct? And okay, so we will go to our in-person individuals providing testimony. So Faye Chamberlain, do we have Faye Chamberlain in the room? Yes, so you can either choose. You can either choose to provide testimony from the microphone at the rear of the room or at the front of the room, whichever feels more comfortable. At the front. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome that.
Are we ready? I can go?
Oh, there's Sylvia.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh.
Okay, so we will go to our in-person individuals providing testimony. So Faye Chamberlain, do we have Faye Chamberlain in the room? Yes, so you can either choose. You can either choose to provide testimony from the microphone at the rear of the room or at the front of the room, whichever feels more comfortable. At the front. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, Matt.
She's behind by a couple minutes. I'm here.
Okay, so we will go to our in-person individuals providing testimony. So Faye Chamberlain, do we have Faye Chamberlain?
Okay, good afternoon, Sylvia. I believe we are getting some feedback from you. If you're running YouTube concurrently, we're hearing a pre-recorded our session on your end.
How about now?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
My name is Sylvia Frisch. I'm the daughter of immigrants who came to the Yukon in the 1970s. I grew up on the Klondike River, which flows into the Yukon at Dawson City. When I started my family nearly 20 years ago, the best thing I could think to do was go deeper into the bush. We made our home on the McQuestion River. It was an empty place on the map, but it was full of life. There were salmon spawning and eagles circling overhead. There were wolves with young hunting moose and beavers. There was a stand of birch that we tapped to make syrup. We'd come into a natural world that could support us, passed forward by previous generations. I am grateful to live in a place where we can partner with the functioning ecosystem to make a rich life for ourselves, a life that draws people in and provides a local sweetener. As my kids grew up, they filled in the blanks with their own names. The Great Green Valley is the expanse of south-facing Tintina Trench. The prickly forest is the jungle of spruce. Crystal Jewel Creek runs out of the hills, cold and pure. It is where we get our drinking water. We try to respect the land in how we live. Without it, we amount to nothing. That is the case for all people, but we don't have much separation. There are many ways to live these days, many ways to interact with the world, many values. Some, like minerals, get overlaid onto maps that end up in high-level offices where land use decisions are made. I have never had gold fever, but I grew up here, so I've seen all kinds of ways to get gold out of the ground, for better or for worse. I've met lots of miners. Many are my friends and neighbors. Sure, we don't always agree. Sometimes my heart screams at what I see as infractions on the sanctity of life, but I know others feel that same way about me. I kill animals, I cut down trees, I impact the land. So I reined in my ideals and stuck to my business. For the most part, I can live with my neighbors. They are real people. We learn from each other. We help each other and respect each other as much as possible. I trusted the higher authorities to take care of the big picture in the best interest of the whole. But I had little exposure to big money, hard rock mines. Everything from shaker box to open pit heap leach is lumped. So though I knew the Yukon's biggest mine was operating 130 kilometers upstream from my home, I didn't understand how risk scaled up with size. That changed when Victoria Gold's heap leach facility experienced a catastrophic failure last June, resulting in the release of 4 million tons of contaminated ore into the environment. While technicians struggle to stabilize the site and understand the significant and complex undertaking of managing and treating contaminated water, I am left wondering what it means for us who live here, human and non-human. This spring, ammonia, cyanide, mercury, nitrite, and cobalt levels are being detected above water quality objectives and outside of containment. Some are above chronic aquatic life guidelines. Some spike above acute thresholds. There is a real risk that water volumes will overflow storage capacity on site. What label will we give our wild river? Environmental hazard? Carcinogen? Poison? The peaceful feeling that one gets from watching the river is gone. In its place is sadness. As winter ends and things start to thaw, my apprehension grows. We, as the first people downstream, are on the front lines of chemical advance. We live tight on the land. We are not separate. When the land is poisoned, we are poisoned. In the aftermath, I have been breaking out of my remote home's isolation and communicating with people from across the board who share concern. Locals from all sectors understand this is a bad story. Clean water is a need that connects us all. We are looking upstream, facing the future together. It is life or death. Nothing and nobody can live with poison water. We are a small population, but if we don't stand up for our land, there is no one who will. It starts with being clear. When things are not well understood, it is easy to make poor choices or to let others take the reins. In the confusion, we are being played for fools. Nacho Nayak Dan has called for an inquiry into the Eagle Gold Mine catastrophe. including the role of YG regulatory oversight. I fear that at high levels, our authorities are in league with big money that makes this scale of disaster possible. Consequential decisions are being made behind closed doors and in remote camps that affect us all. The regulators are ineffective or negligent. They gamble with our land and we lose. Let us no longer be blindsided. Let's share our experience widely across all sectors so that word on the street reflects reality. Let's create collective intelligence that clean water is a shared priority. Let's hold our authorities to account. Last summer, for the first time in years, we watched Chinook salmon spawning in front of our house. Those eggs will hatch soon. As long as the salmon are trying and the birch sap still runs, we must not give up. The NND response to this disaster states that the work to clean up our lands will be focused on healing. Dublin Gulch, Eagle Creek, and Haggart Creek are real, living places, not that different from my own home. Nature is resilient. Given a chance, it can recover. The land needs its people to help it now, even if it takes forever. I want to go to the river and feel good about the water again. It will take all of us standing together. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your patience this afternoon and for joining us from your remote homestead. We appreciate it. Next, I would like to call back up to the front of the room, Ms. Faye Chamberlain. Thank you very much for your patience and apologize for that.
My name is Faye Chamberlain, and I live in the Dawson area. And I've had the privilege since the 1970s, nearly 50 years, of actually fishing for a livelihood, but on both sides of the border in the Dawson area and also in Alaska for 14 years. I raised my children on the river and some of my grandchildren. I want to start with a little bit of a story, and I'm hoping I'm going to be too long. Back in 2016, excuse me, it was discovered on one of the tributary creeks of Hunker, one of the Goldfields creeks, a prehistoric wolf, a tiny wolf puppy, and they called it Jur. And it's actually sitting in the Beringia Museum just near the airport in Whitehorse today. And when the paleontologists and researchers were studying this wolf pup, they would find that it was the milk that it was deriving from the mom actually had remnants of salmon. The mother had been eating salmon. Made sense to me. At the time, it was a little bit of a surprise, when they were talking about it. And I'm thinking to myself, I raised dogs for years, but also one year when we were on the river back in 1987, I fished for about 20 miles upriver from Circle City in a back slough, and we decided to go out on a Christmas vacation. And we had about 20-some dogs, and we would put up half a salmon a day per dog, and we had between 2,000 and 4,000 chum salmon put up, 2,000 dried, and the rest in piles, frozen piles, and to make fish soup, chowder in it for the dogs. So we left the cabin and went outside for 3 weeks, and when we actually came back by snow machine and dog team, there were tracks that looked like a dozen dog teams had been actually in the back slough, and there were beds all around the cabins of where the wolves had been sleeping. And they had been eating a pile of fish down below. It was a smorgasbord for them. They ate at least about 300 fish that we figured. But when we had left the cabin to go outside with the dogs, we had a couple of pups in there, and that had never been run too much. And one of them had freaked out in all the commotion and had chewed his harness and had run off in the brush. Couldn't catch him. We ended up having to leave him there, but he had tattered remnants of the harness on him. So 3 weeks later, when we came back, he pulled out in the yard. He'd been hiding in the brush, and the wolves had taken him in and tolerated him. And his name was Cosmo. And he jumped on us, and he ended up being one of our best sled dogs ever, actually. But these wolves ended up staying around, and like I said, they ate over 300 salmon. Us being trappers at the time, we ended up setting some traps and trapped quite a few of them before they actually left. But when they discovered Jur, I was like, of course wolves would eat salmon, and especially being a tributary of Hunker Creek. Hunker flows into the Klondike, and the Klondike is a salmon river here. Yeah. So for what ended up happening for many years, I fished along the river, and we had a commercial fish plant in Circle City. I fished commercial there with my partner, and one of the things that the salmon here, especially the chum salmon on the upper Yukon River, once they arrive here, they're really at their optimum point of their roe being really, really good for the salmon, caviar, or ikura, which the Asian community really likes. We had actually a couple of Asian Japanese techs come in and show us how to process it, because when you're selling your raw roe at $1 a pound, but if you make ikura, which is not that big of a process, you increase your finances by $7 to $8 a pound. So it was really worth doing that. We caught everything, and one of my questions is, when we were talking about mesh size for 4-inch mesh size for the salmon, chum salmon, is we were using wheels, fish wheels a lot. Fish wheels catches everything. We even caught herring every once in a while, the smallest little fish. So what is the decision on that? Is our fish wheels going to be allowed to fish, even though, 4-inch salmon nets are not? So I don't know the answer to that myself. What happened in those years when I was on the river, Fairbanks Native Association actually hired a friend of mine, and through a grant, we had a cultural camp downriver from Circle, a fish camp. And we had at-risk teenagers with us for 6 weeks, 3-week increments. And where we had them build a fish wheel, we taught them how to build a fish wheel, and we started making kippered salmon, and I showed them how to process, not only process it, but can it, and actually make cases of canned kippered salmon, and salmon strips, of course, but also some life skills, such as using a compass, teaching the gals how to do beadwork, and these were all skills that today some of them have been lost, but of course with the salmon being lost, we've lost so much more. But just doing their own laundry in a back slough was something some of these teenagers had never done. And to watch them leave with 2 cases each of kippered salmon and salmon strips was one of the most rewarding things for me. And their parents were so proud of them, and they were so proud of themselves. And I think those kind of commercial, cultural camps, I'm told, are starting to make a comeback a little bit in Alaska. And we need more of those. We totally need more of those. In 2014, I took a snow machine trip from Fairbanks all the way down to Cape Prince of Wales, over 2,000 miles return. And one of the things I did with a friend was as we were stopping in the villages, was to talk with a lot of the elders and the changes on the river, and how the lack of salmon, was affecting them. And many of them were really disheartened for their kids and their grandkids. In 2014, when we were in Elam, and we were on the banks, and it's a high bank, and the Iditarod Trail had been on the ice of the Norton Sound and Bering Sea, it was no longer there. It was open water, and they had to make an inland trail. And some of the elders told us it was the first time in history that they had caught a beluga and 2 walrus. Never happened before. Yeah. And so there was a total lack of snow that year as well. Yeah, so profound changes, and we saw them back in the 1980s, our partner, and I'm from a salmon roots from the East Coast, the Yukon River, and in 1981 there was salmon wars going on the East Coast between governments, and I saw the decline of the cod, and we could see the size of at one point, actually in 1987, we caught over an 80-pound salmon in our fish wheel. It stopped the wheel. It wedged right into that chute. We couldn't get it out. And by the time my partner got it out, he slipped, he couldn't hold on to it. But the salmon back then, 60-pounders, 65-pounders back in the 70s and 80s, well, that was the golden age for the river community, my generation of fishers. Today, if you catch a 40-pounder, it's a whopper, you know. Well, we're not even having that. But what I want to mention too is education. One of the things that I realized as I was traveling down there in the villages is that many of them had no idea where Dawson City was. Yeah. And I explained, and even that they would, Yukon Territory, Canada, yeah. And it's the same for us up here. We don't know the name of the villages, many of us downriver, and it's over 2,000-mile river, you know. And one of the things that was happening as well was a blame game going on about the lack of salmon. I was sitting in a circle at one point, and the guys were razzing me about, you Canadians are taking all our fish, you know, our salmon, that's why we're not having. And they had I had to explain to them that we hadn't had a Chinook opening in over 7 or 8 years, and they were astounded. They had no idea. And so that lack of communication, which provides education as well, is so sorely needed. And as I went down the river, one of the things too that I realized talking to people was that many of the agencies or government people that go into these communities are fly-in, and they're there for a brief amount of time. You're not going to, village people, we're suspicious of outsiders to begin with, yeah. Even Dawsonites are a little bit like that, but we're bigger here. But, and so it takes a while for them to warm up to you and to share knowledge with them into where they believe you. I think you have to spend more time and go out there and maybe check their wheels with them, maybe hang out for a day or two with some of the locals. And just to give you an example of this, when we were in Teller, which is on the Seward Peninsula, one of the things along the villages when you're traveling by snow machine is you're trying to get gas for your machines, and a lot of the villages had different days of the week that they were open, their little gas station, or even different hours in the day. And when we were in Teller, we were waiting for the gas station. They told us 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and me and my partner were there, and we're waiting and waiting, and it wasn't opening, but you could see activity, guys going in and out, and they're making us wait. And pretty soon, 15, 20 minutes goes by, and we're like, what's going on? And so finally, the guys, my partner goes in there, he's chatting with them, and then finally they come out and they give us gas. And we found out later, a day later, from one of the elders, Joe Garney, and Uncle Joe, as they call him, and Joe said, you know why they made you wait? And I had no idea. He said, we thought you were some government people. Yeah, and coming in here because we're having disputes, political disputes over the reindeer herds. And they figured the chief was in cahoots with the government trying to sell the herds and all of that. And they'd been flying planes over. Yeah, and it was the reality, you know. It was like, no way. Yeah. But again, communication is key to me. And if we don't have communication, and you know, we got that imaginary line that's in two different governments, but you know, one river, and we're all here for the same thing, and all our relations. When we have no salmon, we also have no fertile ground. The river's always changing, And we watched one of the leads on the river below our cabin change in 10 years. It took 10 years of that river eroding out the cut bank to change the lead over. Salmon have to adapt to that as well. And also, when Sylvia was talking about all this pollution and poison toxins, I mean, they make a living out of making birch syrup. Those birch trees that are all along that riverbank are going to acquire those, ingest or with the root system, get those toxins in there. That's going to destroy their livelihood and the trees as well, and the wilderness, where, you know, and the animals. All our relations are totally, totally involved, you know, in just living on this planet, you know. Yeah. Anyways, thank you for having me, Melcy. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Cheatham-Merlin. Next, we will go to Mr. Stanley Pete, who's been very patient with us. Is Mr. Pete online? Looking to our friends at the Secretariat. Oh, yes?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Stanley Pete. I'm from Nunavik on the south mouth of the Yukon Delta. I come from a tundra village with no big tall trees. If very flat. I live on tundra with permafrost below me. In regards to ecological knowledge, the Yukon River people possess knowledge and have practiced traditional stewardship for thousands of years, only taking what's needed. The relationship we have with the salmon and the environmental respects we have been passed down through generations through our culture. We have a long history of direct dependence on the resource and our environment. We've hunted and fished our land since time immemorial, developing the skills and techniques for resource management with the utmost and great reverence for the land and waters we live on. Our people have a relationship with the environment we live in, whether it's on the mouth of the Yukon or headwaters in Canada. Our spiritual and social fabric is intertwined with the natural world we live in. Once our relationship is severed from the natural world, our practices, beliefs, relationship, and our respect for the environment will diminish. I see firsthand the effects, the loss of unity, loss of culture, spiritual and social fabric degrade. My children and grandchildren are growing up with a generation of kids who don't know what it's like to have a relationship and reverence for land and water. The family bond that is developed through the ability to utilize subsistence is diminishing, keeping my kids and grandchildren's identity rooted in family values is challenging in this fast-changing world. Understanding right from wrong, helping family members, navigating challenging situations, a sense of belonging and unity within a family unit is eroding. A family unit is strengthened when a family has to work together for a common purpose. Subsistence is not just food, it heals us mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. It gives our children and grandchildren a foundation to build on. In the April 1, 2024 agreement between Fisheries and Oceans Canada and Alaska Department of Fish and Game concerning Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon, Alaska Department of Fish and Game Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang and Senior Director, Pacific Region Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Steve Gotts, it states on item 10, in the absence of fisheries, Chinook salmon has continued to be depressed and reflects the long-term cumulative effects of other factors, particularly habitat degradation resulting from resource and hydroelectric development, competition from hatchery productions, cyclic natural phenomena, and large-scale environmental variability affecting both marine and freshwater habitats. The parties shall work collaboratively on habitat and stock restoration activities and support research to better understand the declines of Chinook salmon. Habitat degradation resulting from resource and hydroelectric development. For both sides to agree on something like this, it's happening at a very large scale. The volume of revenue mining generates for both sides is a staggering amount. In Alaska, the mining industry supports 12,000 jobs, pays over $1 billion in wages, generates revenue for state government, federal government, regional corporation, and local boroughs. There are countless DEC citations. Toxic substances like mercury, arsenic, cyanide, contaminating fish habitat. Hatchery-released fish in Alaska is nearing 2 billion fish. Hatchery fish generates revenue also. Fish also attract tourists. They end up competing for food with wild stocks. Environmental variability, climate change. As a person who lives on permafrost tundra, I see firsthand the degree of change. As a subsistence fisherman, I see stock composition of river fish species change. My observations and others like myself were validated by outmigration studies done at Imanak. The reorganization of Yukon fish diversity is happening fast enough to notice it in my short life. My guess is it can't only be climate change, there's probably something else. In my searches, I stumbled upon sewage discharge into Tanana River, 11.2 million gallons per day, and sometimes 13 million gallons per day. 365 days times 11.2 million gallons equals 4,088 million gallons of sewage discharged into the Tanana River. I said that can't be right. According to the Department of Environmental Conservation, Alaska Department and Fish and Game's catalog of waters important for spawning, rearing, or migration of anadromous fish, Tanana River is not on the list. There are big mines in Tanana River Basin also. The laws that would have protected fish from discharge of sewage and mining does not apply to Tanana River fish. I will end with this. Subsistence is vital to me. The proponents to limit use of 4-inch nets are few. I've heard testimonies of how Native people's health, like diabetes, are on the rise because lack of native fish. 4-inch nets are not designed to catch king salmon. In the mouth of the Yukon, salmon entering the Yukon do not have large teeth and are less likely to be caught on in 4-inch gear. If our people are hurting, does this panel inflict more damage to the people we represent? Subsistence. As codified in UNILCA, United States Congress established local rural residents be given precedence for using fish and wildlife. The Federal District Court for the District of Alaska has ruled in favor on banning any attack of our protected subsistence rights. To promote social welfare in our communities through subsistence practices, enhance their lives through food security, strengthen family
Mr.
and
Pete?
community ties, promotes physical activity all while fostering cultural identity. There are two sources of food in my village: subsistence harvests and food that's brought in from outside. Because of my geographic location, it's difficult to get fresh produce into my village. Food is always at risk of spoilage due to weather, lack of heated or freezer storage at hub location. The proponents who want to restrict or limit use of 4-inch gear don't recognize the disparities of remote rural village life.
Mr. Pete, I don't mean to interrupt, but we do have another 8 or 9 individuals providing testimony, so if you could please conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. I will conclude. The health of our people is important. I've heard many testimonies from people whose health has diminished because of not eating healthy food. 4-inch gear is used to target non-Canadian bound Chinook salmon, broad and humpback whitefish, Bering Cisco, pike, seafish, and pink salmon. In developing a rebuilding plan, please don't let subsistence users carry the burden themselves. There is no consensus in the Alaska portion that supports the removal of 4-inch nets. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Pete, and apologize for interrupting. Your words are important for the panel to hear, and we sincerely appreciate them. We do have, thank you. So we have 25 minutes remaining. We do need to conclude this session at 5:30. That will be 30 minutes past our scheduled conclusion time. We have 6 individuals remaining, perhaps 7 that will be providing testimony. So if I would ask, can we please seek to maintain testimony to a 5-minute period? And I'm happy to offer up a 4.5-minute warning. So appreciate everyone's participation or cooperation in that regard. Next, we will call on Ms. Carissa Waugh, who will be providing testimony in person. Is that correct?
Hello. My name is Carissa Waugh. My Northern Shoshone name is Eke-Ewa, meaning caribou hoof noise, after my great-grandma Emma Shorty. My parents are Charlene and Charles Waugh. My grandparents are the late Lynn and Al Waugh. I'm Quinlan Dunn First Nation and Little Salmon Carmacks on my dad's side, and on my mom's side, I am Taku River Tlingit. I belong to the Crow clan as well as the Dog Salmon clan on my Tlingit side. I also belong to the Yukon River and Atlin Lake. I was born and raised in Whitehorse. I'm an ambassador for the Reconnection Vision. I'm a part of the To Swim and Speak with Salmon advocacy training program. I am currently sitting on the National Women's Council for Assembly of First Nations, the Yukon, where I represent the Yukon region. And I am an artist and activist through my artwork. Oh, sorry. The Reconnection Vision is the Yukon First Nations unified approach to climate action, developed by 13 Yukon First Nations youth from 2021 to 2023. The Reconnection Vision is a societal transformation guide and toolkit that sees all people living as whole people and in good relation with ourselves, each other, and the land. Our growing Reconnection Vision collective is actively implementing the Reconnection Vision by striving to be whole people today, We are focused on nurturing and evaluating our collective well-being, establishing a sustainable governance structure, sharing the reconnection vision and our activity broadly, and supporting Yukon youth and our Yukon First Nation self-governance. We are storytellers, artists, writers, land guardians, hunters, parents, siblings, cousins, activists, students, language revitalizers, entrepreneurs, and leaders. As the current voices of the reconnection vision, our work takes many forms. Our work is deeply informed by our natural environment. We work in collaboration with our seasons, and we work in alignment with the phases of the moon. Collectively, we aim to lead by example, creating labor structures that reconnect us to each other and the land. To Swim and Speak with Salmon advances Indigenous-led conservation by building the knowledge and skills of Indigenous youth in the North to empower them to be Northern leaders, stewards, and advocates for the lands, waters, and communities. Youth will be the most affected by coming changes due to humanity's impact on the lands and waters. It is critical to train Indigenous youth in the Yukon and BC and Alaska who can advocate for the relations on the land, water, and air. Thus, the project will deliver a youth training and a research curriculum development component to tackle this issue. The focus of this training will center around the issue of salmon conservation and Indigenous connection to salmon, as the need for action to save salmon is crucial. Salmon relationships must be healthy. Healthy salmon relationships connect to physical and mental health, as Indigenous peoples need salmon as food to survive and thrive, and spiritual and emotional health, as Indigenous peoples need salmon to exist for salmon themselves as a spiritual partner and whom they have existed since time immemorial. You can check out our social medias. We have Facebook and Instagram. So salmon are in my DNA. I'm here for our salmon. I'm going to use my voice for them, and I'm going to continue to do so for the rest of my life if I have to. I'm incredibly grateful to be a part of these amazing groups, the Reconnection Vision and To Swim and Speak with Salmon, and to be able to sit in on important discussions like today. We all come from different walks of life, backgrounds, educations, traditional knowledge, and Western knowledge. We need to remember who we are here for. We're here for our salmon and our river. The salmon have taken care of us, and it's now our turn to take care of them. Ganochish Masicho for listening to me. If you have any questions or want to talk to me, you can find me after. And also my email is carissa@reconnection.vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Wah, and commend you on a perfect 5-minute presentation. So we appreciate that. Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Elder Farr, Sylvia Farr, Elder from Nacho Nyack Dun and Trondequichin.
Hi, I'd like to welcome all of the panel here. I am TH, citizen, elder, and Nacho Dun. My mother's on that side. And I just want to say, how many of you people in the room have seen the big king salmon? They can raise their hand. Okay. I want to honor my father. He's born and raised in Dawson, and my mom was born and raised on the land of Mackenzie in the bush. She was a good mother, taught us well. My father taught me well to say these salmon make us work hard, row the boat across the river, check the net. We had to carry it. Some we put in the cave across the river. Then he moved down and just under the slough on the other side of Dog Island to Moose Side. And I just want to recommend him that he is honored. He's not here anymore. And Elder Roger Alfred, Jimmy Johnny, Lizzie Hall, these are our elders in different communities. Everybody's going to really survive, not survive, but there's that salmon. It's not the same anymore. We ate it when we were kids, garden. My dad made us pigweeds and eat this and eat that. But you don't even know what's going to be in it anymore because my father's kind of told me, he said, Sylvia, you're going to have to remember there's going to be bad times. It's things are changing. And he passed away in 1975. And I know all the fishermen were commercial, Tim, Sebastian, and all of them fished in 40 Mile and sitting on the ferry working for YTG, watching the trucks come over with their fish, delivering it. We had fisheries here, cutting up at the TH band. This was the fisheries. But he did mean to say this is going to be a hard time. And I think it's going this direction with our climate change, with the spill in the Mail mine. Our salmon's never going to be the size that we had to drag around to put it in a cart. And my mother did the cutting, and my father would deliver to people that need it. And it's First Nation people. Joe Susie was his best friend. Joe Henry was his best friend. I got a picture of them from the kayak in Whitehorse with my dad and Joe Henry sitting on the riverbank. That's basically, but I like to say more education because these young kids need, and even the younger ones, to understand what it really means for the salmon, chum salmon. They got to learn more of that, where they come from. And I hope they can get more of that. And when you catch release, I saw the program last night on the slides that we had at the Culture Center. That was great. I enjoyed it. And but if you do the program in 23, I'd like to see more younger people or elders getting out on there and catching those little baby salmons. And because they come up the Klondike, and I saw them at the Dempster Corner. That was my first time seeing them. I said, took a picture of it. And when they come across, they're red, they're gray, they're red. And it just, to me, I hope that we can connect together from Alaskans and to Canadians, Yukoners, all, and the BC. We've seen the fisheries, we always say fishery cops, but fisheries, but they had a control, like making sure if you're not checking your nets, why those salmon have to sit in the net and twisted, and some people do it. We saw that. That's about what I can say, but I can't. I can say this is memories now for the big king salmon, and they will always be called king salmon to me. And when somebody calls fish, we're talking about chum. But salmon is salmon. And when I heard some people say it's fish, what kind of fish are you talking about? We got lots out of that side, we got over here, and then they tell elders, say, when are we going to spec them? They said when the biggest thunderstorm is when they're gonna come, a week after. That's what the elders say. Some say it's a wasp, I never heard, but there's lots of different stories for them. And it's just like releasing them to Beaufort Sea. They're gonna make their way up there. But for this, I got one more thing to say. I have talking to elders at Fishing TH Fisheries. I asked if we can just put a sign on that Klondike mouth because those fish go up there, lay them eggs, they come all this way, the males fertilize it. Just saying that these people need to slow down when they're taking their jet boats and boats up there. Just take your time. All you hear is zoom, It's not like that. You're destroying the baby. So that's my thought. Thank you. And masicho.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Elder Farr. Very much appreciated. Next, we will receive testimony from Mr. Tim Gerberding, a familiar face to the Yukon River Panel. Welcome, Tim.
Well, thanks. I'll speak from here so I don't waste time walking. I don't want to eat into my 5-minute increment. And it's good to see lots of faces here. For those who don't know me, my name is Tim Gerberding. A year ago, I was a member of the panel, and I've been involved in Pacific and Yukon River salmon discussions going back to 1982. And what I want to say is that during my time in these discussions, I have observed that virtually all of our time and attention has been focused on fishery management of fisheries, mainly in river, a little bit with pollock. But it's my opinion that certainly when it comes to the in-river fisheries, we've brought that to a good place now. I mean, there is no fishing, for goodness sakes. But I really think it's time for the Yukon River Panel and the parties working on the 7-year agreement to shift gears and really begin to focus on habitat. As I was going to read section 10 of the 2024 agreement, Stanley beat me to that. But what he observed was that the management of the fisheries itself is not going to bring them back because of habitat degradation. So what I will read to you is section 30 of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, which is titled Habitat. It says, in light of the benefits they receive from the salmon originating in their portion of the Yukon River, the parties agree, and I'll shortcut a little bit, salmon should be afforded unobstructed access to and use of existing migration, spawning, and rearing habitats. Respective water quality standards should be maintained and enforced. Productive capacity should be maintained. And then there is also the last clause that says the Yukon River Panel may recommend corrective actions. So this is kind of the Bible for the Yukon River Panel here. And the 2024 agreement, I understand, is related but somewhat separate, so should survive any dissolution of the panel, should that happen. But I want to talk about habitat degradation related to mining in Yukon. I mean, sometimes Yukon folk try to pretend that the Yukon Territory is just one vast expanse of pristine habitat, and that simply isn't true. Sylvia Frisch pointed out the most recent mine failure at Victoria Gold. 2 years before that, there was a huge failure at the Minto mine. Since I've been in Yukon since 1970, there have been 7 hard rock mines operating. Only one of those has been successfully decommissioned. The other 6 have all gone into public receivership and are costing the government of Yukon and Canada literally hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is where mining has led us. Interesting, there was a Mountain Anson is one of these, but it went to court and judge observed that this was just a case of unscrupulous and unchecked profiteering was the word. And that's kind of what it's about here. This is a battle between big money, as has been mentioned, and subsistence lifestyle. And the big money, of course, usually wins those battles. But what has to be taken into account is all of the public cost of all of this receivership. So I'll wrap up now, but what I really want to encourage the panel to do, and the people working on the rebuilding plan, which may not be the same, they may be somewhat separate, but really dig in on habitat. I think that you've got the in-river management more or less nailed as long as it continues like it is. I mean, it has to. But what has really been lacking is a focus on habitat degradation. It includes not only, I talked about Yukon, I mean, we really need to address the water in the Bering Sea, the warming water in the Yukon River. That's what's killing these fish. I mean, the fish have to get to the mouth, they have to get to the spawning grounds, and they have to get back. And the management of the fisheries in the river is okay at this moment. We don't need to continuously, you know, expand our investigations into, I mean, yeah, we can focus a little bit on the minutia, but let's look at the big picture and fix the habitat. So that's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tim. Well put and well thought out. Glad to have you here this week. Next, I'd like to call on Mr. Tyson Beauregard for in-person testimony, I believe. Great. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Drentat Lit Hozo, Shoje Tyson Beauregard, Trondheim Gwich'in Territory, Huichin, Dawson City, Huichin. So my name's Tyson Beauregard. I'm currently working for the Trondheim Gwich'in in their heritage department. And I've been living in the Yukon for 28 years. I moved here from Southern Ontario. And my relationship to this issue runs back to when I was in high school, and we heard about some of the federal government actions with salmon in particular. So we were pretty excited about that, and I remember speaking in great detail about this with friends, and little did I know later on I'd end up here in the Yukon and working with salmon a little bit. So I worked at the fish hatchery with Lawrence Lawrence anyways, we all know Lawrence, and I did some work with Environment Yukon on habitat rehabilitation in and around Whitehorse. That was with the Y2C2 gang, so that was really great. But anyways, so yeah, so I'm not going to go on about myself here, but I just want to give you a little background of who I am and why I'm here. So in my new position, I have actually worked enforcing some of the mining legislation and as a natural resource officer for many years here in the Yukon. So I do have have some experience working with the Fisheries Act and whatnot, what's going on. So. But what I wanted, first of all, thanks for all of your hard work. I know this is not an easy task to try to figure out a way to, create a sustainable harvest and to meet the needs of the environment and the economy. So thank you all. Merci and Gwenishish for putting all your hard effort and time into that. But so I just have a few points. I'll make it quick. I'm not going to go on forever, but I just know thinking about bycatch in the oceans, and just one thing I wanted to mention was the monitoring and reporting of such activities. I don't claim to know a ton about the fishery up there, but I do know a little bit about monitoring and those sorts of situations when the monitors are on the boats trying to also sharing a boat with these crew and some of the situations that can occur there. So do we know if reports of the bycatch are accurate? Possibly, I don't know. This is a question for you guys, I guess. Where do the fish go? Do we know that? Totally. Like, do we know where the Yukon River salmon, Canadian or American, are going? I'm sorry, I don't know that answer to that. Maybe you guys have already talked about this. That needs to be established, obviously. Here we talk about, trickle down economics from mining and the benefits that we get, and at what cost is it? And you know, so we can go into we can talk about trickle down economics, and you know, some people benefit from it, yes, probably in the communities, but I would argue that the majority of people maybe don't see that kind of benefits, whereas we have a lot of people coming in from out of territory benefiting from those sorts of things, and we're left with whatever legacy is left behind. So the true cost of those sorts of things, overfishing, not monitoring, not being responsible for bycatch in the ocean, and then you know, and habitat destruction through mining. So that's something to look at. Although, yeah, I think that was about it. But anyways, yeah, Masi Cho and Gwenishish for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bourgard. Next, we will go online, and I believe we have Crystal Lapp from the Tanana Chiefs Conference, checking with Pacific Salmon Commission. Is that correct? Okay, so we will proceed then with in-person testimony from Darcy McDermott. Do we have Darcy in the room? Welcome, and please proceed. Thank you.
Hozo, Shojrek Kai, Tatra Diche, Trondekwachin Diche, Hozo, Shudadatadan, Slukcho, Watatra Enocha. I'm Darcy, daughter of Joy Isaac, daughter of Angela Isaac, daughter of Eliza Isaac. As a Han woman, I get my authority to speak on the land from our matriarchal lines. As a prelude to my brief testimony, I have a brief statement of grief. When grief for our salmon, Hlukcho, approaches, grief encompasses, grief surrounds. It announces its name as anger. It approaches stealthily under the cover of grim darkness. As dusk subsides to dawn, despair sets in. There's a deep collective sadness, and yet what pushes grief aside is hope. Although hope is in short order, how we regain it is through respect, Trehude, living in a good way, or Daode, traditional knowledge, what to do and what not to do. We respect all living things. We respect the salmon people so they can make their way back home to us. They belong with us. We belong with them. We are one with the salmon people. The rivers of time meet at our confluence. We are Han people, the river people of this land. We are the Hammerstone people. We are the people of the salmon, our close animal relatives, and are the inherent stewards of this land. One of our creation stories began with a dream out of the darkness, the midnight sunlight, our long, majestic Yukon River, and a fish camp. The salmon have always been with us. They are our caretakers, our guardians, and our greatest teachers. Our ancestors tell us a long, long time ago, the Noja, when animals were people, we were the salmon people. The salmon people were us. We were interchangeable. We could speak the same language. Our long ago chiefs, our medicine people, our elders, they knew climate crisis. They could foresee a time when our waters would warm, our animals would go away, and even the sacred water would be sold away and sold back to us. We know from their lives, their stories, that if you disrespect nature, nature itself will go away. Our salmon and our caribou, who our ancestors have built sacred relationships for millennia, can attest to that. Even some of our sacred springs have dried up, not to return. The world has turned away from the laws of nature. We must return now to our traditional laws. Our traditional knowledge will guide us back to our traditional way of living. This is how we can live with the salmon again. My great-grandfather, Chief Isaac of the Klondike, he taught my family that the land still speaks to us. He taught us that the landmark above Dawson City, the Mooside Slide, Edadadachan, represents our inherent rights to steward this land. And the land and the water is there for us to live by. Just as our sacred landmark represents our history and our rights, it also represents the direct connection to the wisdom of our ancestors. Just as the land and the water still speak to us, so do the salmon. Flukcho. Flukcho, watatra enocha, we care about you. Taho masicho.
Thank you sincerely on behalf of the Yukon River Panel to Darcy McDermott, as well as other members who have come forward to provide testimony this afternoon. We will have another opportunity tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. For additional testimony for those who would like to provide an address to the panel or those that did not have the opportunity this afternoon. And appreciate everyone's patience with our schedule today. We will conclude our public session at this point. We will resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and invite everyone to join us at the public reception at Diamond Tooth Gertie's starting at 6 p.m. So hope to see you all there. Thank you. And Mr. I'm being asked where Diamond Tooth Gertie's is, so I'll say follow the music. How about that? So we'll see you shortly. And for our U.S. delegation members, if you require some assistance, we do have a map to assist. So we'll see you in the morning.